what's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
sick of
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again.
What's going on, Realm? As you can see, we're not present. You know, we are taking our break. But I spent all week, you know, putting together some of the best moments and some of the worst of this year when it comes to ILP, Xbox related. Now, obviously, there's stuff I missed, man. When the video started getting above 3 hours, I started having to cut some stuff, all right? Lay off me, man. I hope you guys enjoy it. I took a lot of the moments that you guys said on Twitter. And, you know, I hope you guys have a good week. We'll be back on the 7th. Today's my birthday, by the way. It's my birthday. You know, I'm 32. I'm getting old, guys. I'm getting old. But I appreciate everyone coming through. I might stream today on my channel. I don't know yet. I don't know if I'm willing to risk it. Kind of want to play something and just vibe off you guys. Man, I miss you guys. But appreciate everyone. You guys have a good one.
I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a need bender. I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Carnito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
Hot mics and all that. Oh, let's do some mic checks right quick in the new year, right quick. See some levels. Can I see some levels, people?
The most beautiful
Hello,
thing in this world.
hello. Just like that. I get it. Yeah. Keith is wilding right now. All right.
The way I had got up in it, I'm like, I was like, mythological.
We're going to get demonetized. So we're going to move forward from Keith Murray. Hear ye.
It was great.
And we are live. Happy New Year. And welcome to 2023. And welcome back to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and the Lords of Gaming.net. We are back. What's going on, people? Episode number 286.
Topics.
All right.
Made it.
All right.
A whole hour.
A whole hour intro. Yes. And there will be no poll until the end of the show.
Let's get to the topics.
All right.
Hold on,
one
real
more.
quick. So as I came member for 26 months, Lord Bronze, the Lords went on vacation last week, and they only got one job. Never again, you lazy lima bean.
Remember your lazy lima bean.
You lazy lima bean.
They got tree job.
15 job, Matt.
Yes, I remember that skit. Salute.
Hollywood Rules member for 11 months. Happy birthday, Lord Saab. Thank you, brother. Happy New Year's, brothers. Great job by King last night.
Thank you, brother. Salute. So we all set. We ready?
Yes, sir.
All right,
go.
Addict, man. This we got one more.
Drive by Joe, $5 super chat. We running up these super chats.
Bang, bang.
They're holding us hostage.
Yo, they
They're
holding us
literally
hostage. They don't. Can we start the show?
Yeah, let's get to the show. Don't y'all want this topic?
They spinning the block. 3-bit.
Can we
What's up?
start the show, chat? Can we
Never
please
mind.
Oh,
Well,
no.
we can't. Now we really gotta wait. They
Let me play with your joystick. $5 super chat. Happy New Year. I've been holding it back for 2 weeks and now I'm ready to unload. Unload for Saab in 2023.
Whoa.
Yo.
Whoa.
The absolute, the master of innuendo.
Yes.
Let me play with your joystick.
Woo. Let me play with your joysticks back.
Then we got Raiden Blade 2 brothers with chat. Oh, you already read that one. Thank you.
No, that's a new one.
He made another one. Just said
He made another one. Okay.
Okay.
PS5 equals remake station equals pay station equals melt station.
All right. So,
Okay, on to the topic. On to the
all
topic.
right. On to the
get it.
topic now. So, Addict, I'm gonna set you up, man. I mean, set you up as far as this topic. Rumored Xbox game showcase. You know, we're hearing stuff. I don't know which angle you want to attack this from, but yeah, order of games or showcase itself. But this is your topic, bro. What do you want to talk about?
So it does look like there's highly rumors of a Xbox event coming out. You know, even Jez and Rand, all of them, they pretty much saying the same things. So what I really want to talk about is like, what do you expect from this? Do you expect like an inside Xbox or maybe like an heightened one, or maybe they'll go towards the same direction that like the State of Plays and Nintendo Directs do? What is your guys' opinion on that? And I actually want to start with King on this one.
The King. What would you like, King, for the Xbox Game Showcase 2023? Potentially.
The roadmap for Game Pass this year.
Oh, you gonna like the poll question? Continue.
You know, everything comes out in Game Pass, so I just want the roadmap. I'm not one of those individuals. I just look at everything logically. Logically, whatever they showing is going to be in Game Pass, first party titles, stuff like that. Anybody just wants to know what's their plans are. You have to look at what's going to happen with the ABK deal, which I don't care about at this point no more until it's either yay or nay. So then you know what to do. It's like a relationship where you just keep saying, "Oh, we're gonna break up or we're gonna be together. We're gonna break up. We're gonna be." Just somebody make up their mind so this can happen already, so we can know exactly what we're gonna do and who else we're gonna date and what else we're gonna buy. That's about it. Because if it don't happen, then they're gonna go spend their money elsewhere. If it does happen, then they spent their money where they were supposed to spend it. That's it. Just we want to know what's going to happen with the ABK deal, but that's later on. Whatever's in Game Pass, Starfield, Redfall. We know it's RPG heavy, to be honest, over there. I want to know what first person over the shoulders, third person over the shoulder story narrative driven game that we don't know that's in the cut being made that's going to release. That's it. I just want to take away whatever Sony does well and just put it over here, because we know they don't do RPGs well, so we already know Xbox got that on lock. We know they don't do first person multiplayer shooters, so we know Xbox got that on lock. All they do well is third person story driven story games. So take that from them so they don't do anything well no more, and we just control the whole board.
I like when by them Xbox having that means Sony can't do it well anymore.
Well, they can do it well, but they do it kind of boring. So I just want, their type of formula, just with more action.
Okay.
That's it.
And I actually got
But King, those get 90 Metacritic scores.
Here we go.
That's the same 90 people buying it.
Fair enough. I mean, I guess my follow-up question for King would just be like, I know you're big on presentation in format. So my follow-up for you is just like, how do you want this show presented? Because whether it be inside Xbox format personalities, whether it be Nintendo Direct style, or even State of Play
Nintendo
style.
Direct style. I think Nintendo Direct and Sony jumped on that same bandwagon with the Sony State of Play. They copy what's successful. I think Nintendo's formula, when they started that Treehouse stuff, was great. So I really want them to follow the Nintendo's formula, show the game, a little light talking in the background, very small developer segment. You just see their face, you hear them talk about their game a little bit while the game is playing, and go on to the next game. Do not do the whole pop and circumstance. I don't want to see a coffee table with different color M&Ms. I don't want you making
don't want to see a couch?
somebody dope. No, I don't want to see that.
Okay.
If it's this presentation, get to the games, because you gave us none last year. So get to the games. I don't want to hear none of your spin doctor crap. I don't want to hear you trying to make nobody the next icon in the industry. Just do your job. Show the games, what you've been working on. Save all that for E3. I don't want to see no faces. I don't want to see Phil face.
Oh,
I don't
wow.
want to see
You don't
nobody
even want to
face.
see the dominance.
No, I don't. Because at this point in time, I just want to see games.
I feel that.
I agree.
feel that.
I agree. At this point, the only one person I want to see Phil is if he's got like a huge announcement. That's all. Like,
okay,
if he comes out there, and I guess I can understand if he's like leading the show, like he's opening it up with it, that's fine. But it's like, don't come out there and talk about Game Pass numbers.
Nothing.
Don't come out there and talk about no numbers. I don't want to see no numbers
Nothing.
on that board.
Engagement
I don't want to
is-
see how
You
many
don't wanna have
Xboxes you
about
sold.
how many bugs are grounded with squished?
No.
No, I want to see games, and games. And I
That's it.
think that at this point, you got to show up or just stay home.
Shut up.
Yeah.
This is the
No,
year.
just stay home.
Oh, don't even come outside.
Yeah, well, just like you did with
Don't come
the
out
Game
until
Awards.
you do. Don't come out until you. Here's the thing. Like last year was what was. I wouldn't say it was like a horrible year, but if you were just on Xbox, it was a rough year. And it's just like you got to make up for that, man. You got to show that Starfield. I honestly feel like inside Xbox is okay. They need to restructure it to where the interviews is at the end of it. They come out, they go over what's going on, they show gameplay, and they say, if you want to see more in-depth interviews, we're going to talk about that after the showcase on YouTube. After the entirety of the showcase, we need to see release dates on all these games. We need to
release
see
dates.
Everything.
Everything.
So they can't end the trailer.
I'm not feeling it. If you're telling me everything from January to June, right? I want everything from January to June with a date. With a date. Not only first
What if we
party.
say second quarter?
No. I
You need March, May.
I listen.
No,
I know
don't-
things could move around, right, in those spaces, right?
I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna answer for him. I don't even want to see a month. I want to see a date with the month. Like I don't want to see no month.
So we can't
no
even do
holiday
month.
thing,
We can't even say
nothing.
June. Stop.
No, June 18th, June 16th, June 15th. I don't care.
Bro, I mean, if you this is the home stretch for every game that's supposed to be coming out in that first half of the year. It really is the home stretch. So if you don't know when, then how many of these games coming in super hot?
Okay, I got questions for y'all.
And,
I got counter questions.
that's just
go.
worrisome, considering a lot of these games have already been delayed multiple times. So that's my thing. It's like if you're still coming in super hot, then again, why even bother saying this is coming out the first half of the year if you're not you can't put a date on it in January.
In fairness, we all agree 2023 is stupid stacked.
Oh, it's stacked.
And we're
for sure.
talking not only Xbox first party, we're talking about third party partners. We're talking about Diablo, right? Maybe in June. We just talked about Switch coming in hot. Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, Big Link's off.
Oh, yeah,
Big
for sure.
Link outside, and we know what Big Link do when you put your release date next to somebody.
But see, here's
that's
the
fine.
thing.
But they already set themselves up by saying, "Hey, this is all coming out before June, the end of June."
No, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Regardless how that goes, everyone else is dealing with the same thing too, and they're not misstepping.
But
They're showing release dates. They're showing release months.
Tears of the Kingdom have a release date?
Yes.
They got an official
Tears of
release
the
date.
Kingdom has a release date.
Does it have a date? It says May something. Hold on a second.
Do they have a
Tears of the
month
Kingdom.
or they have a date? That's my question, because my thing is, I think there's a lot of. I'm not challenging. I'm just
May
saying.
the 12th.
May 12th.
Oh, my fault.
May
I
12th.
apologize.
Yeah,
Didn't realize they had a
they-
date. So my question.
Everything got dates but them.
I apologize. My question is, now that you know that, right? Now that I know that, as far as Zelda and stuff like that, and then the Diablo, like, what about strategic placement?
The only thing I
Strategic
run away
place-
from is Link. That's the only thing I run
So
away
Link
from.
got
If I'm
it.
Xbox.
We gonna move. We can't.
The only thing I run away from is Link. That's it.
Yeah, and it's like there's no strategic placement when it's already there. It's already in stone. It's already
Starfield
a
up against
street
Link.
date. Oh no, don't do that.
no.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, put Starfield up against
Here
Link.
we
because
go.
The reason why I'm saying that is Nintendo guys is gonna buy Link regardless. It don't matter what's gonna happen. It's like you can't run from something that's inevitable, right? You can just only measure yourself up against greatness. So
Yeah, but you can.
I'm buying.
You can't.
Uh,
I was gonna say you can't run from something inevitable. You can wait. Well, you can wait for it to leave the room.
I
See,
mean,
no.
we did
I can tell you
Horizon would like to has entered the
No,
chat.
that's see. You talking about a whack game versus a good game.
Oh.
What I'm saying here is my heart don't pump Kool-Aid. Like I'm not
That's scared.
You know, I'm not
That's
them
scared.
scared dudes. Like a lot of what I hear is a lot of fear in dudes' voice. Yo, run away from Link or stay away from. I told y'all before. If you sure about your date, step on his date. Put your 10 toes down. What's the deal?
Okay, 10 toes down.
So regardless to what, I'm buying Link anyway, but I got Game Pass. So my joint gonna be pre-installing while I'm at the store buying Link. And what's gonna dictate me playing what is who's better.
For the love
Right?
of God, Xbox
So-
don't listen to this.
So listen, for the love of God, listen to me, because if you're strong about what your belief is, you go in there and you make a person make a choice. You go in there, you go in the store, visually, you put your game up against them visually. So what you gonna do?
that's-
Go for visuals.
That's real nice. That's real nice in theory.
He said that's cute and all.
But in practice, people gonna run away.
All right, so this is what I'm telling you, Solve.
Yeah.
This is what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You buying Link regardless,
That is true.
right? You playing Starfield regardless. It's
Which
just
do I
gonna
play
boil
more?
down. I say, but this is what I'm saying. You in Game Pass. $15 up to $70 this is the fight here.
Okay.
Your joint gotta sell. Our joint gotta pre-install. So $15 is the barrier is lower.
But-
Go in there.
Barrier is
and
lower,
Make
but
a
it's
dude.
this is the first
hold on.
Bethesda IP.
I got to break protocol. My man's in here. Shout out to Randall Thor 19. He said Redfall is rumored on May 2nd. So the idea of Starfield releasing the week after is absurd.
Yeah,
kid.
okay, I hear you.
Here's
Thank
my
you.
thing. Here's
I
my
thank
thing.
you. Do you got that in writing?
Hold on. Here's my
Don't do it, Rand, like that.
I'm not talking rumors. So I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna allow you to jump in here and say we
Okay, hold
heard. Don't know. We know.
Rand, you
that the
come
12th
in.
is a fight day.
Red shows
Rand,
violence.
if you want to come in, just tell me.
Yeah,
All
continue.
right, so
Because he ain't get me on his show. So
Oh, y'all boycott
I mean,
my his?
I feel you on that. I feel you on that,
Adam
kid.
King boycott the
listen,
Xbox 2 plus
Nah,
one.
let me, because he wants to throw his bars in.
Yeah, get your balls back.
We know the 12th. That if he stuff that you just said, that's a maybe, might, it could be, right? Sound like somebody's scared. That's all I'm saying. Give us a date, like Addict said.
Okay.
Here's the issue I have with that releasing on Zelda thing.
Let's go.
How are we gonna hold them accountable for releasing on their own IPs of Forza and Halo, but we're trying to say he should release on Zelda? Like,
What you mean?
like it's the thing. Like when Forza came out, and we was like, "Yo, give it time to breathe." We're sitting there telling them, "Yo, give it on your own IP time to breathe." But on Zelda, no, drop that on Zelda.
Why you got to like a
You
bomb?
said
Like,
that.
yo, drop that. When they drop it, drop that on Zelda.
See, this is the thing. This is what I'm trying to say.
Go ahead.
This is when your heart pump Kool-Aid. You hear stuff like that, like you know, scary dude talk. That's scary dude
That
talk.
Biggie line. Your heart pump like so.
$70. Start looking at it from a logical standpoint.
Okay.
I'm not looking. At
I
it
know
like
you're
that.
not. See, that's the problem because
Zelda defies logic sometimes, bro.
Yeah, but that's
Zelda.
the Kool-Aid.
So hold on.
That's the Kool-Aid.
So are you saying, just to clarify,
Yeah.
that Zelda and Starfield coming out the same day would not affect Starfield?
No.
You bugging.
King, you
And
bugging.
no,
King.
let me tell you why.
Nah, you out of here.
You
You
out
out
of
of pocket
pocket.
right now.
Okay, let me tell you why. It's not gonna. Zelda is going to do the numbers that Zelda is going to do regardless. It's not one person that's sitting here saying, if Starfield come out, I don't know if I'm gonna buy Starfield Zelda.
Right, but okay,
All right,
but
so
if
hold on.
if the metric is engagement, who's gonna be engaging? That's the thing. Like if you have,
Everybody that got Game Pass.
that's fine. But how many people that have Game Pass are
talking-
also getting Zelda?
Exactly.
And playing
He's
Zelda
forgetting
first?
about- He's
Talking tax season month.
Oh, that's the factor. Everybody got their tax check.
Really
Everybody got their
talking
taxes.
about the month of the ballers.
All right. So hold on.
These
Let
dudes
me-
is walking in the store saying, "Give me both."
But
Let me
King,
address it.
I gotta let you go. Then I go.
Let me address it, okay? Because here's my thing.
Sound too
As a
scary.
PlayStation fan
Oh God.
and the fanboy, you know what, King?
It ain't
I
even a
agree with you.
PlayStation
Release that
conversation.
the same day. Release that the same day because you know what? Over here in the PlayStation land, we want Starfield to come out the same day as Zelda.
We got
That, is,
Starfield.
that sounds like a
You
great
sound like
idea,
Cartman.
King.
Why it
You
sound like
sound like
Cartman?
Cartman.
An amazing idea, King. You know what? I think you're on to something.
You know what?
Please, for the love of God, Xbox, release it the same day.
No.
The best part about the PlayStation dude is he tried that and he got mollywopped, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reason why Horizon got mollywopped, they didn't have Game Pass. The game wasn't released as a sale and as an engagement item. It had one avenue to get to the consumer. Zelda has one avenue to get to you.
You're talking.
Right.
In fairness to you, you're talking Game Pass. You also talking in your defense. We haven't talked. It's PC, right?
Right.
So PC is also another factor, and Steam
Poll
sales.
time.
Okay, what happened? You said cold time.
Whole time.
Poll time. Yeah, poll time. But shout out to the legendary Gene Park in the
What?
chat. He said if Zelda, I got to break protocols. This is the homie. If Zelda and Starfield come out next to each other, Starfield is gonna get Horizon in my house.
And it's going to get
There you go.
Horizon in your house.
Yes.
So
I'm not
hold on.
saying that I'm
Just
not going to go out and buy it. I'm telling you what I'm doing.
just to clarify, King, we did say that PlayStation was stupid for not delaying Horizon
Forbidden West.
Zero Dawn. No, Zero Dawn
Why?
was
Okay,
Zelda.
so,
Zelda.
you know
So
why,
what?
right?
What's the difference? Hold on.
No,
What's the difference?
I'm gonna tell you right now.
between the two.
What's the difference is you're doing point of sale versus point of sale.
Okay.
If Microsoft didn't have other avenues to get you
To come in.
Starfield,
Right.
then I would tell you move the date. They have complete different.
I see what you're saying. I see-
You got a 30 million head start on whatever Zelda is selling. You have a 30 million head start
Zelda's
as
do
far
got
as
their user base.
engagement. people.
Nintendo's user bases.
Here's the thing.
Listen,
though.
I-
You're looking
listen
at
to
it
what I'm
from.
saying.
I think
Yo,
it's- you're
Zelda,
you're looking
Zelda
at it.
runs over Mario.
No,
Think about that.
You're
don't-
looking at it from. You're looking at it from a sales point standpoint. I'm looking at it from. Both of these are massive games, and we can only play one.
Right.
You can only play one.
No, but King, in Addict's defense, you're acting like everyone got chinchilla disposable income to just
No.
do both at the same time,
That's it.
or
That's it.
make a
That's it.
decision. Yeah.
That's it. I have faith in the 30 million strong that's inside Game Pass.
Okay.
They're already going to download it.
Okay.
I have faith that
There's
all
gonna
the
be-
PC dudes that don't got a Switch
Right.
that's going to download it.
Okay.
And buy it. I have faith in the fact of the product. What I'm trying to tell you is stop letting your heart pump Kool-Aid.
No, it's not no pumping. You disrespected what Zelda do. Like let me get my bar off now. Your ego and chinchillousness is so big that you acted like Zelda has not been dominating dudes outside for a minute. We have two it's not about running. It's about
being smart.
Like at the end of the day, not only do you have the Zelda factor, right? You got the fact that we got Diablo close by, and then we forget. Hold on, we're forgetting one other thing that
go ahead.
in your defense, I'm trying to help you.
No,
you see, you've been too arrogant, but you got your own Redfall that you got to decide where Redfall plays it all in. You can't cannibalize Redfall. You got to let them breathe too. So it's a strategic. All I'm saying is strategic placement. I know you call it scared, but I'm calling it strategic placement. You have to allow this game to breathe, your other first-party game to breathe, your third-party partner's game to breathe, and Big Link is coming home.
Listen to me.
Tears of the Kingdom.
Right,
he got a tear. He got a body down.
All right, check this. Right?
Check it.
Check it.
Let's say Redfall come out in February.
Okay. Xbox News at Xbox.com, Xbox Wire, Xbox, and Bethesda to present the Developer Direct live stream on January 25th. And it's called, obviously, the Developer Direct, and presented by the game creators themselves from studios such as Arcade Austin, Mojang Studios, Turn 10 Studios, ZeniMax Online. The Developer Direct will focus on big features, extended gameplay showcases, and latest info for Xbox games launching in the next few months, including The Elder Scrolls Online, Forza Motorsport, Minecraft Legends, and Redfall. And they said to dedicate the proper amount of time for a deep dive into Bethesda Game Studios, Starfield, a standalone show, is in the works. And then to follow up with Lord Greeny, Aaron Greenberg, on Twitter, he said that, and since many folks have asked, our show is tracking 43 minutes long. So, he says, outlining this announcement, our goal has been to be as transparent as possible on what the devs and teams and the games expect to see in the show. So this has hit the interwebs. Attic, this is your topic. How you want to approach it, man?
I just want the general, impression of the Lords and Lord Gene. I'm okay with them coming out and saying, look, don't expect Starfield here. Mm-hmm. I understand the decision behind it. I understand it's a big game, but at the same time, I don't agree with not having it here in any way, shape, or form. Mm. You can easily show this game in some way, if it's a new trailer, some kind of, maybe minute trailer with, I would prefer a release date. And then it's like, if you want to see more in depth on this game, mm-hmm. we got an event for you. And then they show the release date to that event. Mm-hmm. I just feel like it really makes me think this game's getting pushed back to late 2023, because it's just like, I don't understand why you're bringing this to the front, mm-hmm. and these games are supposed to come out in the next 5 months.
Are you implying that the development, the marketing cycle might not be time enough if it's coming? What are we doing, Attic? What you saying?
Unless, I don't think we're gonna get the actual event for Starfield next month, because at that point, maybe it's just a time restraint or anything like that, but it's just like, maybe we'll get it like the beginning of March.
Okay.
I don't know, because like it's just weird. It's like,
you heard the same thing, right, Gene?
I haven't heard anything.
You try to make him an NBA
like,
dude. That's what you're doing.
It's just, this is your biggest game this year. This is the game everyone's asking for. This is the game that people realistically expected at the Video Game Awards. Mm-hmm. And this is the only game you're not showing. Mm. Cool. I get it. It's a big game. You want to give it enough time to really unwrap Starfield. Mm-hmm. But you could easily do that and still have Starfield at this event. I'm not giving them that excuse. You could easily have Starfield at this event, because it's coming out this 6 months. Allegedly, mm-hmm. and you could easily still look, but we're gonna have a breakdown next month, the month after that. Mm-hmm. But here's what you needed to know. Here's when it's coming out, and if you want to see more information on this game, you can watch that event when that event goes live.
Just to be clear, before we open it up to Gene. They stupid 108. He said Addict's World is in full effect. I haven't heard that in a while. But look, in fairness to my man. So your concern is because even though they set expectation by saying that it's not going to be at this event, you're concerned that it not being at this event, that something is up as far as the release?
No, okay. Nothing even that. It's like, look, like people expected this at the Video Game Awards. And when we didn't see it at the Video Game Awards, we were told it's soon. Now we get this event that's soon, and it's still not at the soon event that we were teased a month ago that there are more information now.
In fairness, they didn't say Starfield was going to be there.
But they said we will show you more, and everyone is looking for Starfield. Look, sure, people are excited about Redfall.
You're not hype about
people
Minecraft.
Excited about Minecraft Legends, but everyone is looking for Starfield, and they came out there and they said we will have more information on you guys shortly. Mm-hmm. And then when we get more information, but we gotta wait longer for that one. Like, nah, like it would be different if this game was coming out in November. And we knew it was coming out in November. Okay, you got plenty of time. But you don't mean to tell me this game's supposed to come out in 5 months, and at the end of this month we're having an event and we're still not seeing this game. So they're gonna have like a month of
Trouble in
marketing.
paradise. Something's wrong.
Are they gonna have like a month of marketing before the game comes out?
This
Because
is
that's
the
what
greatest marketing ever.
Look, I mean, Atticus. Okay, let's open it up. First, let's start with Lord Gene.
I'm going back to my grapes.
Yo, he got his red. I'm gonna go back to eat after I ran it. So my question is, Lord G, is first of all about the developer direct announcement. You know, what are your thoughts on that? And then obviously the second part, what Attic alluded to about Starfield having its own show.
I think I'm kind of like with your boy Matty here, where it's like it's interesting to see how they missed the opportunity for Game Awards. Because Matty said, and I also agree with saying that they had a missed opportunity to hit the wider gaming audience.
Yes.
Because like, you know, again, and we saw Jeff Keighley come out with the numbers, you know, like mind blowing like audience numbers. That's a captive audience that Xbox missed, and like it's surprising that even within the last 2 months they couldn't even show up for that. Yeah. You know, but they can show up for this later on. Like something's going on, you know. And yeah, it's disappointing that Starfield is still being pushed off, you know, and Xbox themselves set that expectation back in June by saying like you know, these are going to be within the year. We didn't ask for that. We didn't ask for that.
I agree. I didn't like the 12-month format. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I'm with you. That nobody really asked for that, and like you know, like, and I appreciate like the intent of it, you know, because like you know nobody appreciated seeing Fable or as a Nintendo fan, nobody appreciated seeing Metroid Prime 4 like 4 or 5 years ago, and we still got nothing on that too. You know?
Yeah. To tell the truth and shame the devil, sir. Tell the truth and shame the devil. Microsoft held a different standard.
Let me address the chat real quick. First off, Thinker sitting there saying you are mad annoying. Hold that time out. You can be in timeout for 2 minutes.
You can't time out a man for saying you annoying.
No. Second off, this chat saying addict. I want them to get more time. In what way, shape, or form do you think doing one cannot do the other? You could easily do both. Do you think that because that one trailer is at a show, everyone is not working on Starfield? Stop it, man. I'm going back to my grave.
Continue, G. Yeah, we got the red off again.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Xbox can do to market it though. I'm not. You know, I have no experience in marketing video games worldwide. But like, man, like just to what that commenter said, it would be nice just to have that kind of energy because, you know, when I do think about it, like last week you guys said that this is the biggest exclusive for Xbox since the first Halo, and I was like, well, maybe Gears, but then when you really think about it, not really Gears. It really is. It really goes back to Halo 1, I think. I think that is true because this is for Game Pass. This is the argument for Game. This is the argument for Game Pass, dude. This is the argument for Xbox's like business future. You know, and Starfield is the centerpiece of that argument.
Yes.
You know, so it needs to get out there. It needs to knock it out of the park.
Especially,
you know, it needs to get out Game Pass. It needs to be clean. It needs to be a clean game.
Yes.
It can't be like what Bethesda used to be before. You know.
Good point.
And you know, and it's got to be 1080. It's got to be 60 frames at least at 1080p. At least at 1080p. You know.
Question, Lord G. If there is no performance mode,
I wouldn't care. I'd be fine with it.
Okay.
Because I'm one of the few people who look. I grew up on Xbox 360. Like we were playing games like 20 frames per second back in the day. You know, so it's like I'm okay with that. Like I'm acclimated to all that. You know.
But 60 frames. I'm on PC.
But you're on PC, and we're never going to hear the end of it if it isn't 60 frames. We're never going to hear the end of it. Everyone's going to be complaining about it. You know, the Sony fanboys aren't ever going to let up on it. They're going to be relentless.
I mean, they can't really be upset because a lot of the games is 30 frames per second anyways.
I can't.
Yeah.
I think my mindset is like the fact that it's been so extra with Microsoft about performance modes. That's an L if their flagship game for this year doesn't have a performance mode.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. A lot of systems. We'll see what happens. No, but I hear you. I hear you, Gene, in reference to, you know, what you said in, you know, as far as setting the expectation with the Game Awards, right? And being the fact that they utilized that platform before to showcase things, so them not there. But to your point, I think, you know, making this announcement, I guess my question to you is, do you think they set the proper expectation with announcing the developer direct and saying now, hey, look, Starfield, we're going to dedicate its own show. Do you think that was the right approach with that information put out?
I think if they really don't have the information for Starfield ready, then they got to do that. They had to do that. You know, so it was, you know. But the way I see it is damage control ahead of it. You know, that's what it is. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, because they had to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for me, it is objectively damage control, like preemptive damage control.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That sucks. Again, that's
imagine
a position
if we
of weakness,
waited.
Yeah.
Imagine if we waited for that, Gene, and Starfield wasn't there, and they didn't say it wasn't going to be there.
Oh, I was those were my bars. So I was literally gonna say, they would have been hell to pay if they did that for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
like I would riot at the Capitol. I would go up the street.
You gonna storm the Xbox offices?
It'll be an insurrection in Seattle, you know, at Redmond, you know, or Bethesda because Bethesda is right up the street. You know?
Oh,
right
Gee! We try to get G locked up, man.
I'm okay with it not being there because they are going to give me such a big deep dive. But it's like at the same time, it's like, dude, like you guys when they came out and jumped the gun and said 12 months, and then like I'm sitting here looking at the calendar, and it's just like, yo, it don't look like this is 12 months, even though this could easily come out in 12 months, but it doesn't. It's just. I wish they never would have said that 12 months thing.
Yeah,
because I feel like that's.
I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out later too.
That sounds a lot of Kool-Aid.
Well, here's the thing. Though I said I wouldn't even mind if Starfield got pushed back off that June date.
I don't
but
listen to you.
It's just my thing is if it got. I just don't want it. If they do another 12-month thing this year, I don't want them showing a game that was supposed to be in the 12-month last year.
No, let me tell you something. And I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm gonna call Gene. If they miss this 12 months, Gene gonna go down there. We're gonna raise hell.
Because it is the thing. They pigeonholed themselves. They did. They told them. Listen. Let's be real here.
Anyway,
this is a Todd Howard BGS open world game. In no world, it would be.
What you implying? What are you implying?
There's no scenario. It would be wishful thinking.
Be careful
to think that this game comes out in any state other than somewhat broken. It is, and it all depends on whether it's playfully broken. Like, oh, look at this astronaut with boobs coming out of his head. Cool, man, funny.
Doing that.
Or if it's
my sword and shield,
exactly.
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Yeah,
there you go. Or is it damn? Every time I try to boot the game up, it crashes. My whole house turns off. Like, you know,
the problem with this game is most Bethesda games come out, they're buggy at the beginning until they get that first couple patches done.
Right.
But the fun factor is far surpassed the annoyance factor.
Right. And
but I will say, even though they didn't make Fallout 76, a sister studio made that game, so they had to take the L for that.
They have to.
There was nothing to do really in that game, so you only dealt with the issue.
Right. So this is the thing, right? To me, looking back on it, James said something about how they have to be a different Bethesda. I think the one thing that they wish they would have done is to not even acknowledge the existence of this game until 6 months, but that they were 100% sure internally this game was ready to come out. You pull the Fallout 4. You don't acknowledge the existence of the game. I don't even care if it is a new IP. People are going to be excited about it, no matter what. It's a new BGS game. Now, to Addict's point, they had the stumble of, we have to answer for 76, right? We have to answer for 76. So the next thing we come out, we have to talk about it because, hey, we have to make sure people are confident in what we're bringing to the table. We did that to ourselves. My thing is, look at all the conversations we're having. It better be 60. It can't. This hypothetical window that they created for themselves, which is an unnecessary rake, right? We're all arguing about how much of vanilla it is if it goes past the 30th of June or whatever. It does. What happens if they never said anything about this, and then at E3 they're like, "You'll be playing the next BGS game in November."
Okay, King, why did they come out and like you being told behind closed doors? We can have this out. And, hold up. Yeah. Okay, so NDA dude, you're being told, yo, it's up to you, King. Do I release this in May right now? 30 frames, or do I release it in July 60 frames?
You missed that date coming for your forehead.
That's it. Okay. But again, when I say they pigeonhole themselves,
when you gonna get the full me, pause. After
so that's why when I say they pigeonhole themselves, when I say that's exactly what I mean. You put yourself in a position to fail the consumer unnecessarily, right? In so many ways. To me, I'm gonna be honest. So I like being surprised by stuff, by games. Okay. I like coming into a year and be like, I don't know what's gonna come out.
Yeah,
we have ideas
like
about
the only
stuff.
person on the panel that I'll find some juicy stuff out, man. Stuff that no one else saws. Like, don't tell me.
Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I love the secrecy around games because it makes.
So when we do reactions. Solves is genuine. Like you didn't know nothing
I have
about
know
that.
Nothing. I know nothing, and that's why my track record.
I've had people literally message me an entire show right before the show before. Like it's ridiculous. Like,
and I would curse that person out. They did that to me.
And you know how it is. Like when you open a message and you start reading before you realize what you're reading, it's too late. Like
my whole thing is this. I like the fact that they're saying, hey, we're going to come out, we're going to give you deep dives in these games. All right. I do think
40 minutes without Starfield good too.
40
minutes without Starfield.
Don't forget the extra 43.
Yeah. So it really is. And then you have the Elder Scrolls Online extended thing right afterwards, right?
Which is interesting. I feel like they should have gave that to the Video Game Awards. Like that's probably something they could have easily put it there, and it would have got, because I think they should have at the video
thing.
But it does feel like that whatever the ESO stuff is very substantial. It's substantial.
Yeah, right? They even have a show after.
Right. The extended thing. So my thing is this: Starfield does deserve its own thing. I don't necessarily agree that by saying that it's coming afterwards, it's an indicator that the game is going to miss that hypothetical window they created for themselves. Because again, to me, the moment you gave yourself the opening to move the game to 2023, it should have always been 11/11/2023. I don't understand why you don't give yourself enough.
Why I gotta wait a year because you want that? Why?
Because it's a game that no matter what. So you want. So you
a numeric.
Here we go.
Genius now.
You just told me that the number they gave you, they better stick to it. Hold up. So
here we
go. Just want more time. You're saying
they gave you more time when they told you push it back from when it was looking ugly. It was just one thing that was messed up.
I'm gonna tell you this. I don't. If it's broken beyond belief,
you keep saying
in June. No, if it is, I don't want to hear the king. I don't want to hear the king. I don't want to hear the king if it's broken beyond belief. If it's like
you said they Bethesda, they broken. You said this. This is from your mouth.
This is what they do.
Anything God Howard touches comes out broken.
Here we go.
You want to know if it's going to be blatantly broken
on God and them. On God and them. You're going to tell me that if this game got pushed to 2024, it still wouldn't be. It still wouldn't be. And I guarantee you, it'd still be broken in some way. Guarantee.
Oh man, get him out of here.
I guarantee you. I guarantee you.
I'm sick and tired of your fence behind. Yo, listen. Look. Bro. No. This is an indictment on all of you dudes.
I didn't even speak yet. How am I indicted?
This is not soft talk Sunday.
I have to ask you. I'm gonna tell you right now. But what? I don't even understand what you're defending.
I'm defending soft talk Sundays.
You're defending.
It's supposed to be soft talk.
But by me saying that it's gonna be broken no matter what, I'm defending them.
No, because and your logic is no matter what he does to it, he gonna ship a broken game.
It's true.
So if it ship tomorrow or it ship in November by your special 11/11/23.
I agree with King 100%.
Yo, there's still
I agree
aspects of
with King,
there are
100%.
aspects of Skyrim that are still broken.
So what?
So what are you telling me?
It's still the greatest selling game of all time.
It does not. So what I'm saying is, though, if
Back
they
down.
tell you, if Todd Howard's like, you know what, it's still too broken to come out in this window
Todd
for
ain't
King.
saying that. Todd
So-
telling you it was a go. Todd told you it was
Todd
a
ain't
go.
telling you it was a go.
Todd said,
to calm it down. You ain't shipping that dear buddy. Not on
All
my
I'm
name.
saying,
Not
I don't
at
want to
all.
hear complaints from King that it's sub 30.
You're not gonna hear no complaints
I
from me at all
don't hear
because you know
it's
why?
sub
You know
30.
why? You know why you're not gonna hear no
Solve, you need to
complaints?
back down.
Because this game is coming out in June. So you ain't gonna hear no complaints from me. Now, okay, I'm sick and tired of you Xbox dudes.
Here we go.
You know
Here we
what?
go.
No,
You-
I think
you
it was Gene's turn. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, I think it was Gene's turn.
No. It ain't Gene John because Gene don't need to take this smoke. This smoke is definitely for you Xbox dudes that are too soft and too scared to take it, too afraid. All right, yeah. I want y'all to do. I want to know what's the roadmap. They gave you a roadmap. They gave you 12 months of roadmap, right? So you sitting there like, we don't like the roadmap because the roadmap is not good for us. Wait a second. You want it this way and you want it that way. They told you that Starfield wasn't ready. They said give us like 4 months, right? Because I remember the joint. Well, okay, NDA do crap. 4 months.
Really? Where'd you get that information?
It needs some polishing. It's in some polishing phase, right? So okay, they gave you longer than 4 months, and you still complaining. It's gonna come out broken.
complaining.
All right, so okay, they said they're gonna give you a show. Addict literally said, I'm sick and tired of you showing your stuff at the Game Awards. Use your own damn platform. Phil went there, sat there and said, we ain't showing you a damn thing. And he was all natty. He said,
He was on that shit. Not on that shit.
getting a damn thing. And you said, why the hell is Phil sitting there smiling and he ain't got no game up there? He said, because I'm doing my own damn show in January. So January coming, and he told you, why do Microsoft have to tell y'all what's going to be at the show? I'm so sick and tired of Sony don't, Nintendo don't. You just show up and you get what you get, right? And if they walk off the show and don't show you God of War, y'all sit there and be like, maybe next time, right? Y'all don't do it, right? But they told you ahead of time, yo, don't even come here looking for Starfield. That's on a separate show later on. Y'all not happy with that. Why ain't
They never satisfied King. That's the problem.
Why it ain't at the show? Why this broken game that no matter when they ship, it's gonna be broken? Why it ain't at? Because it's broken and you gotta wait for the other show. So y'all can't have it both ways.
Woo!
And I want y'all to stand on your chest, right? Have some faith. Microsoft told you by June.
By June.
All right? And we're going to get another 12 months of Christmas.
Relax,
all right?
Courtney.
And another 12 months of good games coming. So right now, you're going to watch Redfall because they're pushing Redfall right now. You're going to watch Minecraft. You're going to watch Forza. You're getting those 3 games first before Starfield. Starfield is bringing up the rear like Barry Bonds, and he's going to knock it out the park, and he ain't going to be broken. So stop being afraid and just sit there. This ain't Soft Talk Sundays. We going to get this done.
Yo,
We're gonna get it done.
Sorry, Gene.
All right.
every time
Before I go, I
somebody
would love
puts
to get-
their neck out first, they die. Die.
Hey, you know what? I die so you can live.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But let's just remember, Leonidas walked into that little alcove with 300 buttons. He didn't make it out.
But you know what's crazy?
He didn't make it out.
He did get murdered.
The craziest thing is they know exactly who he is and they know his story. Your story will never be told because you're sitting there.
But
So you want a glorious death?
Afraid. I want you to go tell my
But you're
story.
dead.
Go tell my story. Tell them how I stood on this and I stand on this right now. I'm with Phil.
So the
He said
Starfield have to
June.
die for something else.
You know what? You know why? You know why?
Go ahead, King.
They have to be able to succeed. You have to have faith, right? I got faith. He hasn't proven me wrong yet.
Who is that?
He said
Who?
when Phil told you he's not going to ship a broken game if it's not ready, he don't care. He did it with Halo. It was millions of marketing dollars.
He's not going
right
to do
there.
it, but he did it with Halo.
Yeah, but you know what? It was better than shipping that broken game in the state.
Well, wait
that
a
it
minute.
was.
This flies in the face of everything you're defending. You're about to say you're going to give them the smoke if they don't meet that June deadline.
Because he said, that, listen.
Let's go.
You don't tell me, here, pay this for this Game Pass, This is gonna be this is gonna be that. We thought that Starfield and Redfall's coming out this year. I'm paying Game Pass. I didn't back off of that. You said 12 months, right? So I'm gonna sit here with this 12 months that you said. I'm living up to my commitment. My commitment is support and being a consumer. Live up to your commitment on delivering on your promises, like you said, right? So your promises, like you said, is 12 months, right? 12 months ain't up. I'm not bothering you. TikTok, buddy. TikTok. Okay. Because that June come in and you didn't fly right. I don't care if Redfall hit. I don't care if Forza hit. I don't care if Minecraft hit. If that Starfield ain't out, you are mine. So 12 months. I'm here. I hope you did too.
And what I'm saying is this, I think if hindsight is 2020, they're like, we should have never said anything about this damn game.
I agree.
ever.
I agree.
Ever.
Gee, you sound like you went before I get my bars off. I need to. You sound like he was ready to jump in. I just want to make sure he had any thoughts, or he just listened to us go crazy.
Honestly, but I think my biggest question with Starfield is what kind of Bethesda game are we gonna get? You know, because like we were talking earlier about how in Oblivion and Skyrim you can like pick up anything. You can pick up literally like every little thing like on the desk, right?
Right.
I have a hard time like seeing a game like that running at 60 frames, you know, at 4K, right? So like
complexities.
So are they gonna peel some of that back? Where it's like, you know, like do you really need to pick up everything in Starfield? You know, I don't know. You know, like what kind of Bethesda game are we gonna get? You know, because like, God, you look at her, you know, like you look at Horizon Forbidden West, and like that is a gorgeous game that runs at 60 frames per second. You know, and like that kind of reminds me of like a Bethesda game, except that you can't really just pick up everything. Like it's more of an action game, right? So it's like when I look at Starfield, I'm like, okay, this kind of looks like that kind of game where you can have conversations. And the conversations and the action are the centerpiece of it, and not so much like, "Ooh, am I gonna steal this space food?" You know, like it's stuff like that necessary. I don't know, you know.
No, I mean it's a good question, right? Based on their history and the scope of their games, you know, how extensive is it going to be in that regard? And I'll jump in. This is fun.
That would have just to comment on that. If they roll back on that. The Maddie's not gonna be happy. Well, I mean the DGS faithful, if they roll back on that level of interaction, there's gonna be a conversation. Around that.
All right, let me flip.
Yeah, because we're still talking about Fallout 4 and how they roll back so many like conversation pieces and everything too.
Good point. No, very
they didn't
good.
Even really have dialogue trees much in that game.
Well, the thing that I think that they start off with a very good start is no voice protagonist.
Right.
Because I actually like that, where it's just like
me too.
I can, in my mind, this is who I want it to be. And when you kind of pigeonhole into a voice, and I think that was one of the major mistakes. I was, major reason why people don't receive Fallout 4 as well as 3. And then a lot of to your point, Gene, the peeling back of the systems, right? It is not as, in depth as 3 was. But look, first let's talk about the direct. I thought they did a fantastic job setting the proper expectation. For me personally, I feel like you have, first of all, Gene is 100% right. I was completely upset that they did not show at the Game Awards. I think that was a missed opportunity. I've said before ad nauseum, they set the expectation by being at the Game Awards. They showed the Series X at the Game Awards. They showed Hellblade at the Game Awards. They showed Perfect Dark at the Game Awards. So they've opened themselves up to an audience that is not familiar with the Xbox brand and has the most eyes, right? They didn't show up in there. I thought that was a mistake. Now it's course correction. They come out with a tweet after the Game Awards. Hey, we've got something cooking for you guys soon. Okay, cool. Now Greedy comes out with the tweet. Hey, we're going to have a show. Developer Direct. I like the name. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind it. You know what I'm saying? Developer Direct, developer focus seems to be less personality focused, which is one of my issues with Inside Xbox. Just show me the games from the devs. Let's get to it. Love that. Obviously, Redfall is going to be big for them. I know people hating on Minecraft's a huge game. I hate to break it to y'all, but Minecraft is
Minecraft's the biggest game there.
It's the biggest game going. Like I know people that's what it is. Forza is going to be there. Very interested. No one's talking a lot about Forza. Forza to me is going to tell me a lot about this release cadence. Because if we get, according to the German Xbox Direct, Developer Direct information on the German Xbox site, they said release dates. So that to me now, you're setting the expectation. Forza's going to let us know, okay, where does that fall? The rumors allegedly with Redfall is May, right? Does Forza come before that, right? Where does it fall in that pocket? Then you got the Minecraft Legend. And then surprisingly, I didn't expect to see Elder Scrolls Online. So I thought that was interesting. And then, you know, to the point where we're going to get a new chapter, and then we do know ZeniMax is working on another MMO / live service type IP. Does that get revealed? You know, I'm curious, but I think the expectation was right. And of course, Redfall is huge. This is arcane. This is a huge deal. This is co-op. This is in a different space for them. You know, I know some people have concerns, but I'm starting to hear, like you saw, like people kind of more low-key excited for Redfall. You know what I'm saying?
I gotta shout out Maddie now.
Yeah.
Maddie, I love you, man, but you sounded like the old man yelling at the cloud.
He not letting go.
You can only do immersive sim in a small controlled environment. No. Far Cry 2 and 3, Zelda Breath of the Wild, it can be done in arcade.
Shout out to Maddie. I understand his concern. I understand. From a person who loves the studio for specific things, and when you start to see them alter a little bit.
Yeah.
But what I tried to say is the bag and how now they're critically acclaimed for like Deathloop and all this new stuff. There's a whole new audience, and he's holding on. It's like in hip hop where we just want people to sound like Rakim all day.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like it's like I feel you, the bars, the guard MC. I feel you. But yo, you know, people like
don't
Nas.
like that mumble rap.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They don't like certain things. That's what it is. So I get where he at. So let's get to the main event. This Starfield situation. Very interesting. Very interesting. First of all, salute to them. Because if Attic is so right, if they would not have said that, and we showed up to the Developer Direct, watched a whole 43 minutes of Developer Direct, and there was no
the next one, Starfield.
Bro!
But wait.
There's no more.
There would have been hell to pay. You know what I'm saying? So salute to them getting in front of that. I love the fact that Starfield's getting a deep dive. You need to give God Howard the proper time. I want to know about all the systems, the dialogue, the factions. I want to see the gunplay. I want to see some of them procedurally generated planets. I want to see a lot of this future tech that's so ambitious. I want to know. So, yes, give them their date. I love it. And I need to see God Howard come out with the jacket. That's just me. But anyway, I need the brown leather. I need that in my life. That's when I know it's official. It's real. Anyway, back on point. So now, the question that Attic is talking about is interesting. I got to be real, King. Last week, I thought about it some more. And even though the official page says first half Starfield release, the only question I have is, where in the hell do you fit it if it's first half? Because here's the thing. All right, let's just say May is what you call it. Redfall. Minecraft Legends got to get a date. What month is that? Forza got to get a date. What month is that?
I think Forza's out first.
You think Forza's first? You think Forza's going to set
I think Forza's probably in February or March.
So you're going to say, let's say March.
Right.
So
and then you have the direct for Starfield in March.
Okay. So then you're saying Starfield April, like? Oh, when you say Starfield?
Starfield is in June. I think Starfield.
You still say the whole of June.
You think it's June post E3?
I think it's before E3.
Oh,
I think it's
E3.
Okay,
like
so and let me explain why I think it's before E3.
Break it down.
These are the only people that still holding tradition. Right? I mean, Nintendo shows up to E3. Sony just, they figure that they're going to sell anyway, so why waste money singing to the choir, right? Microsoft is still trying to gain ground. How do you nullify what anybody does during E3? Put out Starfield. Control the narrative.
Do you hit them with the God Howard come out on stage? And right now, you'll be playing it. Like, we doing one of those?
Well, what I think is...
What we doing?
On that Starfield Direct, you get a date. I think you have to put the line in the sand, right? You give them a date because anytime a company puts out a date, that's a direct line to whoever, right? When
This your gangster talk. This your gangster talk. I know what you're doing.
When Sony put out the date for God of War, it's like, I dare you put your stuff over there.
So,
when Nintendo put out Breath of the Wild date, they said, I dare you. I know what you got coming. I dare you come close to this date. Right? So now you're up to that. You, as a company, you have to strategize. Right? You already seen the first opening salvo for whoever it is.
Like
I think Microsoft can put it that week just to gain the mind share. It's going to sell no matter what, right? But how you nullify whatever big announcement somebody else's does is by having actual product in hand. So they have product that they're playing, and you're talking about something in the future. Like, yeah, we'll get to that, but right now, though, this is on this.
So June before E3 or after E3?
I say before E3 to take away whatever thunder preemptively.
So like June, like the 4th or 5th or something like that.
There's this beautiful thing called Diablo. June.
That's if you don't own them. If you don't own them right now, you can't cannibalize something at that pace. I think Diablo's going to do what Diablo's going to do, right?
Huge.
I know, but you can do probably at the end of the month, probably in the beginning of the month.
I'm with you at the end
I don't know how flexible you are with it if you don't want to cannibalize that IP.
Top of June.
I will say this, though. There's a big success story of a game coming out, and that's Last of Us. Last of Us came out 2013, the week of the week leading up to E3.
See,
and so again, if you have that level of game, right, then yes, because all of a sudden people are like, damn, okay, we seen all this new hot stuff and that's amazing, but we got this 10 right here waiting for us, and it does something, because again, Last of Us, it could have easily gone
generate hype going into the conferences too.
For the level of quality of stuff you're gonna show, because like, hey, look, everybody questioned us. Look at this, the biggest game that we have coming out. We hit the nail on the head. We got it done. So it gives people a reason to be excited for what's coming, right? Now it could backfire if you try to do that and the game is a 7, then but if you hit that Last of Us level of hype going into an E3,
but
I can see it.
Now, if it's what King is talking about, so that means you're gonna show it
whole
twice
in your shows and everything on the floor. Starfield.
But here's the thing, King. Like, they literally said they're gonna do a standalone show.
Right.
So that means a separate show. Okay, you talk, and then you're gonna show it again at E3 then.
No. They said
you don't show it.
They said that they're gonna show it at that event, and the hype from playing it is gonna carry into
E3 and then release at the end. That's where we go.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to see what you're about to say.
But I think
Starfield will come out before E3.
Before E3.
Okay.
So I don't know how they feel about Diablo.
That Diablo though, man, it's the first hit or something like that. Like, where can you like strategically place that with Diablo popping out on the 6th of June?
Yeah, I don't
because if you pop it out at the beginning, then it's just gonna Diablo might take its shine away. If Diablo's good,
man, you better touch. They don't get the audio until the joint start. Attic is the club on this. Crazy.
The reason it's like that is because I just got back from the gym and I didn't have a whole lot of time to do anything.
Yeah, his elbows are sore.
No, on the real though, like I have a bad shoulder and it's been making me working out.
Oh, your shoulder.
Oh, you got to take that joint support that I use with Advanced GG. Get the gummy.
Yo, they got no audio still hard. Like no audio.
Yeah,
now they say perfect. Okay.
Yeah, it's perfect now.
Okay.
So what you do is take the Advanced GG joint support.
You take it. Yeah, you gotta get your joint support, bro. You know you're supposed to do
clear
that.
It up real quickly, sir.
Get them gummies, bro.
Yeah, I took them this morning.
Okay, good.
Oh, he just starts his first day.
Liver too.
Yeah, and also don't mess with that guy. He's been debunked.
The liver king?
Yeah.
No. I mean liver pills. Beef liver pills.
Oh, you eating liver pills?
Yeah.
That's you, TJ, huh?
Yeah.
All right. That's why your camera. That's why your camera was off. The effects of liver pills.
Jansen.
Yeah.
Don't be hating on everything in this stream, my dude. Like,
Oh, he can booty quick.
Yeah, they don't be liking Jansen. Jansen coming with the negative energy.
Today. You see the Xbox paraphernalia.
They not gonna feel Jansen if he's coming with that energy he had for the
I
game.
was not negative last stream.
Oh,
Come
yes,
on.
you was. The whole comment section let me know not to bring you back.
Oh yeah. I wasn't here.
It's like, do not bring him. He's bringing the room down.
We outside. Nah, buddy. We gonna see all of this.
question for the chat. Question for the chat. Do you guys like the format we have now? Because I'm gonna eventually have an overlay made for us.
I said we like the boxes. It's cool. Said, yo, Attic.
Oh,
just don't mess
Tango
up the stream.
Gameworks. They're gonna be here.
Yeah,
Tango,
Phil,
of course.
Phil is
So
outside
Link was
really
real.
working. Unlike other CEOs, it's outside snitching.
I'm so mad.
You
I'm supposed to have a date.
That's not good, man. That's not
I don't like
good.
that.
Fourth second half game.
I don't like the smell of that.
That's the second half. Oh, what's this?
Tango.
That's me. And you're probably wondering how I ended
Oh,
up
it's that
here.
Jet Set Radio
Well,
high
it's
five
pretty
joint,
standard.
right?
His arm is bionic.
Check this out.
I'm
Music
about to
player in my
break up
chest.
tears right now.
It's powering up my new robot arm.
Oh.
The redacted
It's
game.
making everything sync up with the beat.
Oh.
That's right.
Oh, this is for the Jet Set Radio.
Oh, I like this art style.
Yeah, the art style fire. They look like a straight up cartoon.
Yep.
What in the hell am I looking at?
The name's Chai,
This looks
not
actually dope.
Defect.
I'm buying
This is Game Pass. So off, Maddie.
We'll take down this company,
All right, this right here.
one boss at a time.
Sunset Overdrive.
Just so
Yeah, Sunset Overdrive. A little bit of classic Jet Set Radio, and a little bit of like Dragon Play, okay?
A platformer.
It's the people that make Evil Within. Yeah, see right there.
Seriously.
Oh, okay.
Naturally.
Yo.
Wi-Fi Rush. That look kind of hot. Tango.
Wi-Fi Rush. Passion projects look like they're making it.
Future Rockstar.
I'm
Shinji the legend.
studio head
Salute to
at
Shinji.
Tang Gameworks. Thank you for all your support over the years.
And I'm John Johannes, director on
That's
Hi-Fi
hard
Rush.
work right there.
This game
That's
is
definitely good. Sunset Overdrive vibes.
Oh, yo, you know what? It reminds me of, what was that game that we went out and spent all that money on to get? What you talking about? The joint that we had first, Sunset Overdrive.
Yeah, that's what I said. Literally, Sunset.
So everyone thinks
This
of
is
us as
literally
putting
like they
out
got that
horror
vibe,
games
too.
like
Yeah,
Evil Within or
yeah.
spooky games
Go
like
out and make
Ghostwire
another
Tokyo.
hole.
But this is clearly something totally different. And if this game hasn't already leaked, fingers crossed, we hope it's a pleasant surprise.
Let's have some fun.
November 29th, glad to be here. ILP with the format, crazy 10 turner legit wizards, no doubt.
This looks crazy.
AKW in the building. Have a great show, Lord.
Is this exclusive?
Support the PAX East 2023.
that?
So we've been waiting for this for a long time.
I'm just wondering.
So let's jump in and explain
Yo, when the
exactly
game
what
good, they be like,
Hi-Fi
yo, is it
Rush
ours?
Man, this art style look clean.
But do we own it? Is it mine? You know that's funny. Is it mine, baby?
Hi-Fi
No,
Rush
that's
is a
not
rhythm
hashtag just one, sir, but
So
it
it's
looked
a
good.
bit of a twist on your traditional action.
No.
Here, your moves and attacks help create a
Animation
living
looks
sound.
clean.
That means all your flashy moves, stylish and
I
devastating
don't know,
combos
Colin.
add
It's a
layer
third
to
person
the
action adventure.
It's third person, but
The
it,
more you
it's
flow
not
with the beat,
I know,
cinematic. I mean, but it's
I know.
dope.
attacks and
It's dope.
abilities.
They got a beat saber type jump.
You are in total control during combat, but everything you do syncs up like an awesome music video. That's Hi-Fi Rush.
Oh, this
I like
looks
that.
scalebound, the better
You play as
version.
Chai,
That's what I like.
a wannabe rock star, victim of a weird
Scalebound.
corporate experiment that lets him sense the rhythm of the
doing the
entire
biggest
world
rap.
pulsing to the game
So hold on,
sound.
let me get on beat before I beat you up. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna beat you to the.
As you can see, the beat moves the world around
Why
you.
we gotta
and is
get
the
on
key
beat
to
before he
combat.
hits you?
Your attacks will automatically sync to land on the beat,
beat you to
making
the
Hi-Fi
beat.
Rush
Yeah,
super
beat you
easy
to the beat.
start playing. However, attacking on the beat leads to combos that end with a
Oh, so they
musical
got some
countdown.
DJ.
and
Yeah, you
colorful
time and
beat.
flow
Make a
type
big
of
cymbal crash at the end of a drum solo, like this. Landing beat hits unleash a combo finish that adds unique musical flair and high damage attack.
I mean, this is
This got a fire. I ain't gonna front. This got a fire. This got a fire. I ain't even gonna hold you. This got a fire. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. Nah, it's not just one. Relax, but it's fire.
Remind me of those great games we played on the 360 so long ago.
Yes.
I say Dreamcast.
Did this?
Oh yeah, Dreamcast. Yeah, going all the way back.
They're giving me Dreamcast.
AKW, all right, you have a great show.
How about we see it all in
23 of my birthday. Oh, your birthday. Come on. Happy born day, AKW.
Yeah, man.
Happy
Born
birthday.
day.
Early born day.
Thanks again. Thanks again for the
When you, I see you. Ladies, saying Hi-Fi Rush just won the direct for her. I'm good for the rest of the show.
You're never restrained by the music. You can
You might say it's like Sunset
vary
with
whenever you
meets
want,
Brutal
using
Legend.
whatever attacks you want.
Yeah.
It's not about mashing
Brutal
buttons.
Legend.
The key here is
This
feeling
looks real
the beat.
clean, bro.
Yep. Very colorful. Very Nintendo-ish.
How long has this been developed? What's
Something
done?
that could definitely
See, there go the DJ. The turn out I feel like that DJ.
I bet you
Hero
this
guitar
comes
hero
out.
type
I bet
vibe.
you this comes out in
Progress isn't
February.
blocked by missing the beat,
Yep.
but you get rewarded
This is the
musically
February
and
17th.
mechanics
Only
for
different. I
staying
just want
rhythm.
some more enemy to play. I'm just nitpicking, but the joint is fine.
It comes out on Valentine's Day,
When we
so
say
you and your girl can
everything
break up.
moves to beat, we mean
You're in
attacks,
university right there.
cutscenes,
Oh, that's cool.
dangerous obstacles,
Ooh.
you name it.
This is
It all
good. This
syncs
is a
to
good
the
way to
music,
demonstrate
creating an
games.
ongoing jam session of a game.
Can we admit that pacing is phenomenal
To
on
help
this
out
show
is
right now?
Vito,
It's
your
like
robot
a
cat companion who literally
a
hovers
direct
over your
2.0.
shoulder and helps you
Yeah,
find that
it's a
rhythm.
better version right now.
If their
We
E3
also
was
have
like
visual
this, it'd
guides
be
to help you
perfect.
even more.
Well, we get there later. Let's just get this. Let's
We
just
want you
finish
to be
this
able
one
to
up.
enjoy Hi-Fi Rush, whether you're a rhythm pro or
That's
not.
the
Just relax
only
yourself.
reason
Let's
why
just
I
get it
can't
clean.
stand.
Let's land the plane clean
Yeah,
first.
that's why I can't stand Xbox heads, man.
Chai also gets
Yeah,
by
just
with
let's
the
get
help
this
from his
one.
friends.
What help for the friend? What we got? What's
I
going on?
really like how they're syncing everything to the beat in this game.
Yep.
Slacker, we've got
I
work to
love
Even
the
the
cartoon
characters
Chai
Wow.
will
vibe.
stay
What's the
like
team
the
up?
allies who expand his
What's going on?
repertoire of moves both
We
in
got
and
four?
out of combat.
Yep.
There's
What's going on?
Penguin
Don't let me say we got 2 and 4.
along with Macaron smashing
Oh,
enemies
she's
Oh,
like
yeah,
a
beat 'em up.
companion to switch off.
There I
Tag
go
teaming
right
with
there.
Chai's partners
Big
opens
There's my man
a huge
Bruticus.
possibility
There you
for
go.
dynamic combos
Big
and over the
Bruticus.
top
That's
action.
my man.
Yes. Debate. Hey, how low can you
Your
go?
baby father, $2 server. Hi-Fi Rough is Parappa the Rapper.
Hey, yo.
The extra help is
I
handy.
used to like that game.
Because
I
when
got
you're
that.
not fighting,
Look
you're
at the
going to be
platforming.
running
Look at-
around.
I told you,
and
it's a
wreaking havoc
platformer.
all
Now
over
we're
the
seeing
map.
different
Platformer slash
biomes.
beat 'em up.
Everything is
Okay,
trying
they
to keep
doing
you down.
something.
Look
You
at
and
We
your
got a
this.
partners
squad
in a single
now.
goal in mind.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm feeling the vibe.
Taking down the bosses.
Give us some
I
advancing
told you
It might
this is
be a-
scale bound.
besides wanting to erase Chai from being a
This is our
beat,
replacement
it
king.
seems they've got
This is
something a little
scale
bit more
bound, which I
sinister
was
on their
asking
corporate
for, but
agenda.
good.
You'll fight through each department to take them all on. Each level with their own musical spin on the rock genre.
Yo.
And then we have a showdown.
Shout out to the Overwatch screen.
Yo.
Bosses.
get ready to crumble.
Boss battles are
You know I
climactic
like
centers
No, this way Addy gonna judge the whole game right here.
musical
This
minigames
Addy gonna
to
judge the
chase
whole game on these
No,
boss
listen,
battles.
this is a lot deeper
custom
than I thought
choreographed
it
for
was.
licensed music. from
9-inch
music
nail, Black Keys Prodigy.
Wait, they got real
girl?
They got real joints? They got real
Yes,
artists?
sir.
Oh,
Hi-Fi
they got the
Rush is like
bag?
nothing we've made at
Yes.
Tango before.
Max got the bag.
And we think it's like nothing you've ever played before either.
Somebody
It's a
said give me
high
single
energy,
vibe. Yeah.
This
feel-good
feels
rhythm
real
action
90
experience
Metacritic
that's
score-wise.
amazingly satisfying to
Yes,
play.
sir.
You guys, there's a surprise I'm not going to spoil about this game, but enjoy.
Pretty rock star move, Chai.
Hi-Fi Rush. Stealing the show right now. Stealing the show. What a
About to steal it
presentation.
way more.
Shinji did his thing, the legend.
He said, and it's out right now on your Xbox.
Oh man, don't do this to us,
He
kids.
said, see you later, I'm out of here.
Hold on.
Right now.
いや、それは当たり前でしょうね。
He said, you could pet that cat.
いや、
What the other real
一
surprise?
つの
What
サ
real
プライズ
surprise?
はありますよ。
まあ、これはジョンのゲームだ
It's
から
your game, John.
どうぞ。
Let's go.
Prophet King.
So, not only were we super psyched for you to play this, we're happy to tell you that you can play Hi-Fi Rush tonight.
It dropped down on your
Not
head.
now, full
Let's
game.
go.
Oh, yeah. He said, I know there's a lot of people in the world sad with
And
spoken.
yes, it'll be on Game Pass as well.
We hope you
Go
enjoy
get it in your Game
playing
Pass.
All right, I'm
Do
ending
that
the
download
stream,
to the
guys.
app. Let me do that. All right, guys.
It's been real.
It's been-
It's been
Oh, man, I'm
real.
about to go. When
Yo,
is this
how-
be available? I need to download this.
Yo, how many years have we been saying they need to drop a game? Like, it's right now. Like,
Oh, surprise! Somebody been listening.
Mind if I join?
All right, I need to. When does Game Pass refresh every day?
I'm gonna tell you right now. We need to give Phil Legend of the Year every year. This is how our 2023 starting.
I want to see Twitter full of the timeline full of High Rush.
This is
Well, you know, those guys don't play games.
Well, Twitter is a game.
it's crazy. They revealed a game and released it in the same
fire.
breath.
That's the. Remember when I talk about the surprise,
That's
the
what we've
wonder.
been waiting for.
That's what I like.
That's what happens when you
Play
have
with
a
Game
bunch
Pass
of studios.
today.
Get it today, January 25th. Booyakasha.
All right, baby. Oh, Arcane.
Okay,
baby.
here we go.
Here we go.
Something evil is swallowing up this place bit by bit.
Okay,
Nobody ever
60.
believes things can get this bad.
Guys, it's just
until
a batch
it
of
happens.
blood.
Ever believes these can get this bad.
It's too late.
Stack them bodies up.
But
Stack them.
So they literally said it's not back for Butter Left 4 Dead.
No, I know. I was joking because everybody's crying about it.
Or it's just sarcasm.
Yeah. Slide up on you, shotgun blast to the miss out.
Here we go.
Welcome to Redfall, Massachusetts, where the calm seas and sunny skies have been eclipsed by a legion of vampires. Redfall is a story-driven shooter at its heart, which can be played single-player or co-op with up to 4 players.
Ooh, I'm liking it.
Choose your hero, each with their own unique abilities, and form the perfect vampire-slaying squad to take back Redfall's haunted streets.
At Arcane, we make games where the world itself is as important as the characters. With Redfall, we take an exciting
eerie.
step forward,
That beat
building a
kinda hard.
lovingly detailed open world to deliver our largest setting
I like
ever.
the 60 frame.
Every inch of our
Well,
open world
nowadays,
is
dudes
carefully
can't be doing 60
handcrafted and
frames.
packed with environmental
Nah, this game could
storytelling.
be 120.
Explore the streets of a quaint island town,
Dudes struggling.
from the once
So
bustling
20.
downtown to the haunted forest to the decimated seaside boardwalk and gorgeously detailed landmarks. But it's not all danger all the time. There are safe places on the island where you can rest up, chat with survivors, and
There's garlic
resupply.
outside the house.
Here we're at the fire station, one of your home bases. This is one place you'll
So
receive
somebody
missions
canoodling
from
on the couch.
survivors.
There's something I need you to do.
What you
The
need
old
me to do?
lighthouse in the bay. It's been used for over a century to keep boats away from the coastline. If we turn it back on,
Love how the guns
it's a
sway.
warning to anyone trying to come to Redfall right now. Easy, right?
Ow, sway.
Well, the lighthouse keeper's a real asshole. Joined up
Oh,
with
they
those
cursing
cultists and took the damn lamp with him.
Oh, she looking dope.
Go on, Bert.
Oh, yeah. How you Odin.
Oh, invisibility?
Here's a vampire known as the Shroud. Shrouds blanket the area in darkness, disorienting their prey. They hurl lethal projectiles and can even shift through the floor to avoid damage.
That's particle effects.
Stab.
Alright, let's turn the difficulty up.
You can go play on hard. I'm gonna play on touchy-feely. Pause. Look at the house, though.
Yeah, son.
Oh, no. Nope. That's when I go right outside. Nope.
The blood is part of me. I am the blood. Grandfather clock. Vecna's coming through.
I knew it. I felt like it was a vampire behind me. He burst. Get a burst run. Shoot him with the stake. Oh.
And that's some bullet spongy vampire right there.
Bug it out.
Invisible dude shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, cheat code. Shout out to my man, Hip Hop Gamer.
The lighthouse is back up, but there's more waiting for you. Taking down vampires angers the vampire gods, who will summon the Rook to take you down.
Or banish you the Rook. Who messing with the lighthouse? Told you to
Let's
touch
transition
that.
to what you'll find outside of the main story missions. There's so much waiting for you. Redfall is filled with encounters that can pop up anywhere, like this brewery that's fallen under cultist control. Save the locals from being offered to the vampires. Like our past games, you can approach a mission in many different ways.
Oh, that's that arcane. Saab was right.
Mm-hmm. Approach it from different things.
Yep.
I'm liking the
Always be ready to impose. Remy uses her combat robot Bribon to help distract and eliminate the cultists.
We got him, Bribon.
I would say, go try out, what was that other game that they just put out? Deathloop? Guns Control Night. It's just that blood on the wall, son.
On the walls. Why they gotta string you out and put your blood on the wall, spell write verses on your blood?
So they got a cultist back.
Look at that little olive.
What's this over here?
Yep. Infiltration mission.
Silently feeling like a
This
little bit
does
of,
feel way arcane.
Yeah, just all the options you can, how to tackle different missions.
Yeah, get your man with the herpy on his back.
Wow. Wow, King.
Preparation Everyone's safe. Let's move on.
He's like, yo, the herpy wants to have me, son.
Exploring Redfall will take you beyond the bounds of reality as you investigate otherworldly psychic spaces to unravel the vampire's secrets. Take this vampire nest. These deadly layers change each time you step inside. Jacob sends out his raven to tag the enemies below. Dev follows up with his teleporter, instantly closing the gap.
I like that dude. You can throw a teleporter on the floor. Oh, up.
They can do that shot.
I like the combo move.
Yeah. Unique synergies.
Yeah.
To destroy a nest, you have to take out its heart,
State of Decay right here.
and all of the vampires willing to die to protect
blood,
it.
what you call it?
Horrible way to die.
I woke them up. Just one bite.
Remember I used to take you to the house to go clean out the blood plague thing?
Yeah, that's what's called blood plague. The plague.
I can say this though. If anybody want to say that it was like a Left 4 Dead clone,
Now escape the nest before it comes crashing down.
It changes the formula up enough.
Yeah, they said because this is really story based.
Yeah.
It's just a lot more immersive, not just get to the safe room, that's it. You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nests
it has
aren't
a
the
lot
only
to
psychic
it.
spaces.
There's a
You'll
lot.
find dangerous
They really
pockets
showed
all
out.
over the island.
Yeah. This is what we asked for, right? Look at the
so
world.
tread carefully.
That gave me some Blair Witch feeling. She got you.
Redfall won't truly be safe until the vampires are wiped from the map. Outside the main story, another one of your missions is to take back Redfall neighborhood by neighborhood. Find safe houses hidden all over the island, and then work your way up to the vampire controlling the neighborhood. To reclaim this neighborhood, you'll have to defeat a powerful vampire called the Siphon. Whether you dive in solo or with friends, each hero can take on any situation.
I can see him
Each
adding
brings
raids
powerful,
in this
unique
game.
abilities to the fight, and the upgrades you choose
DLC.
change how they play.
Yeah.
Here,
If the
Layla's
game take
lift
off.
ability can be upgraded to launch teammates for airborne attacks. Upgrade Layla's umbrella ability with bullet hail to absorb enemy bullets and release the energy back at them.
Oh, I like that. Especially the man with the chakra.
Well, radiance.
Get him! Jump him! Get his ass!
There are many ways to customize your hero's ability tree to match your playstyle.
I'm sure they turned the difficulty down just to show off the gameplay.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, of course.
Because none of them have got shit.
Well, I'm gonna play on this mode anyway.
Let's hit on the arsenal. There's a wide range of weaponry, from military gear
Man,
to
listen,
new
I ain't got no
like
time for that.
You see like that
from
gun
shotguns to sniper
Yeah,
rifles.
look at it.
They got
Water is
ammo.
filled.
Whoa, you can blow
They
the
got
colors.
exotics,
There's also
yo.
vampire
Yep.
stakes. Find these in the world to customize your weapons.
Oh, I got body
I
Carlo.
like the bayonet. You know what I feel.
Oh,
Hit them with the jigger jigger.
Oh, man. Anger Scepter, greasing people.
When
turn
you
them into
reclaim
rocks.
significant sections of Redfall, the last step is to face the underboss who controls, or used to control,
mini
that
bosses.
neighborhood. Underbosses are powerful elites of the vampire gods, with their own unique abilities, like this one's shield.
Take that.
Hit the mini boss.
When you prove yourself against the
Grab the skull.
underboss, you'll receive a key of sorts.
Put
A
a skull
skull
in the
that gets
box.
you one step closer to facing the ultimate threat,
Skull
the
hunter.
vampire gods.
Oh man.
Oh, your man, he was playing.
Thank you for visiting Redfall.
You get there.
And thank you for all the support you've shown Arcane throughout the years.
We sometimes joke that our games can be tough to define. The one thing that's consistent?
We make the kinds of games we love to play.
And that's how Redfall was born. We blended everything we love here at Arcane Austin.
Immersive open worlds, unique and customizable heroes,
When do you guys want it coming
RPG
out?
and
March.
FPS gameplay.
And of course, our signature
well,
storytelling
end of
and
April,
rich
May.
world building.
They said,
Along with our spin
somebody
on
kept
one of the
saying
most
May 6th.
classic
What's
monsters of all time.
What's in
Vampires.
between releasing today?
It's been amazing
and
to see
April?
how all of us have
May.
pulled together
I mean
to deliver
March.
our vision for something new.
March.
Redfall
So-
is the biggest, most ambitious game we have ever made.
February
Our
too,
teams dove
but-
head first into this new opportunity, and we can't wait for you to experience Redfall for yourself.
Thankfully, you won't have to wait too much longer.
What?
Redfall is
May
coming
official.
on May
Okay.
May
2nd.
They locked
2nd,
in.
yeah, I heard
Thank you
May,
again
I heard
for
May
joining
6th,
us.
so May 2nd.
And we'll
So
see you
April
soon
was
on Redfall.
Minecraft,
April.
May
Just
was,
got it.
and Forza is 2023.
Probably.
Okay.
Forza's probably
February.
November.
I mean, September. Watch.
So everything. Yeah, Starfield coming.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this: if that Forza is in September, they're gonna get that video.
Oh, they definitely coming in the second half. They just said 2023. That
Well,
just
video
showed me they ain't in no first half.
Video for you.
These people.
Yeah.
They give us this.
Oh Lord.
Are you done?
No, he's ready to talk about something. What is that on your screen? Okay, that is a stick of recycling. Last of Us,
Look,
PS4.
Last of Us.
Yeah, what we doing?
But these are bangers.
Yeah, these Spider-Man. Yes, what's going on?
Bangers.
Yeah, Bloodborne. What are we doing here, sir?
Bangers. Bangers.
Yes. Oh yeah, Ratchet and Clank. Definitely
Bangers.
Yes.
Bangers. Bangers.
Yes, Horizon.
Get to the point.
Sony gives you these bangers.
Yes, these
right?
are. Oh, Spider-Man, definitely.
And you know, we know what the deal is
Oh
about.
yes, Scott
Yes,
Rattler.
man, we know what the deal is about.
Woo, yes, the original.
These first party bangers.
That's called yes, bang.
Yo, we all.
I'm just
thought-
dying to know where he's going.
I don't know where
We
he's
all
going with
thought
this.
these first party bangers were sufficient and self-sustaining. We really find out it's all about.
Are you
find out that y'all all this, all of this don't equal this. You are not enough.
Are you
all this that you brought right now don't matter to them. This do. This what the deal is about. They don't want the information to come out that this ain't worth that. All of this joint that y'all was capping for meant nothing.
Are you implying that Sony themselves said that they need Call of Duty to actually fund their first party bangers?
Because these dudes don't buy games. But this is where the fear lies in. Once Call of Duty get over to Xbox, all of you guys is gone. See, that's the poison pill. This is what we talking about here.
Waiting for
So
this.
the real prize is a multi-plat game that funds all your fun. All your fun. All the stuff that you like to cap about. All the stuff that you like to talk about.
Why you got
Hey,
that
man,
voice?
this is what it is. So now you gonna put some respect on it. So now you know why they were scrambling and bambling. Why you know why? Oh, they gotta block this deal by any means necessary. And y'all dudes is like, I don't even play Call of Duty anyway. You know what? You don't play Call of Duty, but you play these though, right? And without this, there's no this.
That is true. That is very true.
And we about to take this away from you.
Yo, you messy.
So now all your snitching got you to talk about the facts. And the facts of the matter is you hiding, you deceitful, you lying dudes. It's over.
What's over?
It's
What's
over.
over?
And it ain't no concessions gonna save you. So now that we know this is worth more to them than all of this.
That is true.
All the money I put here don't matter because this funds this. They take this away, this goes away.
I give him this. This is messy, but this is you on something.
I can't wait for it to happen. I can't wait for you to become this.
Yo, come on, King. Not the fuck. They gonna be an app. So they gonna be an app now. Come on.
And we're gonna be able to download you and play you anywhere. But what I do love is the facts is coming out. The truth. You can't block the sun with a thumb. You know, you can try to hide it. You can try to hide the sun, but it's always gonna shine. And the truth shall set you free. The truth shall come out at some point in time, so you can lie as much as you want. But now the paperwork is coming up. I want to see when Jim has to sit in front of the Congress and be like, well, financially, we in a quagmire, but Call of Duty is helping us out, fixing up stuff. You know, we got Spider-Man funded because of Call of Duty. I can't wait to take that funding away. And see what you really about without the steroid.
Without the steroids?
Let's see what you really could do without steroids.
Are you
really homegrown?
Are you implying that's not organic growth?
It's not organic because you need the stimulant.
All right,
you need the stimulus package. This is the Drake, and you guys ain't got no bars.
That's the secret sauce.
All along, who knew? Who was really the backbone behind it?
That's the real banger. That's the real exclusive.
This is the real Sony. And you dudes are always not enough. I've never heard Microsoft say, yo, without Call of Duty, we won't be able to make Gears of War or Halo, or we won't be able to fund Forza. We find out that you guys can't stand on your own. Y'all dependent on this drug. And we have to make y'all
Why you making like they a drug addict or something?
They're like, hey, man. Please don't take away that Call of Duty, man. I can't with you.
This is premium messiness.
We're about to make y'all go to AA. It's over. It's over. Y'all about to go cold turkey, and it's a wrap. I've waited for this for so long.
Why are you waiting for this? You sound like Megatron, bro. I waited for Yo, King of Song. I would have waited an eternity.
I would have waited an
eternity. That's like Megatron talking to Optimus Fallen.
Yeah.
I've waited for the truth to come out. We've all seen the truth in the background. We've all seen it. I don't see none of these PlayStation dudes capping no more. I don't see nobody on my timeline. I told you in the end of the days, this is the end of times. It's been prophesied. The four horsemen, you shall see the four horsemen when the prophecy is being completed.
I don't like this energy.
And I am the horseman of war. And I have commenced.
So is that Phil? Who's the four? Is it Phil or is it Sachi? Who's the four?
Yo, Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer has been dispatched down to you. To dispatch you. Yo, you know what? Y'all was calling for Phil to get out of here. Now I know why y'all didn't want Phil around.
Oh, this is the truth. Oh, okay. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing now.
Yeah, Phil is the one. He's the chosen one. Y'all just was like, nah, man, he need to get out of there. Y'all seeing things happening. It is divine. Odin wished it to be so.
Sati is Odin. Okay.
And he
released September 6th. The latest upcoming title from Microsoft-owned Bethesda is getting that new release. They also announced that the Starfield Direct event will now be on June 11th. That's the same day, I believe, as the Microsoft Bethesda, Xbox Bethesda.
It should have came out, but go ahead.
I'm going to let you go first. I know this is contentious. So, they just said in the event, Todd how it came out there. He said in June, we're going to bring you into the studio and give you a deep dive in the game at our Starfield Direct. There's so much that we still have to show you. The dedicated Starfield event will be, again, follow the annual showcase. So, showcase, that event, June 11th, which has caused a bit of a buzz and controversy on Twitter. There's a lot of feelings. And, I think King has been very prophetic about his feelings and dropped the early diss record on Twitter about what is to come. So I'm going to shut up because this is what the realm waited for. They said, Cog, shut up. Let him get his balls off. And I think we'll all go after King. So King, now that we have the date of Starfield and we know how you feel prior, how you resonated right now?
I was going to do a battle rap. I literally was gonna start it off with like time, and just go into a whole battle rap, and then I was just like, nah, that's corny.
Mm-hmm. And then you realize how much time that would.
And I would take a lot of time.
It's not. I don't listen to you.
Damn.
Trench coat mafia. I don't listen to you.
Leave my man alone.
He took it off though. He took it off.
He did take it off. Oh yeah.
He said, I'd rather have hard nipples than have on this trench coat.
I snapped my fingers and it just disappeared.
Yeah, continue.
Hogwarts. And then I go back and I looked at that showcase 3 times. 3 times I went back and looked at the showcase. 30 games. This hasn't been done in 20 years. The 12-month thing. Then I watched the podcast over again. I watched podcast right after. And Saul was like, that's an unnecessary rate. And I'm like, man, shut up. And Saul was like, but they're painting themselves in the corner. I'm like, oh man, shut up. Like,
because get out of here with that soft talk.
Soft talk.
It's just all about the Kool-Aid stuff came later.
Okay.
It's all about
I'm sorry.
Having respect for those people because Microsoft is a kid that you see him trying hard, but he just don't have the athleticism. He's on the baseball team, but he don't have you got the Derek Jeter. Everything come easy to them. And they getting the accolades and they trying, but he trying hard too. Sometimes he stumbles, like he's running to the base and he's going real hard because he practiced all week, but he tripped right at the end. He get called out. But Microsoft was always trying. This is all on you, bro. I told you, make your date. 30 games you showed. 10 of them don't got dates. That's a hell of an L, bro. That is a hell of an L. I don't care. Don't tell me, we took the time out for the 30 to it was Todd ready before. It was Todd ready last year, right? And everybody knew going in that you put a target on your back. Now I know you're gonna say, oh, we don't have control over third-party studio games like Stalker 2. We don't have control over Hollow Knight. We don't have control. Then you shouldn't have put 12 months up.
Yeah.
Let's say that person that went in and said, oh, snap, 12 months, this is what I'm going to get? I'm going to pay my 12 months of Game Pass right now. And they counted on those 12 months, like you said, those games are going to be there. You didn't get on stage and say, we estimate. Now one time, that was later when the tweet went out, estimated was at the bottom. But when you was on stage, and let's say I'm Ray Charles, that I didn't read the fine print, but I just listened to the show on the podcast, right? And you said, 12 months, this is what you're going to play.
Right.
Hasn't been done. And everybody's rallying behind you. It was a great show. It was a hell of a show, but 10 of the most important games aren't there. The other games are there. But the 10 most important games, the 10 pillars of your show ain't in there. So who's the L for? The L is for you. I told you was going to get this smoke. Starfield slip, you're going to get this work. Where the hell is Forza? So obviously, if Starfield is in September, where the hell is Forza? What's Forza date? Oh, it looks 60 frames. You thought you was going to shut me up because it looks 60 frames? Give it a Todd 30, like Todd said, and get it out and give the patch. Because, COG and Saab.
I can't believe this man said release in the 30 frame.
Listen, I don't care. I don't care about the
You
semantics
don't care if
of
the
it.
game runs
You
better?
know what? I'm
You
with
don't care
you.
the quality of the
You know
game.
what?
I don't care.
No, I'm with Addict on this because Addict says I just care about the results. So you ain't gonna have it both ways, Addict. You're not gonna say, "Oh, I want just the results." I don't care what is holding you up. I don't care what is wrong. I don't. You told me 12 months, and I think the measure of a company and the measure of the people is how they stick to their word. I supported you this whole time. I'm the one that had faith. Remember, I'm the one that put up a picture, a tweet that said I think it's gonna launch on time. So I got to front line this, right? You didn't come out and say, "Yo, you know what? We definitely messed up."
Keep mad because he jumped outside.
Is your professional relationships affecting this decision?
Yes. Yes. Stupid. You see it right
the
here.
The fact that you were whining and dining with Todd Howard, part of this, sir?
Yes. I looked into his baby blue eyes. and he said to me, "King, don't worry.
Got you.
It's gonna ship on time. Did not know your time was September." I've been bamboozled, hoodwinked, and led astray.
For the record, Chris, as we go, we meet these gentlemen at the Game Awards. And then I go up to Todd. I'm like, "Yo, Todd, take your time, bro. Starfield, don't worry about it." King was like, "Yo, you got to be a man of your word. You got to be a man." You said 12 months.
Oh, no.
So this was in there. We saying this to Todd Howard, and it's hilarious because King shut me down. He's like, "Yo, you better be about your word."
I love the idea of Todd Howard, and you guys are like the angel and devil on his shoulder, like telling him like, "Oh man, we no, you got to make 12 months." It's like, "No, you got to make sure it's good. It doesn't matter if you like just like arguing against you." No, I mean this whole look, it is disappointing to me that they are going to miss yet another date. It's always irritating when this happens, but to me, I'm like, bro, don't announce a date until you're sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like this, all of this stuff could be like, I no longer assume. Like anytime somebody's like, "Oh, game's coming out April 15th," I'm like, "Oh, cool." So like September.
Yeah, right.
Like every time, like I always like, what's a reasonable delay? Like 4 months, something like that. And I'm like, okay, I auto correct the date to that, and it's usually right, like almost all the time. And it's like it's actually
At this
crazy
point,
how
almost every game has been delayed at one point.
Yeah, release dates mean nothing to me now, like because they clearly just announced them before they're ready and before they're even sure that they're going to hit them. And so to me it's not an issue of pushing the game to September. It's a matter of having that date be moved so consistently. Just don't give a date and people wouldn't have a problem with this.
Agree.
I will always be in favor of a delay because I've seen, dude, the amount of the state that Halo Infinite launched in is so unacceptable. I really can't believe like how mismanaged that project was, given how important that IP is.
How long ago? Was that recent history?
Nah, the game.
Was that recent history, Chris? I'm just saying.
The campaign was dope.
Oh, now the campaign was dope. You don't care. It came out on time.
The campaign was fine. It's
messy, bro.
It's a frustrating thing because like it's like you play Halo Infinite. It's like this is actually a great game, but it's like, damn, if only they had just given it that extra time so they could have landed the way it should have. And that game's not really. I don't see it really recovering ever in any real
irreparable damage.
Nah, they just launched it. I heard they just launched season of the Fallen.
Yeah, whatever.
and dudes is over there having fun. I don't know, man.
It's fine. Yeah, the new season where the frame rate issues are happening on console now. All of a sudden, it's like
it's crazy.
It's a mess, man. And it's just like it's not the worst thing that it's ever been, but it didn't have to be this way. So like Starfield is the most important game that Xbox
I can
has.
go home. I don't even need to be here today. Chris here. Continue. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
You
to steal you
go.
No, but they told you that you was gonna get 12 months.
I agree.
Give me the money back.
100%, but I think it's better for them to suffer the short-term damage of like, okay, we missed the date, than it is for them to put this game out before it's ready when it's clearly the most important game that they have right now.
So refreshing.
Everything is riding on Starfield, and I mean that everything.
He thought he had an ally for a whole 2 minutes.
How?
I feel like they looked at me and said, "How do we keep an idiot in suspense?"
Here's my thing with it. I do feel like give Microsoft that smoke. They set expectations. They gave you dates that, you know, realistically they didn't know if they could keep it around, especially from like a third party point of view. But at the same time, as much as I overwhelmingly want the game to come out more than I care about their dates. Like I want the game to come out not broken than I care about their dates. I want the game to come out the best they possibly.
Yeah, here's
you like them to lie to you.
No, that's not the point. I care about the health of Starfield and whether or not this game comes out in a busted state, a Halo state, more than I care about them telling me something. I don't care what they say. I want the game to be the best.
So the next time you order your food and they say that we'll be there in 15 minutes,
now you're throwing some crazy analogy that's never going to
have that same energy, right? They told you they're going to be there in 15 minutes with your food, and they get that hour and a half, but they say, yo, it was going to be better though.
So they give me that food. They give me that food. They said they're going to give me that. So it's equivalent of having someone call me and be like, yo, I get you that food in 15 minutes, but it's going to be raw.
This is why I order my food 3 days before I'm hungry.
There you go.
But just in case something goes wrong.
Don't want to hold these dudes by the rule of the law.
No, I literally said, yo, if you want to give them the smoke, you have every right to give them the smoke. But I care more about Starfield as a game than I care about what they said.
I care more about the lion. I care more about the lion. Don't lie to me and tell me, yo, if somebody tell you, yo, you go to the mechanic, they say your car is going to be ready tomorrow, and it's 2 weeks later, yo, what's up with my car? Oh, it's going to be much better.
We're just going to drive around. They're like, yo, your car will be ready tomorrow. You get in that thing, drive down the road, brake lights busted, fall off the thing and die.
The three-wheel car.
Yeah, but we good. You gave me half a car. We good.
But that don't mean up to Solve's knowledge of the game. It's gonna come out broken in September.
Oh, it will. Oh, listen, I don't trust September. Yeah, I'm with Sal. I would put money. I would put money on September not being. I bet something's gonna. But like, here's the real problem, right? Is Starfield is like it is. It will reshape how the future looks for Xbox. If Starfield comes out and it's a botched mess, and I'm not talking about like Bethesda jank, you know, like there's a certain amount of Bethesda jank that people are going to appreciate. There's even some that I'm probably like a little bit excited for, to be honest with you. Like I like that, honestly. But if it's busted like beyond recognition, and if it does not meet expectations, and make no mistake, expectations for this game are super high.
Yes,
this is like I feel like Starfield has come as close to as
talk it.
It's
talk it.
The expectations on Starfield are like nearly like Half-Life 3 levels, where it's like this needs to be great, because if it's not, then everybody's gonna be like, what the fuck is going on with Fable then?
Yeah.
Sorry to curse again. What is going on with Fable? What's going on with Fable? Like, what the hell's going on with?
But you don't have Todd on Fable. We know what Todd is. See, everybody, this is really a Todd thing. You got to keep it a buck. Like, if Todd and Bethesda was allowed to do what Todd and Bethesda do, this game would have came out already.
I feel like Microsoft has two lanes that they got to prove for this game, Starfield. They got to justify the beginning of all these purchases, which is Bethesda. Why we bought Bethesda? We bought Bethesda for games like Starfield. Then they got to prove that, not only did we buy Bethesda, because I do think they have to prove to people why they're investing so much money into the ecosystem. They also got to prove, and we're going to actually help make a better Bethesda. We're going to cure the Fallout 76 illness that they have. And I think that these two lanes are very rough to navigate through. And all it would take is this game come out in a real bad state. They're like, okay, it don't matter they bought Bethesda. They're going to make nothing but Fallout 76 for the rest of our lives. And if the game comes out, then okay, it doesn't matter they invested. What's the point in investing into Activision, investing into those studios, you know, the initiative stuff, when they're like, they can't even get Starfield right? Why can't they get any of these games right? Fable up for a chopping block.
Yeah.
It's going to make the managing argument way worse.
Something else to consider too is that the expectation for Starfield is so high that even if it is really good, I feel like people are going to be harsh on it anyway. So it needs to be better than amazing.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. So we got to get you.
It's a rough. I do not envy Todd's position.
Absolutely, new IP and all that. But, so your thoughts on this, sir? King has spoken.
So first I must apologize for switching my stance. Anytime I side with King on anything, I fly too close to the sun and crash. I should have stuck to my soft talk.
King has a really bad track record, man.
Yeah, so
I don't have a bad track record.
96.
Listen.
That 96 percentile's coming down by the week.
We got to bring him down to 80 something.
This is all Phil. This ain't Todd.
Oh,
this is all Phil.
Oh, okay. He's supposed to crack the whip.
All 100% Phil. Phil went in there and looked at his build and said, "No, no." And Todd is like, yo, I know my audience know I'm gonna come with a little bit of jank. He was like, no, like y'all saying right now, the talk that I hear, oh, this game has to be God. It can't miss. It is never gonna hit those expectations. Whatever the expectations are, it's gonna be some people out there, 1 or 2 people that's gonna be like, this is the greatest game that ever hit this earth, and they're gonna be fighting people over it. But the majority of the people is going to be like, it's a good Bethesda game. It's a good Fall. I like Fallout 2 better than that's when the whole comments is going to start coming out. But it's never going to reach those lofty expectations.
Did you say Fallout 2?
Yeah, he did. But we're going to move on. Continue.
No, I said, you know,
we can tell his love for this series. It's just
but we
so apparent.
So yeah, like so Chris, for context, like I had normal take that
that's a clip.
Normal people
that's definitely a clip.
I don't care. I said there's no.
I'm a stream marker, so I remember it.
Yes, please.
They should have never put a date on it. The moment they delayed it, they should have just said 2023. That's it, and drop it in the fall, and that's it, right? But I got excited by Hi-Fi Rush. I'll be honest. I felt that there was a confidence. I'm like, wait a minute, they're dropping this. I'm like,
Hi-Fi Rush was awesome.
Yes, it was.
Absolutely. So
out of nowhere.
And they gave you that because they knew they wasn't giving you the rest of those games.
One thing I knocked them for is that they don't know how to do the mic drop moment, the real mic drop moment, the way PlayStation likes to drop mics. They don't really do that well. And I'm like, maybe they have it here. They're so confident in Hi-Fi Rush. To hell with it. I think we're gonna get Starfield. It'll be March, April. We're gonna.
This is all backtracking.
Yeah, I love this. This is great. I got killed.
I'm acknowledging
these two killed me.
It would be.
They came at us hard,
Addict, bro.
No, don't say these two. All I did was change sides. I did not agree with him.
In the theater, in the event, the live event. But it was cool.
More cars.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, go back and watch that. Me and him both are coming at you. Well, it wasn't Solve at first. It was King.
Bro.
And then you converted Solve a couple weeks later.
Later, exactly. It was later. But look. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't trust September either, and I will go back to it. These games, a BGS game, could literally be worked on forever and not be bug free.
So then you agree with King?
100%. Like no, I
He
agree.
told me it was gonna come out whenever it
because
releases.
According to King, it don't matter when it releases. It's a buggy
No. I do not. No.
It's gonna have
I'm going back. I'm going back to where I belong in the land.
In the land
of reality.
You coming back home?
in the land of Kool-Aid.
Continue.
I'll drink the Kool-Aid.
What you do is just get your
Sundays
together.
Don't get caught up with
Put a poll in the chat.
Take me off the gangster list.
Yeah, don't get caught up with the gangsters over there. Come over here, Soft Talk Sunday.
But I'm gonna tell you right now.
I think if the game got delayed again, that's when I'm on King's side.
But I go back to, and Chris said it perfectly, and I've said this a million times as well. It has to be a business consideration why they keep putting dates onto these games that they know full well they're not going to hit. It doesn't make any sense to me because you just keep looking bad.
Just don't put a date on it.
You know what it is though. Let's be real. Like they went into last year, and people saying, "Yo, we want more gameplay and we want dates. We want gameplay and we want dates." And I think their mindset's like, we don't know if this game can realistically hit this time frame. That's why they didn't give street dates. They just gave a time period. But we got to tell them some form of time period, because if they would have came on stage last year, let's be real, and gave a bunch of games with no time frame whatsoever, no one would have cared anything that was shown.
If they show gameplay that excites me, I don't really care about the day.
Nah, but people, to Addict's point, I think people would have been like, "Yo."
No, they would have obliterated.
No, here's the thing. People probably would have, but the issue isn't even necessarily putting a date on things before you know that you're ready to put it out. The issue is showing your games too early in the first place.
Yeah.
Like it is like why did you talk about the next Elder Scrolls 3 years ago? Like, don't do that. What? Like, how long ago did we see the first teaser trailer for Fable? 3 years ago? Was it 3 years ago? 2020. It is 2023. We still have no word on Fable. Why'd you do that?
I'm going to be honest. I'd rather the silence.
Yeah.
I'd rather complete silence and shock me 6 months before the game's about to come out.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
We saw Vowed. I mean, we have some form of hope that, maybe Hellblade's end of the year, beginning of next year, but that's not even really.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
You know what? To be honest, King, with your track record, I wouldn't believe it either. So
listen, you can stop trying to come for me. Put your trench coat back on.
It's not my fault. You keep going out the street. It's not my fault. You keep jumping out the plane. You jump out without a parachute. They complaining.
Continue, King. I gotta get my balls off, please.
I'll scare you back.
Put that back on.
I mean,
hide your face. Hide your face.
The problem is, I don't trust them anymore. Don't trust them.
Wow.
Right, this is the only industry where they could give you a date and we're cool with it, right? And they can switch it up. We don't take that from anything. Your Uber 5 minutes late, dudes is getting 1 star, right? This is literally, y'all don't settle for this in nothing. Your girl upstairs getting ready, and she's like, "I'll be down in 10 minutes." An hour later, you are furious. Y'all in the car. You're not talking. You're just driving where you got to get to. Oh, could you tell your wife that y'all going to get married September 6th? And you be like, "Nah, we're going to do this in December." There's nothing. There's nothing that we settled for this for. But here you go. Your heart pumping Kool-Aid, and you dudes ain't calling these dudes to the carpet. No one's calling to the carpet.
We just act like because we don't condemn them.
Calling them
we
out.
understand. No. We call them
like
out,
this.
but we understand why they do. You act like it's got to be one or the other.
I don't understand.
Just because you're the one that jumped out the plane, don't mean we don't have parachutes.
You know
we
why?
all jumped out the plane, King. It's just
you
we
talking for Timmy? You talking for little Timmy? You talking for little Timmy?
I'm talking for little Timmy that mowed that lawn and got that money up. That $100.
It's for little Timmy.
For the Game Pass Ultimate, he said, Phil Dominus Maximus.
Stupid ass.
Game Pass Ultimate will have 30 games, all these games, Starfield, Redfall, everything. I'm going to be playing Forza in the next 12 months. What if he only got 12 months to live? You messed up his boy.
We doing the cancer story too? Oh, we doing this.
He could have been over there with greatness, and he gonna sit here and wait 12 months, and you ain't gonna give him what he needs.
Oh my
12
God.
months.
You out of pocket. We gotta stop you right now.
What if he expires in June? He got September. He don't got a September, but you made Timmy sit down and wait. He gave you his Game Pass money, and Lyle was up. Nah, I'm not about this. I don't like this. You lied on stage. It's 10 games that ain't coming out. Where's it? Oh, exoskeleton. Where's the robot dinosaurs at?
Oh, yeah, I remember that one. Exo Mecha.
Yeah,
Exo Primal, I think it's called.
No, there's another one that King's talking about too. There was another one that looked like Dinobots and Silver Surfer.
Really?
Yeah, it was some like Battle Royale joint.
Yeah.
It's not Exo Primal?
No, Exo Primal is the Capcom jump on. There was another joint from the Xbox third party show. I know what King talking about.
They was
that
all
came
silver.
Oh, King, that came out already.
For console?
It came. It was in early access. The dinosaur thing.
The one that had dinosaurs, and everybody was silver. Silver, that joint. Exo Mecha, Exo Mecha. I don't think it came out.
Not that crap that you talking about.
No, it's the one with it's in early. You just not a beta boy, but it's in early access.
He got to be a beta boy for that.
It didn't come out yet. It didn't come out. Where's Hollow Knight? Where's Flintlock? It's mad games. I went back looking. I was like, oh yeah, y'all slick. So right now, I feel like, how do you keep an idiot in suspense? You tell them 12 months, and then when you got no other recourse, when you gonna announce your show in June? This is the only reason why we got September date. Because the show is gonna be in June. Why? Because you want to protect Diablo.
You know, the better thing we could talk about too is the fact that showcase is the same day.
It's the same day as the thing. Yeah, same day.
That's concerning. That makes me low key think that might be in that showcase and take some of it.
They said it's a separate thing already.
They said it's separate.
But to me, why would you do it the same day? Why wouldn't you do it before going into the show? Unless you're going to direct people, and a lot of the hype's going to be at that towards that show. Like,
well, you feel they're going to have less? You think they're going to have less because of the fact
they're going to have less. I feel like they might not have like the stuff that they necessarily want to show, and they're going to direct some of that hype towards it. It's like, okay, we showed you this. And I know some of you might like it, some of you might not, but we got this Starfield thing in 30, 40 minutes that you can watch.
Give
like,
you 6 months
to me, why are you going to do it before the show as like a pre-show? Then I can understand that a little bit. But if it's after the show,
it seems after.
To me, why? Why are you going to have something like that after the show to take away from the spotlight of your show? Like,
yeah, we got to see. I mean, I'll jump in if I can. So
I'm done.
Yeah, look. From a pure principle standpoint, we know King is right. From a pure principle standpoint.
Yeah, just the principle of it.
You
don't have your word, you have nothing.
I get that. You know what I'm saying? And to Chris's point, this is all self-inflicted. Like, you have no business going out there saying that whatever you see here is going to, for the next 12 months, you're going to get. And that's why, if you remember, COG's been on the record when everybody was like, yo, that 12-month format is fire. No, it's not fire. Because the reason why I don't like it is, one, you take away the wonder and the mic drop moments like Saul was talking about. The magic that could happen, right? That's what make a Nintendo show. Yo, I can't believe they dropped. You know what I'm saying? At the end, same thing with a Sony show. Like, oh, man. So I hated that. Then you put undue pressure that these games better come out in the 12. Otherwise, you're going to have King out here doing what King do, making diss records on
literally
Twitter.
Unnecessary pressure that could have been completely took away.
Now, where King loses me is games get delayed every day, B. Like literally.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, God of War.
What about Timmy Life?
I feel that, but Timmy died waiting for God of War Ragnarok in 2021. Timmy died waiting for Zelda Breath of the Wild 2 in 2022.
Yo, Timmy's dying a lot.
Timmy,
this is like a bad. You know that's a TV show right now. Bad sitcom. People waiting for delay.
It's just the same child waiting and dying before a video game comes out. It's like a graveyard of dead Timmys.
Bro,
like rest in peace, Timmy X. Died waiting for Starfield.
I feel bad for
bringing them back.
You know what though? You know what? I really feel bad for little.
It's like the Prestige Timmy edition, right?
You know, we feel bad for Timmy, but I feel bad for little Timmy's mom losing their kids.
My man Ronan said, Timmy's die every day, B. Like, that's just what it is. We've been outside. We know how this goes. It's the rules of the shit.
The level of copium is crazy.
But I ain't finna. Well, here's the thing.
This is the only place that y'all will accept.
Listen, we not accepting. You could be.
Carl, you got to read that super chat for Frank Cass.
All right, we breaking protocol. $5 super chat. Come on, let's be real. Make a wish Timmy is using that lamp for Spider-Man 2 instead of Starfield. Let the boy die with a smile. Y'all messing, not regrets. Look, man, the health and quality over the game comes over people's feelings. over taking pictures with people.
Get the money back.
You know what I'm saying?
Comes over that tweet on the title screen.
On the screen. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day,
wars.
Look, they messed up. They didn't execute their target. As King said, you want to say lying? Absolutely, right? But at the end of the day, they're rightful to get the smoke. They're rightful to get it because self-inflicted. But this is my thing. When I watch the joint, I'm looking at what I see. And what I see, I look over Todd's shoulder.
Okay,
now,
so was that
now
number.
what I remember, what I recall, there was a lot of 30 frames per second energy, Chris Reagan, that we was talking about. In the first one, and the first time we saw it, we was like, damn, that part right there with the combat, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Everything else, the scope, the grandioseness, you got space comp, okay. But you do looking like you 30 energy. And remember, me and you, we had you on Duke. We had, you know what I'm saying? We talked about it. We did the crossover. And we was like, what if it's 30 though? And you were like, bro, I don't know if I can do this 30. Like, nah, fam. Like, nah, I cannot. You know what I'm saying? So for me, I look at what I just saw. And I'm like, you saw that runner? It looked like some 60 FPS.
I don't know. I saw a lot of Xbox controllers in front of PCs.
Hey! I just like that it was moving faster than what it was moving before.
I mean, I think we all could. I think the master race knows that it was going to run on 60 on PC.
Factual.
Todd Howard's going to announce 35 frames per second.
There we go. And then everybody's
or they can do the 41 because y'all do
engage VRR. You'll be fine.
Oh my God! Continue.
So look, at the end of the day, that's my thing. You know what I mean? And I hate to call for y'all, but do not let this game be a 90+ Metacritic. Do not let this game be roasting. Fire. I am going to be on y'all. Because for all
if
this
you come
smoke,
out at the hard 84,
if all this smoke after y'all ain't learned from Halo Infinite, and this game get delayed, and it's actually fire, and it's a game of the year contender, I want all of y'all to keep the same energy. I want you to keep the same energy. Stand on your square. Support, don't pick it up. When we over there celebrating popping bottles, you don't pick it up. You're not allowed. All y'all complaining is unacceptable. You can't do it. Go to change.org and say we are not buying this game despite the lending critic because they should have kept their word. And we will be over there playing the game of the year.
It's coming in Game Pass. I got my money. I'm getting my playthrough.
Hold up.
No, you are against it. They are not about their word. You should stay on the side and not enjoy this.
Hold up, real quick. I need us to put in stone right now. What determined this Metacritic thing? If it's like do we only win COG if it's a 90 above? Because I think that's a huge
hard 82.
This is if this is an 88, 89, King is coming for our neck.
85 or higher, whatever.
Hard 82.
I want them to teach Xbox a lesson, and I want them to stay on the sideline. I don't want them to part. I don't want to see them down. I don't want to see my friend list Starfield. I want you to be a man of your convictions.
I'm just saying, COG, math ain't in your favor. Everybody under the sun is going to review this game, and that only brings the number down. I'm just saying.
All I'm saying is don't let it be great.
I, for
don't
one,
let it
am
be
saying
great.
I'm happy if it's an 87.
I'm just saying, don't let it be great.
He said 90 plus.
I'll stand on it. I'll stand on it. All I'm saying, if it is, and this is God Howard brown leather jacket Skyrim energy, I'm gonna be looking for y'all.
Same dude, man. I'm on life support right here. All I hear is the beat.
But look, that's all I got. I mean, at the end of the day, I saw the trailer. It looked like it's doing a lot of stuff, man. I like different.
At the end of the day, you gotta take it.
No, but at the end of the day, you don't. Right?
Yeah,
you pay these first bills and then we'll pay the second bill.
Yes,
so do not turn off your mics, congregation, because I will be referring to you guys momentarily.
Cool.
All right.
That's what's up.
Santa baby, the season 4 fresh cut is finally here. Here with the sponsors of today's show, Manscaped. The leaders in below-the-waist grooming have just launched their 5th-generation lawnmower to help you avoid another silent night in the bedroom this year. Take care of your special snowflake with Manscaped and watch your South Pole shine like never before. Get the best stocking stuffer of all by going to manscaped.com and using code IRONLORDS for 20% off plus free shipping. Mrs. Claus will thank you. So let me defer to my panel here. In this season of giving, gentlemen, is there anyone that you want to gift with the beauty of a shiny pole?
Yo, come on. Yo.
Let me go to Cognito.
Why you gotta go to me?
I can't even play the music.
I gotta go to Cognito first.
Look, man, you know, it's the seasons. You gotta
giving.
Season's givings, and you gotta make sure the tree is trimmed. Right? The tree, you gotta make sure everything's right. You know what I'm saying? So I get my Manscaped on, and there's a lot of people out there, again, a lot of master swords that ain't right out here. And if you want your partner to be happy during the holiday season, make sure you get your situation corrected. That's all I got. Moving on.
I had to go to God first because he sounded so disgusted.
I was so disgusted with this man. I was like, how you gonna do me like that?
Lord King. How about you, sir? Anybody is going to be find a beautiful gift from Manscaped under the tree. Although for whoever, maybe you don't celebrate, right? But season of giving.
I don't celebrate it, but I do give out gifts for the solstice. So, so this is during that same period of time. I was just talking about this the other day.
Oh, all right.
Because wifey was like, "Do you have any more of that Manscaped stuff for my brother?"
There we go.
And I was like, "Why is he unkept?" and then the second question,
trimming?
Listen. And then the second question was, "How you know this?" Like, so now definitely, I was like, I got some stuff, and I'm gonna definitely order some stuff for him. I said the underwear's dope.
Oh, bro. Addy got a story.
deodorant?
Addy could contribute for that one.
Yeah.
Addy got a real good story on Manscaped for that one.
Yeah, so that stuff is super dope. So I'm sending him a little package of Manscaped, and I know he's gonna enjoy it because I enjoy it.
Yes,
every week I enjoy it.
Facts.
Lord Addict, the underwear story.
Yeah,
what's this?
Share. So when me and my girl were talking about like Christmas stuff, I ended up getting her like an Apple Watch, and she was like, "Well, what do you want?" And I was like, "I just want some Manscaped underwear."
Yo, I ain't go for that. The Manscaped boxes is official, bro. Silky.
Silky. She ended up getting me like 8 or 9 or something like that.
Nice.
Yeah, so I was like, just like, look, man, like
she like how the package
not,
move
not
over
even,
there.
not even just keeping the Master Sword upkept, man.
Yeah,
if you want to use the Master Sword, you might want to upkept it.
Listen,
Like,
and also how you present your Master Sword to your loved one, right? You got the Manscaped undies after you handled your business. That's what's up, man. I respect
If you too want to get 9 pairs of Manscaped underwear, just use code IRONLORD. Get that discount.
Facts.
Their stuff is extremely good, but I'm gonna be real with you guys. That underwear, man.
Woo!
Like, 'cause I've always I've always sweated everywhere. It don't matter where it is, but that is like the best underwear I've ever had on.
Facts.
That just felt comfortable no matter what.
It's moisture wicking.
Silky.
All right. So, what could be better than giving the gift of good hygiene in a few laps? Starting with the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra, this is the crown jewel of the holidays and, dare I say, the best ball trimmer of all time. The electric razor's advanced skin-safe technology is a lifesaver and known for reducing nicks and cuts on his Santa sack. But the fun doesn't stop there. Anybody in the family have too much scruff? Look no further than Manscaped's Beard Hedger Pro Kit and Handyman Electric Face Shaver for all of the facial needs. Does Dad have nasty nose hairs? Save the day with the Weed Whacker 2.0.
Oh, those are mine. Yeah,
nose and ear hair trimmer. Yes, as we get older, hair just grows out of places that you didn't know you had, man.
Facts.
And the Weed Whacker 2.0 nose and ear hair trimmer gets the job done. Now, also, is there Boxer Game Week? Take care of the chestnuts with Manscaped's Boxers 2.0, featuring their signature jewel pouch to keep you calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah, Addict's been very calm lately.
Yeah, I'm telling you guys, man. You guys ever wonder how I've calmed down? I'm not as aggressive as I used to be.
Not as aggressive.
For every angry man there is, man. There's for every It actually would be for every non-angry man. There's a pair of Manscaped underwear to calm that. I almost cussed.
Calm your sack down. Go calm your sack down. Let's calm your sack down.
An aggressive sack.
Tell him to calm his sack down.
Why his sack is mad aggressive? It need to be calmed.
He got a wild sack.
He got a wild.
And now this is new to the family. Have their nails seen better days?
Oh, the new joint.
Manscaped has you covered with their new Shears 3.0 nail grooming kit.
Oh, we got the manis and the petties.
They got everything.
They gotta send my stuff.
I need the manis and the petties.
Head to toe, they have you covered. So right now,
we doing?
Get 20% off and free shipping with the code IronLords at Manscaped.com.
That's the Lords with an S, right?
Yeah, with an S.
Yes, with an S. With an S. That's 20% off with free shipping at Manscaped.com and use code IronLords. Say ho 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 to a well-groomed mistletoe with Manscaped.
Salute. I'm gonna have to get up on that. We gotta get up on that right there. What? Get the mani petty.
You know what, man? You know, it would be more effective if we had a lot of women that watch the show because it'd be a good gift, man. You can get your girl you can get your girl stuff for her Christmas present.
Oh yeah, they don't be caring about that. They don't care about that. They don't. Everything's unisex to them.
That's a fact.
Yeah. I found out the hard way.
I prefer to. She gonna like that you buy you that stuff.
Present yourself. Salute, no doubt. What's happening? Oh, man!
Spineless jellyfish! I want you to get in line. Are you hurt or are you injured? You got shot. Are you hurt or are you injured? There's a difference.
Oh no!
If you're hurt, get up, dust yourself off, and get right back outside and fight. 5-star general.
Woo! I see you.
This is war. Now we know the opposition has a better navy than us. Who the hell gonna go fight them in the water? You'll be a fool.
Tell him, Sergeant.
The opposition on the other side has a better air superiority.
Ted Hunt.
We won't fight them in the air. You'll be a fool. We have a better infantry. We're gonna take them to the ground and drown them in the water. We're gonna beat them to death on the ground. Our way. You don't go inside a fight trying to fight Muhammad Ali by outboxing him.
Bars.
You're not gonna beat the champ trying to be the champ the way the champ is.
Yeah, Saul.
You have to be you.
Coming for Saul. Get him.
At no point in time am I gonna stand there for you pencil pushing, yellow belly sack fuckers that keep running for the hills.
Why they gotta be this?
Every time something goes wrong, you call for Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius' job.
Woo!
He is the only one taking these hard-hitting questions.
He outside.
You just saw Anakin turn into Darth Vader.
They making a good boy go evil.
He said, "How much?" I'm grumpy. I do apologize for being snappy with you. Ain't no more Mr. Nicefield.
Oh, that's it. What we doing?
Y'all keep acting like this ain't the dude that brought us back from the brink.
Factual. People do forget.
You dudes was not worried about being an Xbox channel until I stood up
Ooh!
and gave you something to stand for.
Talk to him, King. Let him know.
Now you guys are in my DM. King, what will we do? We will hold the line.
Let's go. Let's go, King.
You weak dudes make me sick. Can't do a push-up. Can't do a chin-up. I seen you frauds making channels. Phil should go. For what? Because of Redfall, Behind should go.
Shout out to Behind.
They're trying to acquire the biggest games going. They ain't trying to be number one. They ain't acting like they belong. When you got number one acting like number three, snitching and ratting.
Snitching and telling? That's what they was doing?
You can't handle the work. You was getting worked in the field, so you had to go snitch.
They worried about number three. They
have mustard agents out there. They use it. They got different things.
They got splinter cells. They doing tactics on you. Phil did allude to tactics, though. I will give you that. Continue.
Let me tell you something, Phil. A lot of you ignorant guys out there, y'all watched it, you heard it, you came across with your own narrative. Phil told you in so many ways. With what these dudes are doing in the background, my hands are tied, so I must learn how to fight this way.
Bars. He did allude to that. I got to give you that. He did, for the first time, allude that the others are doing things from their position that to not help them get to that. I will give you that. Continue.
Them silent little contracts. Don't put it on Game Pass. Don't talk to Xbox. Stay away from them.
Kick seated.
Here's some extra dough.
But that's how
what we got to do is go out and buy a whole daggone building. But then you go out and you snitch.
Oh, man.
You ain't the Sony that I know. So we can't beat you regular up squabbling. We got to throw dirt in your eyes.
Don't squabble.
You guys make me sick to my stomach with asking for Phil's job. Don't come back. I don't want to see you over here when Starfield drops and they give that 9 out of 10 and your face is back in the building talking about I always knew you could do it.
There's a lot of fraudulent Xbox dudes. That's what we doing? We hold it alive. Okay.
Forza drop. Oh, you the racing king?
A lot of dudes gonna switch sides.
You've been beating Gran Turismo. What happened when Gran Turismo launched how they launched? I ain't see y'all out there talking about where's Jim's job. You actively rep a rat. You wouldn't know a stand-up dude if he smacked you in the mouth, and he did on that interview with Kinda Funny.
Get him.
That's a real man standing up there taking his medicine. And he told you, I'm grumpy, I'm upset. But I'm sitting right here. I ain't ducking no fades.
He ain't ducked the fade. I give you that.
You don't see Jim anywhere. He actively ducking fades.
All right, but what if you say, if you succeeded, Jim don't need to be outside because he's giving them great games. He lit.
Let me tell you something. You are not going to make a game tomorrow that's going to win the war. You can set building blocks and building traps. You go out there, you make the best game that you can. You don't stifle creativity inside your building.
Phil did say that.
You make those people put out the best product. I can tell you this, they'll never make another Redfall again.
So we learned now. We good now, hopefully.
Well, what's up with you guys making games that run good, that didn't succeed, and you're folding stuff? We'll get to that later.
Oh, we talking about...
but I want you to have the same energy.
Pixel Opus, okay.
Call for Jim. Don't you call for Phil.
Okay. It's actually Addict's topic. We're going to set him up on Redfall. The reviews have hit the streets. The aftermath. We had LordsofGaming.net. Mahmoud also reviewed the game. And let's look. Currently sitting on Metacritic at a 59. Currently, and there's a lot of talk right now. There's the internet is in a frenzy. The Xbox community is in a frenzy about the game. So let's get to it. I want to start with Ben, man. I mean, obviously you heard Defining Dukes, thoughts on it. But like, what was your thought process, and did you get a chance to try Redfall? What do you think of all the backlash and the aftermath regarding the reviews of Redfall?
Yeah, I played for 4 or 5 hours on release night with some buddies, and it's interesting because Redfall is the kind of game I would normally like set up and play with some buddies for a little while. But it's not the kind. That's not really my style. Like I liked Back 4 Blood. Yeah, I'm just mainly thinking of these like 4-player mission based kind of games. Like I liked it because I was playing with the buddies. Like that's a lot of my gaming experience now is just playing with the dudes, and I enjoyed that aspect of it, or I enjoy that aspect of gaming most. Yes. And so, like, for that reason, I was interested in it. But as more and more stuff kept coming forward, as we got closer, I was like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Hearing you guys, you and Sav, who went and saw it, talk about it, along with Maddie, and then, like, just seeing some other, little leaks of stuff trickle out. I was like, I don't know, but I'm still going to play it. Like, we set up a time to play it. We're going to get on as soon as it's out. I'm definitely going to play it. And I was just absolutely floored by how bad of a time it was. I had a great time, again, hanging out with the guys, trashing it. Like, we were just, trashing it the whole time we were playing it. And this is like before all the reviews were even out, so it wasn't even like it was more of a, maybe it was a confirmation bias that I thought it was going to be bad, and then it wasn't very good.
Yeah,
but I was just amazed at one. I've never had a problem running games on my computer at all. And by the way, sorry, King, I'm with Sav. I'm mostly a PC gamer these days, but
no,
I got all the platforms.
You know, y'all have horrible, performance. I got to tweak and twerk, to get your stuff to work. Twerk. It's okay, we over here look over at y'all and admire.
You know that dude that when he's not invited to the party, he hates on it. Ain't nobody famous gonna be there. I don't care.
King is that VIP hating dude. It's whack anyway.
It's whack anyway.
The club is exclusive. Nobody can get in there. You sound like a PlayStation fan. Like anybody can go and purchase to get in. Nobody want to do the effort you got to date the same girl, but you're selling the same.
But you know what it is. You know what? Yeah, it may perform poorly, but the thing is, my game actually looks like what your nostalgia is going to tell you in 10 years that your game actually looks like now.
Man. You know what you did? What you did? You paid that price for it.
I did. Damn it.
I told her to come downstairs in sweatpants and a t-shirt.
And she obliged.
You told her to put on red bottoms, and we went to the same Denny's.
That is true. That is true. I
You
know.
had a VIP seat over there with the in the same chick.
I was wearing some Manolo Blahniks to the Denny's. That's true.
Same chick, same Denny's.
Yo.
You just paid.
Continue, baby.
So I was disappointed in every way about the game. I thought it didn't look as good as it could. It didn't run as well as I thought it should. It was empty. It was a little confusing, honestly. Like and I'm the kind of guy that if I know I'm going to play a game, and that's pretty much anything on Game Pass and like 80% of other games that aren't on Game Pass, if I know I'm going to play it, I see the first trailer, I'm out.
Yeah.
If I don't know that I'm going to play it, I'll watch until I decide I'm going to play it.
Yep, me the
so
same.
like so I didn't know really anything about the game, so I don't even know if this was shown, but like basically right after you do like the first thing in the game, you free some prisoners, and then they were just hiding out, and then you build a base. And I was like, what's happening? Are we like looking at the past here? Like you got these terrible cutscenes that aren't cutscenes.
No cinema.
They're just PowerPoint slides. Like they aren't even Google Drive slides. They're 1997 PowerPoint slides.
Not the Office 97. He hit us with the Office 97, son. No.
Need to include Clippy with that.
You with the flip? Oh man.
Damn, remember Clippy?
Yeah. Damn, not the Clippy.
Clippy in that game. Damn. So no, I'm just overall very disappointed, and I wasn't even excited. That's how bad it was to me. Like this was a game I was like, I'm looking forward to that, but not excited.
Yeah.
And then I play it, and I'm like, well, now I'm mad that I was even looking forward to it. Like, that kind of thing. And the worst part about Redfall to me is there's something there.
Yes.
There's something there. This could be an awesome game, but it doesn't run right. It's boring. It's empty. And I walk up to a vampire and he just stares at me. And like, I don't know. Like the AI is not good. And I think the most disappointing part overall, and I know this is a tired thing.
No, let's go.
But that a good studio made it.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe making a game this bad means you're not as good of a studio anymore. Maybe that's what it means. I don't know. But prior to this, games I played and games I didn't play were all revered highly.
Yeah.
And whether some of that's revisionist history with Prey, everybody pretending like they liked it when we know I was there.
Yeah, you was there.
I was there.
Red flannel baddie. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. I remember not everybody liked that game like they like it now. But it's disappointing to see, a potential in a game, and then a studio that has made better games.
Yeah.
Just be disappointing and boring, empty, buggy. And maybe some of that gets better down the line, but I'm not. I played 4 or 5 hours of it, and the next day my buddy was like, "You think you're gonna play Redfall anymore?" I was like, "Well, I already deleted it, so no, not now. Maybe later, but not now."
I feel that. No, that's honest. I hear where you're at, brother. Let's get LordsofGaming.net's own editor-in-chief, Mahmoud, in the building. Where, look, brother, you know, we got it for the site, be it in the 11th hour, but
oh yeah,
we were able, you know, shout out to you. You have tremendous tips and tricks initially for the, you know, person who is new to experience the game for the first time to survive. But, you know, you reviewed the game, you know, what did you give it? And also just your overall assessment of this whole situation, because it's really a bloodbath out here as far as, you know, people being upset in reference to the quality of this game. So overall, your thoughts on the whole Redfall reviews and the aftermath?
yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that setup, Cog. I think when I first saw Redfall, I thought it was intrigued because I, like some of you guys, was really enamored by Prey. I love Prey so much. It was such a great experience and the way the story was set up was fantastic. So naturally, I was pretty excited about how Redfall, when it was announced, and especially it had vampires, and you know, vampires in video games has always been a hit and miss kind of thing. So except for Vampire Survivors, that's definitely S tier. Addict. I don't care what you say.
Should have just shot at my boy Addict. Okay.
You're welcome here anytime.
But getting back to it, so we got the code really late. I think it was like for you it was like Saturday, for me it was Sunday. I'm like, okay, and I told like the wife and like kids, I'm like, all right, Daddy's gonna be away for a bit, so I gotta installed it, and I played it, and then I couldn't get it out on time on embargo because it's just it takes a few hours to be. I think it took like for me around over 20 hours. So I played the first area and I noticed right off the bat, okay, the setup was nice. Okay, you get into the fire station, there's something going on, but then the more I played of it, then I got to the loop, you know, where you capture the safe houses, you get the skulls, you get the nests, you know, it just becomes so repetitive. And then when I first saw my first AI glitch, I was like, oh, okay, you know, it's AI just running around a bit. Okay. It's just a one-off thing, you know. But so like then I noticed it's starting creeping up more and more and more. I'm like, God. But I have to say one thing: the vampire AIs, they will wreck you. Like, but the human AIs, they're like, I don't know.
That's what I said.
Yeah. It's something.
Well, I gotta interrupt you for a second because I gotta say something internally that we and you talk, but I gotta put it because it's so hilarious. So I remember he gets the call, y'all. So I'm like, I'm not gonna do your thing, you know. We know we up against the 8 ball, you know. Obviously, man is a professional. He's like, Cog, I got you, but I'll do, you know, probably impressions or whatever, right? So in the beginning, right, he go, King, this man, he go, yo, I don't know what anybody's talking about. I'm like, this is like the first hour, right? He's like, you know, this is good. I don't know what. So I'm like, oh, interesting, really?
This is console. Right? This is console.
It was PC, right?
Okay,
yeah, it's on PC. So because remember what I get, I said, look, yo, word on the street, I'm hearing things. I don't want to influence you, but word on the street is I'm hearing things. So I'm dying to know what you do. So the first hour, yo, my woo was late. He's like, I don't know what anybody talking about. So then it was like 30 minutes later. And I saw, he's like, oh, nah, I see what's going on. It was just such a funny thing to read that timeline on our Discord. I had to tell you that, brother. I was meaning to tell you that. I was like, bro, that was the funniest transformation of emotions I seen in a timeline. But continue. I'm sorry for interrupting. Continue.
You're absolutely right. Because I was enamored at first. Like, yeah, this town, I'm going to kill some vampires.
Yeah.
Then I saw the textures not loading in, and then just the frame drops. And I have to admit, the massive day one patch would have had a lot of issues with, where it's pretty much re-downloading the entire game. I had to do it twice, but then it got a little bit better, but it was still wonky. And by the time I was entering the second zone, I was just like, you know, like I was just like,
not the face,
rushing, just, you know, I just wanted to finish it and get it over with. And and the worst thing about it is some of the side missions, they had a lot of like personalization of the characters. Like some people were like going through grief and they were like telling you to, it's a fetch quest, but it's like but like fetch this heirloom for my dead mother and put her on the grave, and there was things like that. There was a lot of potential in there, but they just half-assed everything, you know. It was like undercooked. And the immersive sim elements, you can see they wanted like players to like move around the buildings. They had little entrances here and there, and when you found them, they were really exciting. But the thing about it is there's no stealth in the game. It's either you kill something or they're just too dumb to notice you, and you kill them later. That's all it is. But I don't know if I said, but I gave it a 6 out of 10, and I feel that for me, Redfall is a symptom of Arcane Austin's sort of like the last days of ZeniMax when they were independent. Like, okay, we need to get into the live service game, so everyone has to do one. Here's a card, everyone choose one, and they got stuck with Redfall. And that to me feels like what happened. That's the situation. That they got stuck with this game. They had to make it a service game, and this is what they produced. Because obviously, as a studio of their caliber should not be putting out this kind of game.
No, well said, brother. And I think me and Saul kind of talked about, alluded at in our conversations after Guardians. We had like a little bitty IOP after talking because I haven't talked to him in a while. But I'm sorry, Mike, when you were saying something, if I interrupted you.
No, that's good, man.
Yeah, no, I mean, well said in reference to, that's what it felt like, right? As far as the Bethesda, the ZeniMax days where they were trying to figure things out pre-acquisition. At least that's what it felt like to me, like that Fallout. Maddie, you said it perfect, like that Fallout 76 kind of energy, just kind of throw at the wall. But Solve, let's talk about it, man. Obviously, me and you went to an event and saw this game, initially, and then obviously we see what's going on now. So, what are your thoughts between now, then, and the reception?
Yeah, so like I said to you yesterday, I haven't listened to the latest episode of Duke yet, right? But I had hoped that you guys would talk about how you feel about the game through the lens of what we saw when we went to the preview event. And I'm gonna keep it real with you, man. Like, I feel like we got bamboozled a little bit. I really do. I really do. We went to that event. It was a month out from launch, right? So maybe it's naivete on our part or whatever, but my thinking was I was going to see the closest to finished build of that game that we were going to see right before the launch. My thinking is this is essentially what the game is going to be. Still, ironing out some bugs or whatever, but this is it, right? And what it feels like in hindsight now, after having played the actual game for a couple of hours, not too much time, is that it feels like they took the build of that game that was running the best, looking the best, polished that up as you would a vertical slice, and let us play that with the anticipation that they would be able to hit that quality bar in the final product by the time it launched. And that just did not happen. So essentially what we played was the most ideal version of what they wanted to release, and not indicative of what we were going to see day one. And that, to me, that's disingenuous because it's not, especially that close to launch. If we were 6 months out from launch and we got something like that, I would think, hey, no, there's been a lot of changes to this before we actually, it's not going to be the same thing when we go in. But a month out, again, maybe it was naive on my part to think that. I'm thinking this is close to done.
Yeah.
So yeah, what we played and what we talked about, and again, I think our impressions are out there, right? That episode of Duke Ultimate is out there for everybody to listen to. I think we were cautiously optimistic about the things that we saw that could be expounded upon, that seemed like they could be exciting in a 4-player multiplayer setting. But we were cautious about the immersive sim elements and how they would sort of play out in an open world. Same thing about the gunplay, how that would play out and sort of the looter shooter aspect of it, the upgrade path, how significant that would be to the gameplay. All those things, I think we were sort of pretty measured about, right? We didn't go say, oh, this is the greatest thing ever. And unfortunately, from the little that I've played, which has only been a couple of hours, and that has been marred by crashes, like straight to desktop crashes of the game, is not indicative of that whatsoever. I'm going to reserve my full judgment till I play it all, because I do want to play it all just to really see what the final experience is. But what I've played so far with the crashes, with the pop-in, which is crazy. The pop-in,
your setup, you're doing PC
4090 with an i9, the latest i9, whatever that
build. What's that build, sir? You flex that.
So it should not be having problems at all with this. And then I look at the ground.
It's gonna have problems even with the 4090.
and for the frame rate generally is fine. Like the frame rate flies, but I still get the popping.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the ground, and I'm literally, it's not even quick popping. It's the texture sort of morphing in slowly.
Yeah.
Like I looked at the floor. It's funny because I shout out to Maddie and shout out to Carrick. I kind of looked at both of their reviews, and there was one thing that Carrick was saying that was perfectly indicative of what I saw. He was looking at a decal on something on the ground, and the decal, the texture wouldn't pop in quickly, like, it would slowly morph into itself. And he literally timed it, and it was a minute.
Wow.
A minute for a full texture, for a 4K texture to load in.
Wow.
And so even looking at it like that, no, none of that. No fast SSD.
No fast SSD. I can't.
So I'm gonna keep it real. From what I played so far, and my thoughts may change in the long term. This game should not have been released. This game should have been canceled. And I say canceled for this.
Why so?
I've gotten a little bit of pushback about, hey, I know you love immersive sim games. I know you love the games that Arcane has made in the past. You have to judge this game on what it is and not what you want it to be. The problem with, and I fully agree with that, except for the part where they told us that the immersive sim aspects, the arcaniness,
this is a shot
of what the studio is known for, were going to be a prominent part of this game. It's something that's going to be integral to the gunplay as well. It's like in how you tackle these sort of combat situations, the powers and the gunplay are going to be, work in synergy with one another. And we kind of saw it when we first saw it, right? It was like, well, the powers seemed limited. And I think they made the mistake of showing us the entire skill tree and kind of showing us what the powers were in their strongest form. And in their strongest form, they just do things like, oh, the power lasts longer. Or the effect, you can jump higher or stuff. You can do a double jump. It isn't really, the powers aren't transformative in a way that gives you the type of arsenal that you would normally see and expect from an Arcane game.
Well said.
With the type of, power set that you end up with. And it's just super disappointing. So I look at it and I'm like, well, you know what? I just think from a design ethos sort of aspect of it, it is not them. It's not them. I sincerely feel that this game came out of a moment. Again, this game got started way before, the acquisition. It was a moment where Bethesda and Arcane in particular were looking at, okay, the games that we make are well received. They don't sell well.
Good point.
We're having money issues, right? So let's try to make a game that is more appealing to a general populace, right?
Catching a wave.
Exactly. Try to catch a wave after the wave has passed, which is never a good thing. And ultimately let's see if we can integrate the things that we're known for into this type of game that may be appealing to a broader audience. And in general, and this isn't Arcane Austin, this is Arcane Lyon, they were somewhat successful with Deathloop. And I think the success of Deathloop is partially attributed to the fact that Deathloop is still fairly linear, like an Arcane game is, as opposed to trying to, transpose that sort of design sort of philosophy into an open world. I think it can be done, and I think it could be done super well. I look at something like Breath of the Wild and hopefully Tears of the Kingdom, taking sort of immersive sim sensibilities and throwing them into an open world, and that's exciting to me. So my thinking is, hey, Arcane, the masters of this, figuring out a way to A, put that into an open world, and B, do it in a co-op setting where everybody's powers are supposed to work in unison in this really beautiful way. And they didn't do any of that. It's not Arcane-y enough. The only thing that I get that feels like Arcane is sort of the world building and the design of the world, the characters. That feels good, right? I kind of like that. The rest of it, though, the gameplay execution when it comes to the immersive sim stuff, the stealth is essentially non-existent.
We don't even got the stealth kills.
We don't have a real stealth animation for stealth kills.
You gotta see skill up
you can really only enter a building in 2 or 3 different types of ways. Very specific ways. You just don't have that flexibility in gameplay that they're known for. And then the looter shooter part about it is when you look at what it's emulating, right? You look at a Borderlands or maybe like a Destiny or something, things of that nature. It doesn't do it even remotely as well. Yeah. So it's like, what is this game for? So that when I look at what I played so far, and again, my thoughts may change in the long term. I look at it, I'm like, someone somewhere down the line should have said, hey, we're under Microsoft now. We can afford to keep taking the risks of the types of games that we make without worrying so much about the monetary sort of what we're going to make back on it. And we could continue to expand upon that formula that we're the masters of. And they didn't do that. And we got this. So that's why I say so far by what I've played and what I initially played, it just feels like this is a concept that should have died somewhere along the vine, and it didn't happen. And unfortunately, the consumer has to deal with this. And I feel for the team. Because I just don't. Again, blame has to be put somewhere, right?
Of course.
At the end of the day, they made this game, but it just feels like no one's heart was in it. To be perfectly honest, and that's weird to say, but it just feels like I don't know whose passion project this was. But again, in theory, everything that they have there should make for a great game. You have vampires, right? I'm looking at it. I'm like, okay, if you really, really got down about giving each of these characters a bunch of different cool powers that worked in unison with each other. The gunplay was super tight, and the AI was smart and forced you to think about how, because that's the thing about these games. The AI is so intelligent that it forces you to sort of on the fly figure things out and be creative with your powers. Exactly. And none of that is the case. I killed a vampire that was out in broad daylight. It was in broad daylight, and it was floating above me, and I just popped it. I popped it with a rifle twice. It dropped down. Then it did some cool little dodging movements or whatever. But then I just spun around and pulled out the shotgun and killed him. 2 shots. And that was that, and that was the most resistance I got from any sort of NPC. So all around very, very disappointed. And again, I don't mean to drag Arcane through the mud on this one. I love that studio. I love what they put out so far, but this ain't it, y'all. This ain't it.
Saf, I wanted to comment real quick. Yeah, you're talking about your frames, and maybe that's the difference between my 30 series card and your $7,000 card. I was getting decent frames, like usually above 60, between 60 and 120, but it was inconsistent for me.
Yeah,
I was getting like 1 minute I'd be getting straight 60, the next minute I'd be 90, the next minute I'd be 70. So like I would prefer a solid 30 over inconsistent 80.
Yeah, we're doing it.
Right, but this is the thing, right? And I haven't played.
There's no in-game frame cap.
None whatsoever.
It's insane. None whatsoever. A modern day game with no option to cap your frames is absurd.
Just weird sort of quality of life things, like you said. Like no option to cap your frames. Little things like when I got multiples of certain weapons, right? Because there's a little shooter, you're gonna get like multiples of every single weapon, and I'm trying to unequip them to put newer weapons in. It doesn't let me. It'll just re-equip to something else. And it won't. There's no option to just unequip everything and then pick what you want to do.
Bro, same thing with the just cycling weapons. Like you got to go through the whole cycle, the UI with the overlay. Hey, we want to tell you this tip, and the whole takes up 1/4 of the screen, like almost like Xbox Snap from back in the Xbox One era. And I'm like, bro, could you get off the screen? Like, okay, I got it. We got the tip. Like it's certain things fundamentally. I just want to give Slowball some bars because of something you said. He said 1/3 of the skill trees are dedicated to multiplayer. But what if you don't want or have anyone else to play with? It's like punishing solo players. I did want to get because I felt that way too. Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Didn't they push solo too?
Yeah, that's what we.
Well, they did when we saw it.
You don't need a friend.
Yeah, when they saw it, they were like, okay, we know a lot of the pushback is, hey, this is an Arcane game. You're focusing on its multiplayer stuff. We're going to show you this game is just as capable as a single player game as an Arcane experience. And so when I get the pushback about, hey, love it, criticize it for what it is and not what you want it to be, they told me it was going to be something else.
You got to keep setting shots at me, bro.
Yeah. No, but it's not even. It wasn't you. It wasn't you.
No, you wasn't bro. But all jokes, you were right. You were right. When we had a discussion, you and Maddie were harder on it, and I was more hopeful, on it. But look, it's not about me. King has been patient. I was gonna make sure you got your bars on solid and then we can get because King has been very patient.
Yes, sir. All done.
Yeah, man. Look, Redfall. You know the aftermath, the reviews. You know, the community is very upset. King. You know what I'm saying? They need to hear from the King. You know what I'm saying? They need to know what's going on. How's he feeling about this?
Well, I heard Ben say, I'd rather play it at a cap 30.
Oh man, here we go.
So, Microsoft came out and said, "Got that."
We got you covered, bro.
The cap 30 isn't even really capped. It's capped at 30, sure, but it doesn't hit 30.
Nah,
There's a lot of cap going on right now.
I mean, King, it don't hit that 30, bro.
Hey.
It don't hit that 30. It don't hit it, bro. I'm sorry. I can't allow this one. I can't allow this one. It does not hit the 30 they promised either.
Over here, Mr. 7,000.
Mr. 7,000.
We capped over here, man.
I know your glasses have VRR.
They told you temper your expectations on that PC.
They said temper your expectations everywhere.
They said they capped over there. You uncapped. You crazy with it.
You wild with it.
He said, whatever your PC can do, it can do.
It's my fault. It's my fault. It's your fault you wanted 60. How dare you?
His PC go above and beyond. He said, I was running around there 190 one time.
Anyway, thoughts, sir.
Okay, I can't sit here and cap for this game. I didn't have enough time.
I thought he's not having enough time.
No, not at all. When I turned the game on, because I was going on Xbox 2+1.
Yes. Oh, salute, Red and Jazz.
Yeah, it was a great show. And I turned this game on. I said, "There's absolutely no way it's what they said." I went on Colt last Monday. Xbox 2+1 the next day, and same thing. I got to hear everybody that's playing these NDA dudes that was playing it before I got a chance to touch. So and yes, we have some NDA dudes on our team. One is right here. One is right there.
Two are here.
Mahmoud.
Three.
Yeah. He got that code. I saw it when
No, actually, the code. It was weird. The code came to me, and I'm like, "Why did the code come to me?"
Exactly.
That code came.
It came to you. Yeah. It's like it's up to you. Use the force.
Use the force.
Divvy it out as you choose. Yo, I turned it on, and I ain't even gonna lie, man. Okay, so I picked the yellow dude.
Yeah.
And I said, let me get him. He wake up in the boat. Now, I could not believe this was water.
Oh, bro.
Yeah. I went to a door, and it had like a broken hose at the top. And what they thought was water coming down was like a hard, it felt like a PlayStation 1.
That N64, that hard.
Yeah. I'm going to get to the N64 part in a minute.
So we go on PlayStation 1.
Yeah, so I heard dudes talk about that the graphics was 360-ish. That's no cap. That is no cap. That is no cap at all. I mean, you can take the best, I guess, Call of Duty 360 one. Remember that? Take those best games. Some of them outperform this dude. Yo, I was walking around the sparse environment of a shipwreck, right? And it's people littered here and there. It's like, okay, it's like on this boat, there was only 5 people. and all 5 of them died. They had 10 cars. All right, okay. 10 cars, 5 people. I don't know. The vampires must have took everybody else. All right. Now, when I get downstairs, is water. Again, we back to this water thing.
Yes.
Because I thought we conquered water in the 3D space.
No, we was there with it, with the development. Okay.
Obviously, they didn't get the memo. Oh, y'all in trouble. I looked at the water. So there was some fake little narrative to tell you why it looks so horrible. It is frozen because the solar eclipse is happening. And the world has stopped. I was like, all right.
Hey, stupid.
So I'm going in this 360 world. But all right, so it's a 360 world with more polygons, right?
higher resolution. Let's get that out the way. Not saying better polygons. I just said more. Okay. So I hear people talking. I have Dolby Atmos.
Bro, you can hear them.
So normally, if they're on the right, they're there.
Over there, yeah.
They're above me, they're there. Yeah. If they below me, I hear them down there. Yeah. If they to the left, I hear them over there. These dudes is talking all around me.
Facts.
I said, where are they at?
Preach.
I can't sneak up on anybody to kill anybody because I don't know where they at, but they talking though, and they sound like they're close to me, and I keep looking around like,
Yo, I had the same problem. I was like, yo, where they at?
And I don't know until they shoot me.
Yes. And then you don't even got the ping to be like where direction the bullet coming from.
I'm looking for action. So you got to shoot me for me to get action, and I see you. Then I shoot you. Yeah. All right. So again, walking and the texture popping is crazy. Yeah. Texture popping is crazy. Why is it texture popping? I got an SSD. What happened to the velocity texture?
The velocity texturing.
What happened to the mesh shaders and all this stuff? Telling me. It was a lot of cap. It was a lot.
A lot of molasses.
Okay, but time out. We're gonna get to the real issue, the root of the problem. We're gonna get to the root of the problem.
What's the root of the problem?
All right. So what I think ZeniMax is a dude that run his company, but he a messy roommate.
Oh, man.
Like you Phil just trying to get his room in order.
We doing that bad college roommate? Oh, man.
Phil got his half of the room. He just got it. He was like, yeah, okay, so this is looking good. We have to push the little things back, but we have Forza coming and, we dropping a hi-fi rush. That's a good thing. We're doing a lot of things. Everything's in order. And they're like, yo, Todd, what you doing over there? Dancing by itself. These moves is gonna kill it in prom.
I can't. He danced by himself in the mirror.
And Phil is like, isn't Pete helping you with those dance moves?
I can't.
You think you can get those dance moves up to 60?
I can't.
Yo, Saab told you, and I hate this guy for being right. Always. No matter when these games ship, they broken. Bethesda has a stigma. They have a stink about them. And you ever had a roommate that stink that he don't want to use deodorant?
Come on.
He got a stink about him. And y'all call it Bethesda-isms. Y'all call it Bethesda-isms, right? Y'all be like, yeah, little quirks and quickies. Well, the quirks and the quickies won't caught up to you. This is what happens when there's no true oversight. Microsoft has been on their side of the room. And they've been yelling over there to the other side, yo, Pete, y'all good? Yeah, man. We good. Todd, how does it look? Is Todd ready?
Oh, man.
All right. And I know Phil was like, let me go over there and see what's going on. Saw Redfall. There's no way in hell nobody saw Redfall and was like, oh, no, this is good to go. No way in hell.
No one was like, yo, this is it right here. We got one.
What we're going to do is what we can control. We'll put out controllers. All right. Controllers. Everybody love controllers. We're going to put out controllers. We're going to have crazy merch. I've never seen so much merch for a game that is a first-party IP. First time out the door. I've never seen so many hoodies, jackets, shirts. Fight back. We got a comic book coming.
Cog, did you show it off? Have you showed it off?
Let's not discuss.
Okay. I don't know if they wanted to.
No, we can. We can.
When you
adding the legend.
When you go look at the designer lab, because my controller was messing up, so Saul was like, "Well, go get you one of those designer ones." I was like, "I don't need nothing like that," but I was like, "Let me go over there and look." And I go look, and the first thing they offer to you is Redfall designs.
Yeah,
the merch.
And I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go to Walmart and just pick up like a regular green one."
But do you see, they worked on bamboozling. Now they pulled y'all dudes out. let's get the dudes that rock with us, and we're gonna put them all in a room, and we're gonna give them the highest end. Y'all didn't know that I was playing 4090 SSD man, with all the RAM they could possibly have, with nothing else on the operating system but Redfall. And they gave it to y'all, and they hit it. They gave you a controller, and it was like, yeah, go ahead and play and have a good time. And yeah, we're not gonna do what we said the game is about, with the full player, interaction. We're just gonna let you just go out.
That's why they got that voice when they telling us.
You're gonna touch, and then you know how they do when somebody give you something, they don't really want you to drive it. Like, hey, here you go, and then they take it right back.
Or just go down this street and turn
stuff like this with it.
Yeah. You know, you do the test job. All right, stay on this block here.
Don't turn left.
Circle right back around into the dealership parking lot and bring it right back.
The best part about this is a car, right? And it's a lemon. The best part about this is we have buyer protection. It's called Game Pass.
Oh, we doing it. Come on, King. We doing that?
I don't care. The game sucked. Uninstalled.
Oh,
Ben deleted it. Yo, Ben deleted it, and I'm on my way. All right. So, listen, $70 sucks to be you, boo-boo. You could have did a better deal. You could have took your $15. See, this is how pimp moves happen.
So we justify the product.
That is, we're going to justify you.
Okay, that's what we doing?
We're going to justify you getting hoodwinked, because you could have said, all right, this don't make no sense. You have $70 here. You have $15 here. I'm iffy about this game because I know nothing about it. This is not Castlevania. This is not Metal Gear. This is not Resident Evil. This is not something that has a pedigree. This is an if.
Okay.
Right? And you didn't know what it was anyway until they told you needed to have it. You did not know what it was. I thought it was Left 4 Dead type of thing because I love Left 4 Dead.
Yeah.
And then I thought, okay, well, maybe hopefully it's better than Back 4 Blood, because I didn't like Back 4 Blood. And hopefully it's better than Evolve, because I didn't like Evolve. This thing is worse than all of them. All of them combined. But you have $70. You can take $15 or $9, go buy Game Pass for the month.
Oh, so it's little Timmy that he bought play $70.
Yeah,
His fault.
Timmy, you jumped out there and you was red flagging too hard.
So how dare he have confidence and excitement for the product to give it the money that they wanted? They charged
$15 it deserved. Right? You give it the $15, you would not be like this right now.
Well, the best part about paying $15 to play Redfall is that as soon as you delete it, you can play whatever else you want on Game Pass.
You can play Loop Hero that look worse than that, but better.
Get some Goat Simulator or something,
Power-wise.
Clean the palette.
I'm a total mark for Game Pass, and I rep it all the time. But I can't sit here and say that. Okay, well, it's okay that it was trash.
Thank you, Ben.
Because you should have just got it on Game Pass. Like, they presented it as a premium product from their studio.
AAA. This thing ended the show. This was the one more thing, guys, to end the show off.
I'm not saying that it's okay that it's trash.
Don't you?
Right? Never. Don't ever get that part confused.
Thank you.
My message to everyone is be frugal with your dollar. The only way this company will learn that they can't put trash out is if you don't buy, right? You don't, and this is going to apply later.
Okay.
You don't buy. They see the number engaged in Game Pass. You came in the door for Game Pass. See, the best part about Game Pass, you came in the door to see that one chick. She was whack. Oh, what else you got in here? Let me get that. Let me get that. Let me get that.
What the hell are you doing in here?
And I'm over here with this. So at no point in time do you feel slighted, because for your $15, you got like what, 300-400 games. So stop. The problem is ZeniMax, man. I mean, Bethesda. They are dancing to the rhythm of their own music, and Phil just cleaning up his side. We are finding out how dysfunctional they are. It's every game, like Fallout 76, Fallout, New Vegas. These games always had bugs and problems, and y'all overlooked them. Y'all thought it was cute. This is what happens when you don't reprimand somebody. And this IP comes out on Microsoft now. I gotta say,
Microsoft was like, we need a return on investment more than likely. And this thing was so long in the tooth that if we cancel this game, all the devs that worked on this project don't get their bonuses, don't get paid. I don't know how that goes.
Yeah, the revenue
right?
part.
But I know some of their bonuses is tied to the performance of said game. Now, it doesn't help if the game comes out and the performance is trash.
Right.
And the game isn't good. Because I saw a developer went on Twitter and she was basically showing her heart. Like, she see peers of her champion that this game is bad.
Yeah.
That's what world are we living in? Nobody wants a bad game. So yeah, the game should have been canceled. The game should have been deleted because it's fundamentally a bad game. Right? From the core, it's a bad game. Aesthetically, it's a bad game. Performance-wise, it's a bad game. It's a bad game that can't be fixed. I don't believe at any point in time it can be fixed inside Game Pass. I don't care what patches you do. I don't care what quests you do. At some point in time, that game is gonna just like fade to black. I don't think a sequel comes out for that game.
It's just one of those. They just want to get it out, forget it,
move
on.
on.
Okay. No, I hear you. Lord Attic, man, good to see you, brother. I don't know if you're still here. See you on the poppin', man. Good to hear from you, brother. I know we talk about you, so yeah. I know this is a topic that is passionate to you, so it's cool to see you jump in. What's your thoughts on the whole Redfall, the aftermath, and the reviews and everything?
I think my biggest problem with Redfall is how the coverage was covered. I got no issue with anyone that does it. I understand it's PR's job. That's their whole thing. But I feel like the whole industry, and not just particularly this game, could really start to redefine how PR is done. And it's not anyone's fault, because I feel like what happened with Redfall, where you guys were talking earlier about, Saul felt bamboozled over the way that the PR was handled. It's not a Bethesda thing. It's not an Xbox thing. It's an industry thing. And I've spoke about it multiple times that, the industry needs to do a better job at being more transparent with products. What's going to sell better than a game that you kind of false advertise to a degree? A game that you actually put time into and you have no problem showing that time.
That confidence, yeah.
And to me, that's just the biggest thing I didn't like. It's like, I'm not saying that the game that we played before was night and day difference, but I am saying it was dramatically different. And to me, I can handle a game that's underwhelming all day long. I can't handle a game that I felt like people were trying to sell me something else. And I think that's the biggest issue is, and plus, what does that do too? I'm sure it's like I said, these PR people, they're doing their job. But at the same time, you're making influencers look mad suspect when they go do these kind of things. And it's just like, it's not cool. It's not, and I feel like hiding the fact that the game was 30 frames for so long definitely doesn't make you look good. And that's why, like, it's very important that people understand this is not a particular studio. This seems like an industry-wide thing. Because shout out to the people. I was reviewing Jedi, and I almost have the review done, but there was just no way I was getting to it this weekend. But they low-key sent me the review code like mad late. And then when I was reading the embargo, it was just pretty much like, oh, you don't have to worry about the day one patches. They're already in. And I'm like, oh, so you sent me these after the day one patches. And to me, that's an issue there too. It's like, you shouldn't be expecting these reviewers to review something and not be honest about the game and the condition it was when they reviewed it. Like, what's the point in having a day one patch that fixes the majority of the issues when you could have theoretically just pushed the game like 2 or 3 weeks and let them play the game that's supposed to be released, and not, oh, we're going to play the game for a week without the day one patch. And then it's like they kind of expect you to go back and replay it. But this is this is the way the game's going to be launched. But that's not the way I played it.
Yeah, and the reviewer played it in a pre-patch state. So he's giving one opinion. Then sometimes you'll see the community attack the reviewer because then they'll have the patch version and they'll be like, "Hey,
it's like
I didn't have this problem or whatever."
I'll give you a good example. Me and Smooth played Gears 5. Worked just fine, no issues. But what ended up happening is they did the online. They did the online connected to like a lobby, like connection based.
Right.
So we're on here saying, yo, the game worked good. We had no issues. It looks from our review perspective, oh, the game has no issues. But then when the servers kicked on and it was overwhelming it, me and Smooth got, I would say, to the last act before the game went live. When that game went live, we couldn't connect to each other anymore. We couldn't play the game individually. Together anymore. Like if I remember correctly, we had to beat that game individually to review it.
Wow.
So it was only the last act, but it's just like, this kind of scenario. It's like now what's going to end up happening is you're going to have some people looking mad sus. Oh, why ain't you talking about these issues? Because this wasn't part of the game when we were playing.
I know the feeling.
And that's why I personally feel like, once again, the entire industry needs to be more transparent. They need to stop giving reviewers games that they know for a fact need a day one patch to run properly. And I feel like that's the lowest bar that's there. Yeah. Like, to be transparent with your consumers feels like the bare minimum.
60 frames on the box art. Remember that.
And it's just, even obviously you look at Redfall, I do feel like the game was underwhelming to a vast majority. I feel like I was nauseous. I had to uninstall it. Like you guys called, I was literally nauseous. I had to stop playing.
I had to beg him to do like 3 more levels with me. I was like, please, I need the experience to go out, please.
And it was just like, this isn't it, man. And the sad part about it is Xbox, for the most part, I will say they've been having better reviewed games. And I feel like even though that they've had better reviewed games, a lot of them have been like, a form like AA stuff and some indie level stuff. And the sad part about it is all that goodwill that they've been building up. I feel like releasing your first big AAA title in this condition, because this is, to my personal opinion, I enjoyed Crackdown more than Redfall. Because at least when I played the single player, I really enjoyed the single player of Crackdown. I didn't enjoy much of Redfall at all. And it sucks because Arcane is one of my OG studios that I love. And to me, you can ask Cog, I was like, look, I want this game to succeed just because I don't want Arcane being turned into a support studio because they're starting to lose faith in this studio.
Or dissolved.
Yeah,
I don't think they would dissolve them yet. Who knows? It's just one of those things. It's like, at the end of the day, my biggest thing I could take from Redfall is the industry needs to be drastically more transparent with us. Again, reviewers, I get it. When you review something, you need those clicks, especially people that do it full time. But if the industry won't self-correct itself and the reviewers continuously review under these circumstances, then at that point, the reviewers are just as fault as the actual people doing it, because they could stand up for it too. Sure, I get it. You might have a couple games that, you don't get out day one. But guess what? When the industry starts having these games, these massive games, not having 50, 60 reviews, and it's got 2 or 3, they're going to start saying, yo, what can we do to get these reviewers happy? I don't think the reviewers realize how much actual power they have.
There's always somebody out there that will work.
That's what I'm saying. It takes more than a couple. Yeah. And like the whole industry got to come together. People are tired of working under weird embargo lists, and Section A has it first and Section B gets it second. Then everyone's got to come together and say, until you fix these crazy rules that shouldn't have been applied, I ain't reviewing nothing from your studio.
The only reason why I have to give you a little bit of pushback on that is because everybody in this space is me. It's not anybody.
See, that's the issue.
Yeah, but that's not going to change, because me walks into the store to pay my bills. Me make sure that my channel is up and running. Me
So I'm not gonna lean over and say, "Hey, man, are you gonna take a stand with me?" He's
I'm
not
not
taking a stand because he got to
I'm not-
get his views up too.
I'm not necessarily saying that. Like we see this in the like not this industry all the time. I mean, there's people in France right now having giant strikes for retirement age.
Yeah,
So
but those are unions. There's no union.
and I feel, but people go on strike all the time. That's not part of unions. You see massive amounts of staff just leaving the thing and going to a picket line. Like, to me, I get it, and it's not an easy conversation to not necessarily, because a lot of these reviewers, especially the bigger ones, they'll be able to get that money regardless. Maybe the views won't be exactly where it was, and it's a hard thing to ask people to kiss away a perfect check.
Yeah.
But at the same time, who's going to make a step first? The industry that has set the boundaries, or the people that keep going against with the boundaries? And to me, I don't see the industry pushing back that much. I don't. And maybe it's going to come on us, the influencers, the podcasters, the streamers. It's going to come on us to do something, because the industry. Why would the industry change something that's working so well for them? And that's my biggest thing. It's like I've always said on this podcast multiple times over and over again, I'm for transparency and actually being honest, and I'm for anything else. And at the same time, I can understand why they do it. I do, because when you set a system up like that's been set up, it's hard to say, yo, let's try something else. But at the same time, if they ain't going to do anything about it and start to put more policies in place, and the reviewers won't take a stand either, then are we ever going to fix it?
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from. It's a very, very controversial subject because of the fact of access. And, it's one of those things, because like King said, there's always going to be someone where if they're not big enough, if you're big enough to say, hey, no, I'm good, you know what I'm saying? Or I'm going to pay for my own game, and I'm not going to, let's be honest, this whole thing is about access. Let's just
It is.
This is
and
about
the sad
access.
Part is, in order to grow in this industry to a certain degree, you do need some form of industry access, unless you have like a huge amount of money pooling in somewhere else.
And the power, to your point, the powers that be will say, hey, okay, you decline, you feel away. There's always going to be creative B and C who they're just trying to get their channel off. They're trying to make a move. And, I don't know the answer to it. I don't know it. You're making a valid point. It's a tough conversation.
And I don't know if there's an answer to it, but I do know one thing. The way things are going now, something got to change. Regardless if it's the industry changing or a couple really, really big reviewers coming together and saying they're not messing with that game with this embargo. Something's got to change, because we're having more and more of these incidences all the time. Like, games are being broken almost left and right.
For sure.
And sometimes reviewers say it, sometimes they don't, and it's the transparency on everything. It's like I said, the people in the chat, this isn't just a one developer, one publisher thing. The entire industry does this to a point.
Yeah. Look, I'll get my balls off quick so everybody got theirs off. Look, this game, man, I got so much thoughts. First of all, it's just a major disappointment. It is, I'm gonna be honest, this is an embarrassment to me. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, this game was delayed a year, y'all.
And keep in mind, Cog, this is their first $70 game. It makes it even look worse.
And it's requiring 70. And here's the thing, y'all know me. Like, the thing that really bothered, I said this on Duke, that really bothered me about this situation is, my word mean everything to me. People come to me and say, yo, Cog, what do we think? Where you at? If you're with it, we'll trust it. And look, I'm not going to sit there and say that I did feel slightly deceived by this situation, because look, me, Saw, Manny went to this thing. Like King said, it had to be on 4090s. It had to be on the best haul. Clearly it was not, Series X, but it's just like, what I played was a smooth experience, right? What I played, it had density, right? I'm not going to say it was frame perfect, but it was definitely 60. You know what I'm saying? It was definitely smooth. And I walked away from it, like Sav said, like, okay, I'll be consistent. They got to fix this AI, because I was like, some of these cultists, I'm like, bro, I'm right in your corner vision, how you don't see me. You know what I'm saying? Some of that, I did like how the vampires was moving, you know what I'm saying, kind of thing. But what I played at that time, I said, okay, we just got to see how this story's going to land, how this co-op's going to land. And maybe in retrospect, looking back at it, like, this is your co-op debut, but you only letting us play the single player. You know what I'm saying? Looking back at it now, right? And L on me, the only thing I will hold is that I should have asked, is the console version going to be representative of this, or at least 60 frames, right? I should have asked that. But again, for all intensive purposes, I thought this is what we're going to be playing. So it didn't even cross my mind at that time. All I was thinking about, okay, all the stuff that Harvey was talking about as far as studio development and as far as the adversity they went through, as far as getting the game out, and then as far as my main concern was, you know, the 4-player untethered experience from a CPU's perspective. I did understand that. What bothered me is now, fast forward, you know, Mahmoud, we know how this go, right? You know, generally, companies that feel confident, you get that 2-week ahead of time code. So now we're getting down to the wire, and I'm just like, code.
I remember the chat.
The week, and then, you know, Attic is firing up on me. Like, Attic is like, yo, bro, where to join that, yo? And I'm like, yo, chill.
Check your email.
Yo, yeah, I'm checking. And I'm like, I'm checking it. It ain't there, right? Then I'm starting it. Some people
send it to the dude with the 49.
Then some people are starting. Some people are starting to get it. And, you know, reviewers talk amongst themselves. Like, results ain't really sounding promising. So I'm like, all right. So Mahmoud hit me like, bro, we getting like day or two before release. I had to literally finally get it then, you know, and I'm like, all right, not gonna complain. I'm not gonna sound privileged. You know, I'm not going to sound entitled. We did get it. Okay, fine. But I'm like, look, at the time, like we said, Mahmoud, the time we got it, we ain't going to make this embargo. So what's the long net rule? Either making impressions or you do a tips and tricks, and then we're going to miss. We don't go extra hard and slay people just to make the embargo. We want the proper experience. Mahmoud did his thing. Salute to you, brother. You killed that with the tips and tricks and the impression. And then after embargo, you made the review in a normal time. But we didn't have much time to operate. What now bothers me is the word starts to get out. And I'm like, it's one thing to be like, yo, the game is bad. There's another thing to be like, yo, this is the worst game I have ever played. Like, this is functionally broken. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, yo, how is that? Like, that's not. So now I'm like, nah, this is bothering me. Because now remember, COG is taking, yo, it's a solid experience we just got. That was my initial impressions. So I call up Attic. Shout out to Attic. Shout out to DJ. I'm like, yo, get this Series X. Let's get this go. I need to see what people are talking about. Yo, I swear to God, this was not the game I played. Bro, we fired it up. I'm like, yo, what is this? Like King is saying, like, this feels like 360. Like, I'm in bend energy. It's so bad. Like, I am laughing. Like, to the point where
I'm remind me of? Remember that game, The Darkness?
Yes. Yeah, bro. It's so bad that me and Attic are looking at each other's characters, and their feet are not matching the terrain.
Yes.
And they're like, I'm like, yo, this is some 360 and 64 energy. Like, what is going on? This is not, I said, Attic, I swear to God, the game version that we played was way better than this. Like, what is going on for the console? And it's just a terrible look. It's a terrible look. You know,
did you have access to the whole game, or was it just a slice?
It was literally a slice of us coming out of the firehouse from the beginning. Right, it was the slice before the boat. I mean, after the boat. After the boat. After the boat was the slice.
I still don't know how some of those problems were fixed, but that gives you some excuse that you weren't playing the whole game.
Right.
Like, they had perfected a portion of it.
Here's the part that was scary for the console. Me and Attic and DJ, we're running mad blocks. I'm hearing voices and not seeing no enemies. Yeah. I'm going mad. I see one person. So I'm like, the game that I played was dead soft. Remember, as soon as you come out the firehouse, you go down that little ramp steps into the park. There was like the blue area, the gate. There's vampires. There was cultists moving back and forth. There was enemy density. Like, I'm just like, yo, what is this? I felt so bad at the console experience. I'm like, yo, this is not it. This is not
catfish.
Yeah, like, bro, like, it was different. So that's the part, you know what I'm saying? I will stand on my square that at least I did call out.
She look like her IG picture.
Yeah, she did not look like her IG picture at all. So that's my thing. And it's just like, you know, the AI ends up being worse. And look, I'm not going to run too deep with it, but it's just like, to me, it's kind of what y'all said earlier. Like, this felt like pre-acquisition Bethesda. You You know what I'm saying? This felt like, yo, we're going to try to catch a wave. We need to do something. And at some point, who stamped finish?
Pete Hines.
Who stamped finish and said, this is a go. This is unacceptable. And that, to me, is indicative of the pipeline. At some point, I understand, and we're going to get into, obviously just going to transition into the Phil thing, and we'll get into it. But it's like, at some point, there has to be the quality control pipeline.
They need a whole police,
right?
A whole
police.
What happened to each one teach one though? What happened to the week? Once every 3 months we have group meetings and we exchange technology between. Who was Redfall's partner?
And we're gonna get to that. But this is clearly a problem with pre-acquisition projects of a company that now has been acquired. This pipeline has to, because this is unacceptable. And the Xbox fan base, you're charging $70 for this game. I don't want to hear about, it's going to go in Game Pass and then we're going to fix it later. That sets a dangerous precedent and a dangerous perception on optics that you could just throw something in and, we'll deal with it later. And
Take it back to the store.
Yeah, Xbox deserves better. So that's it.
You deserve better.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's all I want to say. We're going to get into the meat of this.
How did it feel being catfish?
I mean, bro.
It's not fun, bro. Not fun.
It hurt because...
Yo, you know what they sound like, Ben? Remember that guy, it was in the papers, that he sued his wife? He got married to her, and then he woke up the next morning, she ain't have the makeup and all that stuff. He turned up and was like, who the hell is in my house? And he called the police.
Oh, man.
Dog, I know how much you enjoy your merch and your special editions, so I got to know how much you buy for Redfall before the game came out.
Actually, I'm good. I didn't go in on anything. I do have a shirt.
So even you had doubts, is what you're saying.
No, I did. I did.
Let us all.
Yeah.
You had doubts. You wouldn't buy the merch. You knew it was going to be garbage. I'm just.
Yeah, because I'm gonna come on Defy the Duke with the shirt. If I'm feeling it, if I'm all the way in, you're gonna see that shirt that week. Listen, my Starfield jacket just came. I'm going in. I'm hoping. I got the I got the Starfield bubble goose. I'm ready in the summertime. But look, now in your defense, yes, I was a little gun shy. Let me see, but it was like you, Ben. It was one of them joints I thought I was going to like. This is me and the homies, 4 players. And there's some aspects of it you can see that it's a part of a game there when you're going through the door, through the vampire nest. But it's just so simple game design first. You know what I'm saying? And the reason being, this is a very highly anticipated game. We know how important this is to the Xbox ecosystem, exclusive that we've been hearing for so long. And we've got little tidbits here and there, but we haven't gotten the meat. And this is supposed to be the meat and potatoes. So again, I'm going to give it back to you, Ghost, because I know your time is limited. As far as, how are you feeling about the Starfield Direct? What are your predictions there?
I don't know that it's a prediction to say that we're going to find out some of the basic frame rate stuff, because Phil said that's coming. I think they need to answer some questions about Starfield. Mainly, what does the action level gameplay look like? What does the narrative gameplay look? They've got some gameplay stuff to answer. We've seen some gameplay there, but what's going to make Starfield special in the gameplay category? Because not too long ago, we were comparing it to No Man's Sky, right? And that's an optics thing, right? That's not ingenuous of the actual experience. At least I don't think it is. So I think what we're going to see is a Bethesda that's realizing perhaps the responsibility they now have as a first party studio, right? Because they've had a win and they've had a loss this year. And Bethesda is delivering the 2023 content that people are looking at. So I think the responsibility on Bethesda now is much higher than perhaps they realized. And so they're bringing their A game for Starfield. Willing to bet you see not just a controller, willing to bet you get a special edition console. I think you're going to see some deep dive questions answered, and I'm there for it, right? I'm there for it. And I hope that it's a different energy than the actual showcase proper, right? I want to see the distinctive difference between the two. That's important. So
no doubt. Dirt Gregory, I don't know. I never got a chance to talk to you, Dirt, about how you feel about Starfield overall. I never knew your excitement or not. I don't know if you're a Bethesda guy like that in that sense, but how are you feeling about the Starfield Direct coming in? What's your predictions there?
Well, first off, I would say how important this game is because they are having a 30-minute Direct dedicated to this one game.
Yes, sir.
is super important. Like Ghost said though, I believe Bethesda knows how important this game is, and they're under Xbox now. That comes with an extra level of scrutiny they probably didn't have before.
Extra bit of eyes. They used to.
Right? That they didn't have before. Before there was multi-platform, but now they're on the Xbox, so people want to look at them a little bit different and judge them a little bit more stricter than they would have previously. So I believe they know how important it is. Obviously, Phil Spencer knows, and I think this game is huge for Xbox. This is Bethesda's first new IP since when? I mean, the 90s? I don't even know. And their games are very popular, from the Fallouts to the Elder Scrolls. So this game, it means a lot. I'm sure Xbox knows that, Bethesda definitely knows that. And having a direct means they're ready to show this game off. It also means, in my eyes, it probably won't get another delay. I do believe they will have some hardware, like we already saw the controller, maybe some headphones, maybe a console, like Ghost said. I think
little Series S, little man, and okay.
Yeah, I mean, just my prediction, but yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun, man, because I believe Starfield will be a great game, and I'm looking forward to it.
No doubt. I see y'all avoiding the frame talk, but we gonna move on both.
Yeah, I'm gonna avoid that until this.
Okay, both Ghost ain't say nothing about them frames. Ghost, you wanna clarify what you think the frames might be before I move on?
I think it's 30.
Okay.
I think it's 30, and I'm gonna tell you right now, smooth 30 is better than an inconsistent janky 60. If it plays smooth, we don't get to complain, I don't think.
Okay.
But that's not to say I don't want it 60. That's
right.
60.
Not that you against the performance mode.
That sounds like someone who just came off of performance mode on Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
Survivor, man, can I pause on Survivor? If they had waited a week till Star Wars week, May 4th, that patch would have been golden. Why didn't they do that? It's such a strange thing, because within a week it was fixed.
Yeah.
What a weird
Dirt.
Pocket wants what the pocket wants.
Continue going. So that I do have to ask Dirt about the frames.
Yeah. So I think it's 30 smooth.
Okay, 30 smooth.
But let it be smooth. And don't promise the world.
Right.
Don't market it. Don't market it.
Don't market it.
That it's not. I don't.
So can we put 30 frames on the screen and say it's 30, y'all?
What you can do is give me a box that has a sticker that covers up the 60 frames.
No!
That's what you can.
No. Are you? It's too soon, Ghost. It's too soon. I was recovering from that.
It was insulting.
Fair enough. Dirt, where are we at with this frames?
Honestly, I can obviously be wrong, just a prediction, but I think it will have a 60 FPS mode.
Shoot for the stars.
I think it will have a 60 FPS mode. I think, maybe the resolution dipped on the X to 1080p, on the S to 720p.
Okay, so we don't worry about the resolution, long as it get there.
That's what these people say, right? We don't care about resolution. Just give me a solid 60. They play Tears of the Kingdom, and they playing in the Vaseline mode, right? So shut up.
I don't know if it'll be a locked 60, but I think it will be a quote unquote 60 FPS mode.
At 720, it better be locked. That door better be locked shut.
No.
If they say it and they can't deliver it, they're gonna get dragged. So under promise on frames.
Yeah, well, Phil said it was, and it's kind of funny. And shout out to Paris and Lily in the chat. They did say that the frame rate will be addressed. We will know.
He did say that.
So that is interesting. That is interesting. Let me get the plume. He's been patient, man. So how are we feeling about Star? I don't know what's your connection to Starfield or not. How are you feeling about it? What's your predictions on the direct? And of course, the frames question.
Yeah, no, I'm extremely hyped for it. I mean, I was going through this year and I'm thinking the amount of time of game that's going to be taken up by Zelda and then Starfield this year is going to be like 50% of all my gaming. So I'm extremely excited for it. And like Dirt said, they put a 30-minute show just for this game. This is it. This is like essentially everything is. This is Xbox this year. This is the biggest thing that they know is going to bring in the most traffic. So it's a huge show. I think they're going to go into deeper dives of like the entire planetary system. Like the 1,000 planets. Yes. get the mod community excited and all the stuff they're going to be able to do. I think I agree there's going to be some hardware announcements like the controller. We've already seen the leaks, so that's definitely going to be there. There's a headset we saw. I don't know if they're going to do a console just because we've been hearing about like the hardware issues they're still having. So I don't know how feasible it is to get a bunch of Starfield special editions unless they're all just sitting in a warehouse waiting for this game to come out. But I think we're going to get a special edition of the game. I don't know if you guys saw that previous leak of like the smartwatch. I feel like that's going to be something that comes.
Yes. Mr. Maddie put me onto that. Yep.
So I think that's pretty cool. That to me is like an amazing special edition if I can replace this old crappy thing. I think we'll also see like one of the biggest complaints from the first gameplay trailer they showed was some of the combat where like enemies weren't reacting to getting shot. So I think we'll see all of that polished out, kind of like what we saw with Halo Infinite with their first trailer, and then the second trailer was a lot more polished.
I need that combat.
I think it's gonna be just an amazing game, and I'm gonna go with 60 FPS frame rates.
Boom.
Confident. He was confident.
He's confident. He said that strong. Boom.
Yeah, he did.
That's my heart.
I've been saying 60 from the beginning, and I'm not gonna change my stance on just because of Redfall. So I'm staying with 60. I'm gonna die on that hill. I'll die on the hill.
Give me confidence. I want to know why you're standing on it. Let's go.
I just think like what's a first-person shooter? I think they saw first of all the drawbacks and like the outrage about Redfall. You know, Phil Spencer was on the phone with Todd Howard right away.
He did say he sent the team over there. He said he sent the team.
You got that ready. You got at least a mode that'll like maybe unlock. But I think like they're aiming for 60 FPS, and I don't know. I just feel like they have to do it. I mean, they got to just lower that resolution, get that frame rate up. They got to do it. It's a first-person shooter. No matter what people say, like there will be anger if there isn't 60 FPS. There, even though it's a Bethesda RPG and people are going to play the hell out of it, there will be anger if there's not 60 FPS. I don't think they want that again. So
all right, he feels it in his plumes.
You
could that.
Oh
my god! I could resist. I was thinking about, but moving on. I don't know if Addict's probably he's starting to go, but I was curious. My brother loves Starfield. Man, I wanted his opinion on this one. Hopefully, I get it when he comes back. But what's up, fellow Bethesdian, fellow selfish single player Western RPG? Immerse yourself for hours. Don't talk to us for days.
Yeah, leave me alone.
How are we feeling coming into the Starfield Direct? What's your predictions and how you feel about them frames?
What a frame situation to me. Listen, I think King mentioned this a couple weeks back, but it is really time to start showing all of these things that Xbox Series X was touting, the FSR and all of these things, the sort of variable resolution,
velocity architecture,
velocity architecture, all that stuff. Implement all of the secret special sauce.
You want all the sauce. You want the ES RAM.
All of it. Use the cloud, whatever.
We want the compute power from the cloud on this. We want all the resources. Jason, we want all the resources.
We want all the resources.
All of it.
This game. This game.
We want all the tools. We need the tools off.
You better get all the tools, all the libraries, all of it. This game has to have a performance mode. It really does. It needs to show that it can be done there, and do what you need to do in terms of variable resolution, whatever you need to do. Get that mode in there, and then of course give people their 4K 30 resolution, and of course obviously the Series S is going to be more than likely. It would be amazing if they could figure out some way to get a super, whatever 480p performance mode on the Series S.
Oh my God. Paris said 540p at 120 frames per second.
Yeah, let's do it. But that's to me that's important. That's important. I know it's not important to Todd per se, but I think you just have to, again, narratives. You have to look at what is going to make the base excited and what is going to make the base angry. and kind of, you have to, I feel sometimes especially when you talk about presentations of this magnitude, you really do need to come out there and show.
Yes.
So that would be great, and I hope that is the case. I'll be playing on the PC, so I don't.
You bastard race.
I'm not gonna.
You're not even dealing with this console nonsense.
No. But I really do think that it's
You
time
said
for.
you peasant stay over there.
I really do think that it's time for all of this console stuff that we heard from the beginning of the generation to really come to fruition and start seeing it in these games. In terms of what the game has to show, we've seen a lot of the game already, right? We have. But I really do want to see console gameplay, right? That it's console gameplay.
So we can't say captured on PC and device. We can't get away with that.
Listen, man, as someone who was recently at a Redfall event,
but you don't want to see the 4090. You don't want to see what the 4090 could do on the Xbox.
I'll see that at home. This is for the Xbox people.
Okay. Fair enough.
You don't have to include the rest of the ecosystem. Just please the Xbox.
You want an honest representation of what Xbox is going to get.
Of what Xbox is going to get. I think that's very important. Okay. So it has to be. It has to be nice. It has to be console gameplay. They have to show the hardcore RPG guys how much of a hardcore RPG this is, right? And it has to be in such a way that it's brief enough that it doesn't bore the more casual gamer, because you also have to show the game in a more casual, action-oriented light that's not going to turn away the guy that's like, what do you mean? This is some in-depth, a lot of menus kind of, RPG that may turn some people off. So I think what's great about this game and Bethesda games in general, they do have that very sort of action-oriented aspect that's amazing when to play. It's gotten gradually better to play over the years.
I want to see if how they improve that dialogue system. Back in the old days, like the old Fallout games, you can literally not fight the last boss and just talk him like you can talk no jutsu to him and get him not to lower his guard. But it just felt like in Fallout 4, it's like, dude, it don't matter what you say, I'm pulling up.
I'm pulling up. Right. And that's the thing, because those old games, and again, the immersive sim lover in me loves the fact that you can get around all that stuff. So my hope is that they do go back to that. So it has to show on a spectacle level, it has to show, and on a technical level, it has to show, and show that, again, because a lot of the hardcore RPG guys want this to be a hardcore RPG. So, and I do think Todd knows that, and I think that's what we're gonna get. We may be disappointed in terms of the frame rate stuff. I don't know, but I think the game is going to show well, and I'm excited to see it.
No doubt. Lord Attic, my fellow Bethesda brother, what's your feelings? What's your prediction about just the Starfield direct portion, and what's your prediction on the frame rate?
I want to spend that whole 30 minutes just showing gameplay. I don't want to see Todd Howard no controller. I want to see no jacket. It's like you come out there, like you do that. You do that off the stage. You can play the game off the stage. I don't want. Here's the thing: we've seen too many where people up there playing stuff, and you get the game, and it ain't nothing like that. Like it's I don't want one of those scenarios where they're just pretending to play the game. Oh, look at that! Like nah, like you better show me. I want like one of those things where I touch like press the start, press up down 8 times. Let me make sure this ain't pre-recorded. Like. It's just like, look, I want them to show us that this game is actually functioning. I want them to be very transparent on whether or not this game is going to be 60 on the Series X. If it's not, just tell me I'm playing on PC now, Todd Howard. Like, it's just one of those things where it's like, you need 30 minutes of gameplay is unrealistic. I mean, it is unrealistic, but guess what? He asked me. He didn't ask you. He asked me.
Fair enough.
Let's go. The show is about to start. We got 32 seconds. The countdown is crazy. Here we go.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, man.
Here we go. Playground Games presents.
Okay.
Let's do it.
What's this?
With their disproportionately high
and God in them
comically massive weapons.
I showed you.
Roughing up
to
rough up bandits.
You might as well wrap that PlayStation up in a doobie. Cause it's over. Digging it down. Yo, it made Spider-Man look like a kid toy.
Yeah, this ain't gameplay. I'm waiting to see gameplay.
Look like gameplay to me, baby. And I saw Spider-Man sliding down the wall. Let's go. Yeah. Xbox Game Studios presents. That's one. Here's two.
Anybody know what game this is?
Hell no.
Project
It's
Midnight.
called a surprise. It's called a surprise. Surprise. Now you seen it.
No.
Stop for midnight.
New title.
New title been announced. You want to know what they working on? They're working on your demise. Ah! Stop!
Ponies on suicide watch over skyscraper.
Oh man!
Don't do it. Came for some gameplay, not cinematic.
X and S gameplay walkthrough. And Ubisoft 4 with the ball.
Give me your answer.
Ah! Could you imagine Hades with 4 players?
33 player?
33 player co-op.
I guess the cloud do work. Not like that SSD. Oh man, what's this? Water looking shimmery.
Wait.
If it
Xbox
is-
Game Studios presents.
Obsidian! Yeah! Oh! Hey, Spider-Man!
Yo, J-Dub, this is what they paid for, right? 5 years ago, right? King, you know what the best part about this is?
Game Pass.
Game Pass. Everybody's dead right now. Let's go.
Necromancing at his finest. Look at that.
Let's go.
Good.
Wow.
Xbox Game Studios
Another
present.
one?
Another one. Hey, Spider-Man.
Where you at?
Look, she got smoke. She got smoke from the mouth.
It
You might as well stop.
Horizon who?
They going for the kill.
Game Pass. No, I'm not saying that it don't look good. I'm just saying it's like.
Oh, hold on. Xbox Game Studios presents. Hold on. We out.
Another one?
Let him cook. Son, let him cook.
General
They got 30 studios.
Oh,
bro.
here we go.
Let's
Forza. Right before Spider-Man punched Spider-Man in his mouth. Look at that car. Look at that car. Look at that car.
Lamani, bring me the defibrillator. We gotta revive these PlayStation people. Let's see that race tracing. Not impressed. Nah, I just want y'all to know.
October 10th, what I said.
This is an okay show so far for an Xbox event. I ain't gonna lie. I'll give them props to that.
And then, man, this is, if you would have praised
Xbox,
Sony to
for
make this
Xbox.
show. Don't lie.
No.
Don't
You
lie.
know the
Don't
standards
lie,
for
J-Dub,
PlayStation
man.
is
Come on, man. That show was nasty.
Yeah.
Hold on, Bethesda, what's this? This game looks ridiculous. That looks ridiculous. You have
You know
ghost
what
fight,
gamers
and you
are
have-
gonna say.
Oh,
They're
you can be
gonna
out in
smack
space
it.
when you're walking? Hold the line.
Let's go.
Uh-oh. What the is this? Road simulator? You want to know how the sewage systems work? Well, we got a game for you.
Any game.
Game Pass. Exile! In Exile! Microsoft looking really brand new out here.
Lamani, give me that Grey Poupon. We eating.
Oh,
let's go.
Are you gaming anywhere else? Makes you wonder.
Where I will style in the building.
Very steampunkish.
we control the future. There's no Sony in it. Remember, this is how it happened. Clockwork Revolution.
So, yeah, Xbox Showcase, the aftermath, you know what I'm saying? And, got a chance. Obviously, it's good to be with y'all all together. Obviously, you guys are here, front lines, holding it down, live reactions, being clipped everywhere. Me and Addict out there in the field, in the actual building. And, so it was a little different, all of us not being together. But now that we're reuniting, how are we feeling? I got a couple of questions for y'all. Like, how are we feeling now that the dust has settled? About the showcase. I don't know if you got a chance to look back at it, in its entirety. And I think the other things I have is like, okay, what you think could have been improved or not improved? And another thing I kind of want to hit separately is I want to hit Starfield Direct separately. So let's just talk about the showcase outside of Starfield. Now that the dust is settled, how we feeling? Start with you, Lord Addict.
The overall showcase, I thought it was a solid show. People, you can nitpick it all, but I think for the most part, Xbox did show, look, we're working on these studios. These are what they're doing. I will say that in terms of if you still want proof that some of these studios are delivering the type of experiences, or is the money that Microsoft having going to actually elevate some of these developers, that is still in the air. But I will say is like you see Starfield, a lot of the main production of that game was done under Xbox. So it's just, 2021, Starfield probably was going to come out. But they gave them till 2022, and then they gave them an additional year up until 2023. So, you can make a lot of assumptions. You can go left or right when it comes to a lot of things, but you can clearly see that Microsoft is funneling money, funneling talent, and more importantly, funneling time to these studios. Look at Wasteland 3. They put a lot of different content in there that wasn't going to be in the base game. They gave them time. Psychonauts 2. The majority of those bosses weren't in the game, if not any of those bosses in the game. But guess what? Because of the time and money Microsoft was funneling through that studio, they were able to make the game better. There's been very few incidences where you can argue to say that it's not been that way across the board. Sure, some studios you could argue mismanagement, but guess what? When you got 23, 25, 30, 50, 60 kids, some of them going to rebel.
No doubt. What I was going to say for you, Addy, because I know your time's limited, I want to try to get as much bars from you as possible. What games, again, we're going to keep Starfield Direct separate. What games had you excited the most?
I would say Starfield, Fable, that Clockwork Revolution that looks really good too. I don't know why, but that 33 game,
33 Immortals,
that game had me pretty hyped. I actually might reach out to them, try to get an interview on the channel with them.
Co-op Hades roguelite.
Yeah, it's just look. That's the best part about this. Sure, some games resolute with me less than others, but I can't say nothing on that show was less appealing than other stuff. Sure, there's stuff I was more excited about, but when you're looking at, they had solid experiences and solid showings of these games there. We talked about, people don't necessarily care if indies are in these shows.
One Lord.
It's
one Lord that they disagree here.
They just
the latest.
People generally want to see indies that are appealing to that individual person. And City Skylines 2, very popular game.
Yes.
It's there. That 33 game, interesting. Sure, it's not known, but it's interesting. It's there. Going to the PlayStation thing, they had 3 indie games dedicated to cat game. To cat. For the most part, maybe Stray kicked off so well they backed up the truck to some of these indie developers when it comes to cat related experiences. It's Xbox did what I wanted them to do. Okay. Here's some of and what's funny is they did the 12-month thing and they didn't say it. Yep. If you really think about it, besides Clock and Fable, every game coming out in 12 months.
In a way, that is correct. Last thing from you, anything that you could have improved on the show, you think?
I do think in the middle it started drying out a little bit. It just got to the point where I think that the biggest criticism I can give is listen to the community. There's no way people that was in charge of that particular showcase thought showing Hellblade without combat was going to go over well for them. To me, and maybe you guys disagree, I feel like it would have been better to just not show Hellblade there.
Interesting.
If they were going to show another CG of the thing that we know.
Right.
The biggest thing we know about Hellblade is it's going to look good. And she's crazy.
Yeah, psychosis is real. Psychosis
and guess what? That's all we still know. It's just that's one of my good critiques I can give them. Another big critique I can give them is I know they did that Starfield Direct, but I felt like the pacing could have a little bit different. Phil should have came up there, said, this is the show that we want to give you guys, blah, 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 however him and PR decide to spin it. But we have one more game to show you before we get to the Starfield one. And then they show Clockwork
Revolution.
Clockwork Revolution.
Clockwork, I feel you. This is now we nitpicking for perfection, right? But I know what you're saying, right? It's like me and you in the theater next to each other. the one more game ended up becoming Starfield, and we're going to get into Starfield, how amazing that was, which ended up being fine. But me and you both agreed that if like Clockwork Revolution was so impressive, they could have laid that as here's the last one more game, then you end with Clockwork Revolution, then you put the timer up, and then King disagrees.
It didn't even be a long time, like 2 minutes. And you got to think too, we sat there for an hour, I think like an hour and 10, 15 minutes or something like that. It would have been easy just to give like another 5-minute countdown, give people enough time to go use the bathroom or something, and then go into the Starfield. Or they could have just went straight from that one more thing to Starfield. But I didn't like the fact that they kind of got rid of the one more thing. Because that's always something that we look forward to. Because they've done it with Fable, they've done it with Redfall, they've done it with Starfield. Well, not them particularly. Bethesda did it with Starfield. They might have did it with Elder Scrolls. I can't remember what particularly that year. But they have done so many. Yeah. We got one more game for you. And to me, they kind of like got rid of that magic. And it could have been kept intact if Phil just came out there and said, this is what we have to look forward to, but before we go and start the Starfield Direct, we have one more game to show you.
I understand your nitpick. I definitely see where you're coming from based on tradition, and maybe part of it was they were just so excited that maybe they knew they had something with Starfield that it was just like, we're going to bombard. But I hear where you're going from. Let's get soft. Now that the dust has settled, what's your feeling, how you feeling about the showcase, and then what was the things you were most excited for?
I mean, it's still a 9 for me, right? Last week I was kind of hovering 8.59. It's definitely a 9 for me. And I'm difficult to please when it comes to them, right?
Yeah, what solidified this?
It's just the fact that they did exactly what I needed them to do, wanted them to do, was just show me first-party stuff that you've talked about already, right? We saw some stuff that we kind of, because of our proximity to the industry, we know certain things leak and things like that. And you kind of have an idea certain things are coming, but sometimes that comes to fruition, sometimes it doesn't, right? So for me, the thing that popped crazy was Sega in the building. Sega being in the building, big time. Come on, I say it as a joke.
No, we Sega kids.
I want it to happen. It's just it's traditionally not been a thing that. And which is funny because again, we always saw Xbox as the surrogate Sega, right? And for whatever reason, obviously we saw what happened during the Xbox One generation. That relationship seemed like it distanced, and then now it's being reforged again. And to see the presence there with not only the new Like a Dragon, right? And Ichiban's buns. Right?
Ichiban getting very demonetized.
Getting everybody demonetized out here showing his buns. But to show Persona 3 Remake for the first time on this stage, to show Tactics for the first time on this stage, and then to announce a new IP from the creators of Persona on this stage is huge. It is huge.
Is it foreshadowing, sir?
It absolutely could be. But I'm not giving that up. As someone, King, who holds the line into the very last minute.
I'm just listen. I gotta throw my little needles in.
Do not begrudge me holding the line.
I love what you're doing.
I respect it. I respect what's all
doing. The very last day, but I gotta say, it ain't looking good for me. It is only if my man Jim Ryan had the foresight
to have the exclusive bag before the relationship, so there's nothing Microsoft be able to do about it.
Stop
snitching.
My man ain't gonna snitch on that one right there.
So I don't know if that happened, but this is a good look. This is a good look. This is Xbox needed this, and to see that love, I think if Sega's gonna go to anybody, I would love to see them with Xbox if that's gonna happen at all.
They ain't going to nobody. They damn sure ain't going to Sony. I'm not going to my killers.
But let me see what else impressed me. Obviously, seeing Fable for the first time, when I saw it, I was like, "Oh, addict!" I was like, "Oh, addict!" I can't really do it.
I've never felt happier. For someone else.
Bro, let me tell you, King. He scared me. Addict scared me because we're in the theater.
He passed out.
But he didn't react. So he's just frozen watching. So in my mind, I'm like, he's so critical, and this is beloved. If he don't, and I'm sitting there. Remember, I'm the Fable casual. I like it. I'm not as hardcore as him with it. I played it. I remember it. But I was more into Halo and other things during the OG days of what you call. But
I
do
just
remember
like it because the level of fornication.
The savagery you can do.
Savage,
so I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, this looking really
yeah.
And I'm looking at him and then he ain't saying nothing. So I tap him and I'm like, we good? Like, you know, this is his baby. He's like, oh no, we good. I said, Atticus, please, let's go. Continue.
He was just in such shock.
Yeah.
But they nailed the tone, they nailed the comedy, they nailed what I would love to see from the combat, right? Just in seeing those parts, we don't know how much gameplay that actually is, or that is in engine, and that can very easily be gameplay. I just love where it seems like they have a really, really good idea of what they want to do with this IP and make it their own while still having reverence for the tone of it and what it was in the past, right? It's a fine line to draw. It's difficult. You think about, studios that have taken over IP. You look at the 343s or whatever. It's not easy to do.
Yeah.
So, and for them, their first time out, they're tasked with rebooting the whole damn thing.
That's a huge responsibility.
So it's a huge responsibility. I think so far so good. Everything looks great.
Real quick,
did they say 2024? Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, they didn't say 2024. I thought they did, and man, it was nothing. But
I could have sworn.
Did you see it? It is so impressive looking. That you have people questioning whether or not they had combat and gameplay in it, and you got the devs responding on Twitter with the time when she threw the fireball and when they did the sword class, because what they did is they clipped it in really quick. There was like a quick flash, but they had it.
Throw the fireball, and,
so it all looked very cinematic,
right? So they were like, it is the ultimate flattery for us when people tell us this is not gameplay. Like, I built the combat section. He put the clip up. I was like, yo, that is impressive. I sorry to interrupt, but I did want to say that.
So that, and we'll talk about Starfield separately.
Yeah, separately.
So beyond that, obviously, Clockwork.
Revolution.
Clock Revolution. I was one of the first ones, I think, right on the show live. I was like, it has some BioShock energy, and I was like, okay. And I didn't realize how close to that BioShock Infinite sort of trailer that was. The trailer, and the funny thing is that trailer, a lot of stuff in that trailer, the BioShock one, ultimately did not come to the game in that form, right? It wasn't that. So they kind of, idea-wise, they were kind of on the same wavelength, but the moment-to-moment gameplay of what this game is supposed to be is going to be very distinct from what BioShock is. First of all, it's still an RPG, right? So they're going to stick to their roots in that. But it is an RPG with the fidelity of a third-person sort of Bethesda-style game. I am super interested to see how they pull this off. The time mechanic seems something super interesting. Again, I'm interested to see how they pull that off in game. But I like the fact that In Exile is getting that shine, man. They're getting that, because sometimes no matter how great the games that they make, if they make a certain type of game and in a certain pocket, and for them, the isometric RPG, kind of CRPG style of game, they may be great. You're not going to get as many eyes on it. With this, you're going to get the eyes on it. It's going to allow people to see how great they are, right? And then gravitate to their other stuff. So I love that. And
quick,
finally,
got to interrupt one more time. And got to shout both of y'all out that was holding it down for us. In Exile tweeted ILP. They loved you and King's reaction to how impressed you were. So to see them show, and they're very active on social media, and I agree to see them show out with a budget and the way like they were looking to see how people received it. So shout out to y'all, because however y'all reacted when that came up, they were like, shout out to IOP. Like they lived for that, because they were really proud of, you could tell, what they put out. But continue, so.
Yeah, and finally, there was other quick things. Like I like seeing Star Wars there, but we'll talk about that in the Ubisoft. In the context of Ubisoft, obviously Capcom showing out with a brand new IP was awesome too. They kind of, I thought it was Onimusha at first, and then it wasn't. But again,
it was a good fake out though.
Yeah, definitely a great fake out, and the fact, again, brand new IP from Capcom being showcased, coming to Game Pass day one, right? Fantastic. But for me, and this one, I was surprised to some of the reaction online was the Avowed, because I saw that Avowed, I was like, yes, let's go. And then afterwards, when I heard it was like it's a smaller game and it's not trying to be Skyrim-esque in scope, I was like, I'm Gucci
That's
with
what
that. I'm
everybody's
great.
been asking for.
Bro,
right?
they said we gonna do us. We not gonna try
What we do. This is the thing about it, right? And this is, and I'll go quickly into one of my worries still for Starfield is that the stuff that it is sort of pre-canned and stuff like that. Again, are we going to have that wide ocean 2 inches deep when it comes to depth of gameplay in no specific scenarios, right? Not the crafted scenarios, but the other stuff, right? Why would you want them to make an entire game mimicking that when their thing is depth of storytelling, characters, tightly knit story? Have them just keep doing that in different worlds.
Infinite possibilities with the story where you could
goodness.
completely change the outcome of stuff because of that. Yeah, absolutely right.
Exactly. And to do a story in the Pillars world, which is already very lore rich, and to do another story in that world that kind of removes you from the previous 2 Pillars games, I think is great. I think this is what they do best. They take formulas and they can kind of parse it down into something smaller that is a lot more detailed. And for me personally, as somebody who wants more of that in my next gen games, where worlds feel more alive, character interactions feel more lively, they're better positioned to do something like that in a smaller scope game. So I'm excited for Avowed. I'm excited for what I saw. I don't need it to be Skyrim Part 2. I don't need it to be that. So overall, they got that 9 for me, man. They really did it. I get my only gripe would be the same as what everybody else. Yeah, I didn't need to see Hellblade again if you didn't show me that fight because, you know, listen, they need to up for it to really have that hashtag just one sort of standing. It needs to improve on that moment to moment combat gameplay, because the inevitable sort of comparisons are going to be made to other games in that vein, especially with this game looking as good as it does, right? And narratively being as strong as we expect it to be. So we need that, right? So I hope we get that at the Game Awards or something like that, or maybe even Gamescom, who knows? So that, and then the one more thing, yes, also I said they could have just and this is me being greedy.
Yeah, this is now we're striving for perfection, right?
I just one more thing, because we already knew you're gonna give us an hour of Starfield. Give us just, and it doesn't it could be 5 years out, 6, I don't care. Just give me a logo so people can go crazy and crying and whatever. And that would have really been the icing on the cake. But again, they were fine. They were fine. Very impressed with this. Now the hard part. Execution.
Absolutely.
That's it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
King, you are the Hold the Line movement. You know, you were in live in the mix. So now that the dust is settled, you know, we'll get to Starfield later, but like, how are we feeling about the showcase? You know, how's you feeling about what was the games that had you most excited? Specifically?
We have 1,000 people watching and over 500 likes.
Oh, we getting these
likes up.
Get these likes up, y'all.
Get the likes. The only reason why I'm asking you for the likes and likes, I hope it doesn't take anything from you. I hope when you push the like button, you don't lose no likes. But
that don't happen to you.
Yeah, I think, and I think this is true, that when you hit the like button, you save the Puerto Rican platypus.
Oh my God, more with the platypuses.
Yeah, Puerto Rican, you gotta save all the platypus around the world.
Not the trouser snake.
No, we not trying to say that. We got Manscaped for that.
Trouser snake, man. That's Manscaped.
That's Manscaped's job.
We're gonna save the African platypus when you share it out. But let's do that because it helps us in the algorithm.
Facts.
Right? And I'm just learning about it. All right, so the last Xbox show, we was like, oh, that's the best format that they got. They need to keep that.
Yes.
They listen.
Yeah.
I believe this is ZeniMax. I believe Aaron Greenberg and the marketing team is the best at dealing with fan-to-fan contact. On the ground, his team has no equal, right? Not even Bethesda with their Bethesda shows has that level of contact with their fan base the way that they do. The way that Microsoft implements it is so intimate, so casual, so family oriented that it's hard to quantify, right? And Bethesda would do a show. Their shows were like Ringling Brothers and Ball and Belly Circus. It was the greatest show on earth.
Nothing better be the Bethesda show in person.
Because I got a question to you, right? Being that you was at FanFest this year,
yes, sir.
and I thought it was going to be in its limited capacity, Did you feel that they put on the greatest show on earth, but kept it still family friendly, close contact? Did you feel that energy?
Yeah, they did that. That was a great one because again, for the people, the initial fear was, oh, it's just going to be we're in the theater and that's it. But there was things behind the scenes you guys didn't see where people came out, the executive leadership, Booty came out. They talked about, the pipeline stuff. They learning from, the Redfall situation. I was surprised that kind of came up in a way. Sarah Bond comes out. She talks about the strides and where they're making and improving, as far as, Japanese games and things of that nature. Greenie with the community, getting them hyped, getting everybody pumped, obviously hold the line and all that stuff. But to see the excitement, it was an energy. Right? That it's like, it wasn't none of this temper your expectation type of energy. It was, we got something.
So we balling now.
Right. And we're going to hold y'all down for holding us down. And then Phil, I got to give Phil credit, the Dominant some credit. He did something, in my opinion, that was real man talk in the sense that he's like, look, I'm an emotional guy, kind of wear my heart on my sleeve sometimes. Right. And it was like a indirect reference to the Kind of Funny interview.
Right.
He's like, sometimes I may say things out of emotion, but it's kind of indicative of what he talked about prior, which was like, I could see it, but nothing's going to matter until y'all see it, right? And now that we see it, and then they're seeing the blessing and the reception of it, you can see it's different. But yeah, to your point, being there in the building as well as the fan fest, to your point, they were. It was a movie. I mean, it was complete fan service, and then afterwards, they had this set up, and they were. What's the word? Like accessible. You could, and you could reach out to them. Like everyone's there in them. It's a celebration. You know what about me?
It's a celebration.
Yeah, you remember the Jake that Matrix Part 1 got clowned, and it was the scene.
It was in,
it was like a Zion moment. Everybody's in Zion after this show, like
All right, so the only reason why I said that, right, because that was my perception of it, and this was always my hope that they learn the showmanship of ZeniMax and they incorporate the family feel of Xbox, and then translate it over to the show. So we thought that last year's show was the best pacing, and this year they continued that same pacing, and I respect it. Like the after shows, shout out to Paris and the teams, and Microsoft proper show. The proper show, I'm gonna get into what I didn't like.
Yeah, let's go.
What I didn't like was y'all guys don't understand what the plus one and here's one more thing. Y'all don't understand what that means. All right, it doesn't mean show me the same knife that you had here. And go,
it was a big knife. They was excited. They had the bazooka and tuck. They was ready.
Yeah, but you don't. That's not. You don't show Hayachi hat and go, and that's not the plus one. Okay, that's just not it. You failed miserably when it came to that. We already knew Starfield was going to be there, so it wasn't and we got one more thing. That was it. We knew what was. Just don't do that again.
All right, so let me back you up. What about Starfield having a clip in the joint? Would you also?
Oh, we're gonna get to that too.
Okay, sorry. Let me get your balls.
Right. It's just. I'm gonna start where you was wrong.
Oh, okay.
You could have, and don't do the clockwork thing there because I'll explain as well. Show us the distance. Show us the Hail Mary, the down the block. All right. Show us something that you have in tuck that is known. No, don't do clockwork there because clockwork was needed where it was at.
But he ain't
because they started getting a low. No, don't do the clockwork there.
Damn, disrespect.
Do something else. You could have showed something else. I don't care what it was.
Damn.
But the Hail Mary that was there. Okay. The other stub your toe was Forza. I personally wanted to see that killer. And what I got was, yeah, we Forza, we here. We know what we do. That wasn't it. Like,
wow.
I want to because I'm used to turn 10
showing out,
being turn 10.
You wanted to
right? And I know when the game comes out, this is what happens when you have separate little cons and stuff like that. And Forza is so big that they save a lot of that stuff for their Forza special events.
Okay.
And yeah, that kind of took away from this because I wanted this to show. Remember the first time we saw Forza and we saw the ray tracing and it was walking, it was doing all this stuff and people was walking around. Show me that.
Okay.
Show me that. So, and then you had the Hellblade.
Yeah.
Didn't have gameplay. Now let me tell you. I mean, didn't have the fighting combat gameplay that these guys wanted. The first time we saw it, I don't think that was run on an Xbox Series X.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that was run on a dev kit or a PC.
Okay.
This one was on a Series X.
Oh, they made it very clear. Yes.
Right. And I think that's we're confusing what we want and what they are showing. The first one wasn't really all that real. It was real, but it wasn't really all that real. This one is representative of exactly what you're gonna get.
Okay.
So here we're gonna throw that in there, and they're gonna make and in the back they're like,
They gonna love it. Yeah, we said Series X. They gonna love it.
But we thought that's what it looked like over here the first time, right? You know what I'm saying? So we know that over here was some type of sleight of hand. Here you're showing the actual hand. We thought it was actual hand the first time. I understand where we at with it. Next time we see it, we'll see the combat. We'll see all of that. I believe that. But that's the stub of the toe.
Okay.
Pacing of the show, you had to show your games of service. That was great. You did all of that. You had to show everything that was going inside Game Pass. You had to show your third-party deals that was there. That was great. The pacing of the show was fantastic. And the hardware.
Oh yeah,
the hardware was brief. It was to the point, and it was there. Some idiot online said, Microsoft, if you were able to sell the Series X with 1 terabyte at the same price you're releasing it now, the SSDs didn't cost that price before. So now that they're able to, they lower the cost on the SSDs, you're able to put a 1 terabyte in there now, and we can sell it for the same price that we sold it before. That's how business works. Trust me, if they was able to put 1 terabyte in back then and not get beat all around the legs because the Series S had the smaller SSD size and wasn't able to have as much stuff in there, they would have never took that L then. So it just didn't make any sense. But the hardware, yes. Little man, we know now is the moneymaker for them. The Series X, like Phil came out and said, the pipeline is opened up. So you'll start seeing more Series X's in the store, and it'll be easier for you to purchase. Because the reason why I was so high on Forza, because that was my game that I really wanted to see the most.
I feel you, but can I push back a little bit in the sense that you're right. Historically, Forza has gotten no segments. Right? Where it's the deep dive, you see the power, you see why they one of the kings of racing, and you know this is the mainline motorsport, right? The graphical showcase. What about, because I'm seeing the energy that people are like, yo, we happy. This is the first Xbox show where the future is so bright with the other studios with the 2018 draft class, right? And now we ain't even gotta rely on the Big Mac, large fries, and the shake of Halo, Gears, and Forza.
I understand.
What about that new day energy?
I just wanted to know, like, okay, is it everything that I'm hearing? Is it a game of service game now, where we're gonna be having seasons and all this real stuff? Like, that's what I wanted to know, right? How are you going to? Because Forza Horizon is great and all that stuff, but there's a distinct separation between the two racing titles, right? You have the hardcore gritty dudes like my cousin-in-law Oliver, who he put monitors together. He got like 3-4 monitors, and he has a steering wheel. And he does that, and he's asking me about it, and I was like, yo, they really didn't say anything new, and I was able to talk to him about it a little bit, but that's what I wanted. And then the bigger titles. For me,
let's go. What was the ones you were excited about?
33 Immortals.
Yes.
I said, wow, like the cloud is really out here now, right? Because now you're using to offload bandwidth and stuff like that. This stuff is really gonna hit different when we get a chance to play it. Avowed. I didn't want Avowed to be the size of Skyrim or all that stuff. I really wanted to be like an Outer Worlds, something tight, something, just a real good RPG with branching stories, but told in a Kingsfield manner. I want Kingsfield modern day, and that's what they showed me. I saw people talking about it was a downgrade in graphics. No, this is what you saw was a CGI trailer before, and now you saw actual game graphics. So how can you downgrade from a CGI? It's just idiotic stuff for people to nitpick. I gave the show a 9.5. I think
I've argued about Avowed too many times. I'm gonna let that slip.
You gonna let it go?
Yeah. But
wait, real quick, Attic, are you on the side of it or you were disappointed? Just real quick, I just need to know. I didn't know.
I'm not on the side of a downgrade. I'm on the side that I feel like they didn't properly keep our expectations in check from the CGI they showed us the first time.
Okay, so you part of
because when you see the CGI from the first trailer, it kind of seemed more, more of a serious tone art style.
Right.
But then when you see that, it does look a little bit more like that colorful that the Outer Worlds doing. And even with that, even with my disappointment to a degree with that, I still think this game going to be, as far as like review wise, it's still going to get like an 80, 89, 90, 91, 92. It's still going to do extremely well. But I personally had a different tone of art that I thought Avowed was going to look like. And then when I saw the game, it didn't meet the expectations they set when they showed me that first trailer.
Interesting. Okay.
So it's just everything that they showed, I'm super excited for. Avowed the most, 33, and the Capcom game. The Capcom game came out of the blue. I didn't expect it. This is something that I definitely can't wait to play. And then, of course, there's Starfield.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that.
But those are the games that I'm looking for the most. The show was a fantastic pace, and I thought Microsoft hit it out the park. I just like the fact that they respected us as a gaming community.
Yes.
It's sometimes we laugh and we joke and it's a console war crap and hold the line or whatever the hell. And I know that everybody says we bootleg corporations. I hear you dudes, right? I hear everything that you guys are saying. And I know you're gonna say, well, they don't owe us anything. They just need to make good games, and I just support good games. Shut up. Shut up. You don't want anybody that you hand your money over there to smack you in the face with a good game. Wow, man, take your game and get her out of here. Oh, they smacked me, but they gave me a good game. Stop that. Right? You want to have some respect, some rapport going through it. And I know you're probably saying that Microsoft is doing this because they're in third place. Let's see what happens when they're in first place. That will be happening soon. Very soon. Right? Very, very soon, so much that you can see it, I can see it, we both know it. I honestly believe with this level of management that's in place, and I'm seeing it from the top down to the bottom, they will operate the same way when they're in first place. And it will be the same rapport that you do have. So I'm just happy that gaming as a whole, Microsoft did exactly what I hoped they did, save gaming that week.
Okay. No, fair enough. Yeah, pretty much knocked out all the points I wanted to say. So as far as my feeling is just that, like you said, I just feel like the energy from executive leadership, the way they presented was tremendous. I think they've really solved the problem as far as, showcase presentation, pacing, game to game to game. They didn't do the couches or that joint, you know what I'm saying? That was fully extended. They've got their pocket. And I also, the direct, I feel, gave that more in-depth, path to really showcasing, which we'll get into. As far as the games, obviously Fable for me was mind-blowing. If Playground pulls this off, the level of production value, the graphical fidelity is so good, it has people questioning. And that is something to really commend. You know what I mean? I thought that was phenomenal. I thought In Exile, we told people for a long time they've been sleeping.
They're cooking, boy.
And, that is a super talented team. That is the creators of Fallout. That is, Wasteland 3, one of the greatest turn-based games going. Storyline, Divergent. Like, they are so ambitious. I love your man who's too bougie, Lord Crowland. And he got the thing where the peasants, he will not walk amongst the common folk. And he's not touching that peasant ground.
When I saw that, I said, "Yo, this is so COD."
Yes.
It felt so Silver Surfer.
Yes. Yeah, his gold. Yes.
My feet will not be touching the ground.
The ambitious of the time travel. That was amazing. I agree with everybody on Avowed. To see Obsidian stay in their pocket and say, we are not trying to copy. We're going to do what we do best. I do push back on Attic with the tone thing. I think this is my feeling. They still showed dark biomes. There was still dark things. So I think that they're just showing a diversity in biomes. I saw a desert area. I didn't look at it. Now, if they would have came out and he's slashing clowns and it's and then I'm like, okay, it's colorful. It's a different tone. I saw magic to the level, let's be real, and I'm an Elder Scrolls Star Wars guy. I mean, Starfield kind of guy. But like, we got to be clear with when you play Oblivion and Skyrim, you shoot the magic and it's pure and it's just a single little, like they're doing singularities like Mass Effect with the enemies floating in the air, you controlling the thing. Then they got the standard, they got the double barrel, they got the sword and shield.
You can Duke here with the knife and the shield.
Bro, they got
It reminded me of Mass Effect with like biotics.
Yes,
like
the biotic powers.
They elevated somebody.
Yes,
they elevate. Yeah.
And you doing this on next gen tech with all these characters floating in the air, controlling that. Then they had the boot of Sparta. This is Sparta kick to the joint. You beheading people. Like, come on. Like, I get it. People just wanted to have this one type of biome and all it is going to be down in the dungeons with the skeleton enemies. I get that. But bro, to me, it was still showing that energy in addition to other lush areas. I have no problem with it. So that's just me. But again, I'm biased. I love Obsidian. They've been holding it down. And as far as I'm concerned, they've had Xbox on their back during the series console generation. And no one can take. You can say what you want. Because I was a hater, a skeptic of Grounded in the beginning and Pentiment. But when you play them games, they are quality games. So salute to them. 33 Immortals, I agree. Solve, I'm with you on the Atlas. I'm showing the the IPs, the Persona Tactics joint. I thought that looked cool. You know what no one's talking about? Low key, I know I'm probably gonna pop it in and then uninstall it because the hard drive space. Microsoft Flight Sim, the rescue thing, they had a fire rescue, ambulance this. Like, it had so many.
It's a new game, right?
Yeah, it has so many modes. I'm like, that's kind of interesting. Like, I ain't gonna front. Like, it's Asobo's a show. Like, they've shown out. You see what they could do. They almost.
I want to do the Doom.
Yeah, the Doom joint was kind of crazy.
And they have something like that was like combat almost, like dog fighting.
No, you saw the aerialist.
Some aerial joint. So I mean, salute to them for the support. Like King said, live service. They're gonna still support. See if these look.
They have to.
Monkey Island is a big deal. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. Now Fallout 76, but according to some,
you know what? Even Fallout 76. Come on, let's not lie. People, when they told us to buy the joint and they ain't tell us anything, because they ain't have no service to throw it in. We was highly skeptical of what Todd was asking, and then it came in the state that it did.
Yes,
but for it to be inside Game Pass,
of course,
and for them to say, "Yo, we keep throwing stuff in there, we're gonna keep fixing it." Yeah, it works.
Yeah, for that community, they're getting content. for them.
He said, for those guys.
But look, for them, I personally want a Fallout New Vegas remake or Fallout 4. That's just me, you know what I'm saying? But shout out to Don. Now we ain't disrespecting Taliban. We gonna get that was really cool. I like the climbing little indie game, the Attic. Like, I forgot the name of it.
Oh, you talking about the one that
don't know? Yeah, yo, stop it. You ain't doing that. And then
I'm just saying that game of the year.
But Solve is right, yo. Path of the Goddess, where he got the Shaolin thing and he's protecting the geisha. Did you see Did you see the Wong Chung jump that was doing and the Channel 5 martial arts sensibilities and that for a new IP, big deal. Anyway, let's get to the main event because what we here, and I want to respect Alex Tongues. I got to get his bars on this too. Let's get to this direct real quick with Starfield. I'm gonna just jump off. We gotta really be respectful, of God Howard here. He got a lot of arrows slung at him. The Bethesda we talked about. Listen, think about the pressure they have had coming into this game.
Yep.
Where this game has to save Xbox. this game. If it's not this, Xbox is out of here. Just so much, you know, and then obviously 76, which is Bethesda Austin, right? A separate team, but they still carrying the slings of that. But what it goes to show me, you know, even with the Redfall situation, all that stuff that's not them, for them to show out the way they did under this amount of pressure and not only meet expectation, exceed expectation to the point, I'm going to keep it a buck. Me and Rand, I think, talk about this. You could make the argument this is the greatest showcase of a game in gaming conference history. You can make the argument. Like, you can't walk away from this and say, I don't know what Starfield is. Remember that talk? Well, dudes are capping. They don't even know what Starfield is, right? Now, the only thing you can tell me is you like COG. I don't like them Western RPGs. I don't do that kind of game. Fine. If you say that, fine. I ain't going to push back. But if you going to walk away and tell me 1-to-1 what game is doing exactly this, I challenge you. There is none. There is none. The scope is insane. So it's like this was really a shining moment for that team. You know, I got a chance to talk to Todd and Pete pre-show, and the energy was kind of like, yo, we just hope we're getting excited. You know, we hope you guys like what we have to offer. But I'm going to tell you, King, talking to them after and seeing how it was received and people blown away with the possibilities that they could do. They were literally like, it was like proud dad. Like, yo, we are so happy. Hey, yo, wait. You know, P-Hod telling me all the things you can do about boarding people's ship and raiding stuff and doing stuff, all the things that the algorithm and creative engine. And here's the other thing I want to do, because I do see this disingenuous, you know, we're going to get to the frames talk. I'm not going to avoid that, right? And yes, COG would love it to be 60. And yes, I was disappointed initially when we heard the 30, right? I'm not going to say I'm not. You know, so of course we're going to want that. But here's the thing. And this is where a lot of people with these disingenuous, oh, well, because Horizon is 60 frames per second, and oh, because this is 60 frames. Bro, that's not even the same stratosphere. When you play a game where you kill someone and their bodies remain there, when you play a game and everything in the game is interactable, and I love Final Fantasy, but let's be clear, Addict. You know, when you play Final Fantasy, the remakes or whatever, the game puts a shining light on the only interactable thing you can touch in the world. You can't go in every house. You can't kill every NPC. You can't do anything. Those are static because they're sacrificing the gameplay and the complexity of the systems for the graphical fidelity. That is a game design choice. That is. So for people to sit there now, if you want to say, hey, these models ain't looking as sharp as whatever, okay, fine. But name the game that's doing what they're doing. The things that stood out for me, like I said, the melee combat was crazy. Running down on dudes, punching them, doing all that type of stuff. You know, I felt like the skill tree system was at the procedural generation we know about. The gunplay, much improved. You know what I'm saying? The jetpacking, moving around, way improved. You know, it became a point. It was like, what can't this game do? Like, what you can play it how you truly want to play it. So I think the issue comes down to, yes, as far as the phrase, you can be disappointed that you're not 60, but if it comes down to limiting the scope of this game so that you can't interact with everything for the 60, I ain't gonna lie. Like, there's a PC for you to take it to where you want to take it to. But I'm on the side of innovation and doing things I've never seen before in gaming. So in that respect, and this is where Tears of the Kingdom does come in. In that respect, gameplay is king. Here's the last point. I know I'm going long. What's funny about Twitter and social media, it is truly an echo chamber. Because you know why? For the people who are like, this is an embarrassment, and fair. You want to say Xbox touted power? Fair. Right? And this is this. Okay, fair. Do you see what these pre-orders are doing? Do you see what the zeitgeist is doing? It's the same like how Tears of the Kingdom was. People, I know people who were the most detractors of Starfield saying, you know, I ain't even gonna hold you. I ain't even gonna hold. Shout out to the LSM community, you know what I'm saying? Sacred Symbols and the crew. I got people who were like, yo, I'm literally buying an Xbox for this game. Like, of course, they got to execute and all that stuff. But I'm finished bloviating. I had to get, because my thing was, I heard a lot of talk, and not respecting God Howard's name, as if he don't got his face, his games ain't on Mount Rushmore. As if Morrowind, Skyrim, Oblivion, Fallout are not on Mount Rushmore, or not games of the generation. We're not doing that. So for people who had that, respect, this is the track record that we respecting. And now y'all getting to see a glimpse of course, they got to execute. Of course, we got to make sure it's not technically broken. But we are not going to disrespect legends in the game for some fanboy foolishness. We're not doing that. And it's beautiful to see them reap the rewards and the reception of what this game is attempting to do. Okay, I'm done. I got my rant. I had to get that off. I'm sorry. I've been holding that because don't let this game be no 90-something. I will be messy. And I remember all the tweets and all the comments. I'm coming for all of y'all because y'all was talking real reckless to legends in the game, period. We're going to respect our legends. That's the last thing I'm going to say. Okay, now I'm finished. Sorry. Anyone wants to jump in?
Well, I mean, I thought Attic was going to go.
Sorry. I was in my feelings. I apologize. Sorry.
Here's how I feel about it. I'm going to play it on PC. I'll have access to both. So, I'll jump in and out to see if it's even playable on the Xbox. I don't even think it's just the Starfield that's the issue. It's the fact that we were pretty much kind of like sold a console that 60 frames is going to be the standard, 120 is going to be the exceptions, and back to back to the AAA products that they have are coming out 30 frames. I don't think it would be as bad. People would still complain, but it's the fact that Redfall and Starfield were both 30 frames. That is what's making it look spooky. And it's like when you come out there and you make ultimate decisions like that, Aaron, people are going to check you later when when games start missing the target. And that's pretty much as far as that goes. I will be playing Starfield on PC and Xbox, just depending on what's going on at the time. But for the people that's generally upset because it doesn't run 60, I feel you. For the people that's just using it to get some traction to their channel, go somewhere else with that.
What about the game itself, sir?
Oh, I mean, the game's fire. Here's the thing I've always said from the start. You can argue that you can argue that Todd Howard and Bethesda together have a better track record than Naughty Dog. I mean, it's the truth. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Naughty Dog has made defining games. They've catapulted a lot of things forward. Bethesda pretty much catapulted the RPG genre every time they've made a game 2 or 3 tiles. Sure, you can give them Fallout 76 even though they didn't make that game. It was a sister studio that made that game. You can make that argument. And Bethesda will get that smoke just because Bethesda got that smoke because their name is on the box. Mm-hmm. But Skyrim sold 80 million units.
Still selling Skyrim to this day. So crazy.
Oblivion, Morrowind, Fallout 3. They didn't make Fallout New Vegas. Even Fallout 4, which is, in my opinion, the worst Fallout of the Bethesda type of games, still was almost Game of the Year.
Facts.
It was a nomination for Game of the Year. And people want to sit there and they look at Fallout 4 and they look at as a negative notation. Even though I feel like it's the worst Fallout, they still like an 86.
That was the year. Compared to 3, yeah. It was
so it's like, look, Fallout 4, I do feel like was that trend downwards, and 76 didn't help the matter. But we can't deny what they've done in the past. Mm-hmm. Bethesda has made some of the most beloved games in gaming history.
Soundtrack to the streets. Period. So it's Morrowind. Organic growth, by the way.
When it comes to Starfield, it just can they deliver what they say?
Factual. Fair.
For all we know, they could have just showed us the highlights of the game, and then we play it. And a lot of the systems don't work the way they demonstrated, but it works. It's not the way it works.
That's fair.
At the end of the day, I do feel like Xbox has showed that you can get faith in it. but it's one of those things where I always say trust and verify. Don't just trust.
No doubt. Fair enough. No doubt. Solve. Now it's got a chance to marinate. I haven't really talked to you too much about it. Starfield. Where you at with this directed Starfield?
I was impressed. I was very, very impressed. And again, for me, my thoughts going in is like, I just worried. What I worried about is that, Todd's ambition in trying to make this vast world would sort of leave the stuff that I want to see, more depth and like character and story and like more density in cities and things like that. I was like, well, if he's going for that, something's going to suffer and that's going to be it. So I was worried about that. Now I'm watching this and just this entire breakdown of what this game finally is. He's basically telling you this game is the culmination of everything that we've ever tried to implement in a Bethesda game. We're going to put into this game, right? And it's probably going to be the most polished version of all of those implementations, and it's going to be in this game. So in a lot of ways, to this point, this is the magnum opus. This is everything that we've learned, everything that we've implemented, everything that we've heard you when it comes to what the fans want, we're going to try to put into this game. And what better game to try to do that with than a vast space adventure when you're essentially trying to create space. And I think everything they talked about here just kind of blew me away, the ambition, right? I'm still a little bit, and I say worried in quotations. I'm still a little bit worried about the procedural generated stuff and how it's, because for me, I'm an idiot. I know full well I should not be playing these games this way because I don't have the time to, right? Like I should be the dude that goes in and goes from story mission to story mission. I should be that. I should be the dude that's like, 30 hours, whatever the main campaign is, do that and be done with it. No. The first thing I do is, okay, where am I supposed to go? No, I'm going the other direction.
Ooh, squirrel, what's that
right?
In the distance?
What's that, right? So I know I'm going to encounter that other procedural generated stuff that may not be, did not have the depth that the other stuff has. So my thing is just that it doesn't feel repetitive and samey. Like if you go to a planet or something like that, that there's only a couple of things to do, that it's something new. It's a story thing or whatever the case may be. Like I just want that.
I was gonna say, when it comes to like the procedure generated stuff, well, let's be real here. If they only had like 6-7 planets because it's story related and nothing else was there, people would say that game doesn't feel like you're in the universe, like you're traveling. Like as long as like the core gameplay isn't procedurally generated, like when it comes to like the bigger cities, because I don't think there will be some of the planets that's direct story related. And then when it comes to like getting your resources, maybe farming certain things, that stuff is simulated. I don't think people are going to have an issue with that. I think people are reading too much into that.
Yeah. Again, but it is something that, again, when you think about the aspects of the game that are going to be created story-wise, the sort of the cities that are supposed to be super dense and populated and have all this stuff, if you see something that doesn't have that level of detail in it, it'll be a little bit disappointing. But again, you got to take that in context when you think about the scope of the entire game. So I was super, like, really, really, really impressed. And they went all out, with the special editions, with the headset, the controller. So they're doing for this game what they're supposed to get the word out there. And again, the proof is in the pudding when it comes to, you can wait for it in Game Pass. There's a lot of people that aren't waiting for it in Game Pass. I bet the I was. It was funny. I was talking to Addict that I talked to Cog yesterday because I was like, y'all know that the early access for this game starts when we'll be in Washington working.
Yep. Shout out to the Rock Ally and Game Pass being locally downloadable.
Look at this guy.
Shout out to the Rock Ally. That King will be having shortly.
Yeah. So this is the thing. I was like, damn, I know y'all gonna be wanting to sit there blaze, and we're gonna have to be working the show floor.
Shout out to the Series S that can go into hotel rooms very
easily.
Very easily.
Yeah, but shout out to us being at work.
Yeah. Facts.
Exactly.
Yeah, we be too tired to do anything. And we gonna stop acting like we finish these shows and we get back to the hotel.
Get back and we doing stuff.
Yeah, let's game.
Hopefully, but we got a new plan.
We're gonna eat and go to sleep.
We got a new plan. Shout out to Luck. You got a new player. Maybe things will be a little.
I don't think so.
All right, we'll see. We'll see.
I know how my legs feel after the show.
Shout out the little man who will make the trip with the Lord.
Yeah, might be little black man.
Yeah, no.
Hey, yo.
Hey, shout out to Microsoft. Getting mad diverse with the black and white. I got a little white man.
Oh, we not doing that. We not doing that.
Shout out to diversity.
We not doing racial connotations on Series S consoles. I can't. Not doing that with little man. I can't.
They should have did that. They should have had him on the piano.
Yo, you
Y'all
stupid.
need me for marketing, baby.
Y'all do need to get King David a marketing bag. For real. For real. He's moving out here. Continue.
Yeah, for real. I was impressed. I'm excited more now for the game than I have been. Because again, we finally got the explanation of what it is. Yes. And what it really is saying, hey, everything that I've learned from working on these games for God knows how long, I'm gonna try to implement into this game and try to give you the most vast and still detailed experience possible while giving you the freedom to just do what you want to do. Like I can't imagine how many penis spaceships we're gonna see.
Yo,
it's gonna happen, right? It's gonna happen.
Yeah.
The Gundams.
You ain't invading my ship. Pulling up to me with the phallus.
but that's the crazy thing, right? All of that stuff could be in there. And then when you think about, Creation Engine and the mods and stuff like that and where that's going to go. And then they're already talking about, additional content and DLC.
Yeah, all right.
So it is a BGS Studios release in every way, shape, and form. It is bubbling up to that. Oh, this is one of those, and this is a moment in time. And I'm excited.
Oh, yo, why he said, the black one got the bigger SSD? Yo, Mr. Too opinionated.
Well done.
Wow. Y'all really doing this. Y'all gotta leave these stereotypes alone. Y'all gotta stop.
Well done.
Wow.
I like that.
I might have to get a new little logo.
Oh man,
Little
continue.
black man.
Continue, son. We are not doing that. Continue.
So I'm excited because this is one of those that's gonna be a moment. It's gonna be a moment, and it's hard to get moments like that anymore, man. I mean, because we don't have like midnight releases and things like that anymore. Like that doesn't happen as much. So the moments in time like this are different, right? They're not the same as they used to be. So yeah, but they did it, man. They did it. What else did he?
Yo, King derailing the show.
I'm looking at the chat.
Chill. Xbox believes in diverse, expansive packages. $2 super chat. Robert Keller. Good. Well done.
Y'all ridiculous, man.
Solid state
can't
drive.
take y'all seriously in the realm at all. We can't have a serious conversation in the realm ever.
Hard drive.
The BBHD. Oh.
Yes, this is what's happening.
It's you.
It's going down.
Kid, get your balls up, and then I do want because I didn't gotta leave. And I want to get his Final Fantasy topic before he leaves. So let's get your balls off on Starfield because you were the person I felt the hardest to please. I want to know what you. What was your standouts about Starfield? Where you at?
Listen, I'm happy for Todd. Todd ready the game when it came out last year, and when it came out to a chorus of criticism mixed with adulation. And I think now most of the criticism will, get smaller with Wayne from the extra polish. There's no one that can say that they can compare both presentations and don't see this time has benefited Todd. Graphically, and let's just move away from the 30 frames versus 60 frames. Graphically, this game took a bump up.
Yes.
And I don't see certain things that I was seeing before. I went back and watched the other one, and I'm watching this, and I'm like, okay, this is truly a benefit to him. And I think if this is your seminal, this is your apex, this is your climax, to say he is stamping his name now. Before, he was hoping that his games would be a game of the year. Before, he was in the running for making a game that can be a pillar and has to stand the test of time. I think this is the game that he tells you it's going to be game of the year. This is a genre bending game. This is a game that would stand the test of time. I think he knows what he's capable of, and I think this is a time that he steps into that jacket. I think before he was wearing the jacket as like a show or something. I think this time he is the jacket. Like he is God Howard. Like we give him that name from his previous accomplishments. I think he's showing you now why he's God Howard.
Could be.
And this is it right now. And the game looks great. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to delve into it. I'm still on whatchamacallit, Diablo 4. It still has my brain. And the reason why I want to finish up Diablo so much is because, I'll probably dabble in Final Fantasy 16.
Which you're going to get into right now.
But this Starfield has me so intrigued in what I can do. And forward march!
Uh-oh.
What is he doing?
What is he doing?
He about to be too extra.
This is extra.
About to get demonetized.
We're about to get demonetized. We're done.
What is this? Go down the line.
We're
Over.
about to get copyright strike.
We're done.
No, we're not.
Put your knife next to mine.
Keep your hold down the line.
All you jellyfish that ran. This is your weapon.
Woo!
I am my weapon. This is my armor. This is my shield.
Oh!
And I will never yield. Not one time did I think this deal would get blocked. And I told you, maggots, to stand in line and stand next to me. Now, this is the day that I have promised you. I told you if you stand tall, you will receive the promised land. Woo! And we are here. Those that ran in fear, not here. I want you to look over. And I want you to see that brother right next to you, that sister right next to you that held the line with you. You had all the ups and all the downs, but you did not bend, break, or fold. You are made of sterner stuff, the stuff that legends are made of. We have individuals here that are frauds. Those guys ran, and we know who you are. You're trying to come back. Wait a second. Wait a second. I have a new phone.
What is that?
The FTC have folded. The CMA is on the run. And the main protagonist has signed the deal. Yes, we have them right where we want them. Beneath the boot. And we will not let up. We will continue to press. We will push this line so far down their throat they will choke the line for months and weeks. Do not give in. Do not fold. Do not break. We understand now. Phil Dominus Maximus Spencer is the closer. And he closed this deal. You stood tall. Today's your day. Now, with all those badges that we gave out, wear them proud because you earned them. I do not want to see anybody false flagging out there that did not fight with
But
us.
King, they want to celebrate. What if they were scared?
Take that badge off, you maggot!
But it was looking spooky. Can we fault them for not having the confidence and you giving the community, inspiring the community?
You must reapply, and you must have a made man or made woman vouch for you. Now go get your Xbox Series X and S and get right back in line, soldier. And if you don't have this, you don't have ish.
Wow.
There you guys have it. It is officially over. Ended up being almost 5 hours long. I decided to cut some of the later in stuff of the year, like the past couple months, because I felt like that was pretty recent. And I didn't want you guys going over content that you just recently watched. This is mainly attracting, people that came into us during the year. Those podcasts like the Video Game Awards, that stuff is pretty relatively fast and relatively soon. And I had to end it with the King rant, man. I had it with the King rant. Once again, appreciate you all for coming through. Until next time, we're out. Peace.